629 days since we last convened in a castle on a hill in Germany to crown a champion of Age of Empires 4. And now it's time for that journey to start again. Welcome to Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. Our journey begins today to decide who is going to be on a date, a showdown in a castle in Spain up against the reigning champion Marine Lord. Will they be able to slay the king, or will they fall victim like everyone else this year? I'm, of course, KP. Joining me to open this momentous occasion is the wonderful Crackety. I can't believe this Crackety did. I can't believe in 3 weeks we have to filter down all these prominent names to just one person, one candidate to send into the clutches of Marine Lord.
Yeah, and to think we're starting off with Dragan versus me or Miica, it's immediately very fierce here. I mean, we just came back from King of the North. I don't know about you, but I'm still a little bit battered by that event. And yeah, Dragan over there did a really good performance, and now he's gonna have to face off in his very first game. We're still in round of 64, and it's immediately against me or Miica. Single elimination still, so if he loses here, or if any of these players lose here, they're out. That's a nice background, KP.
Thank you. I just got it sent across me. And by the way, you know, because it is, of course, Red Bull, you know, there's only one way to do this, right? Go ahead. Oh, wait, no, that one's green. There we go.
Oh my god, I'm moving. I don't have my Red Bull bottle. I still have my Red Bull Wololo Red Bull bottle.
You've only got a bowl? Bro, let me help you out.
I can, well.
You need
oh my god, what's...
You gotta have a more of a can-do attitude, you know? Just,
I mean, I got the Red Bull limited edition.
Oh, well,
the Wololo limited edition.
In a way, my Red Bull here is limited edition, in that it's limited how long it's gonna survive my house before I consume it. Yes, of course, folks. That's right. We got land fever here. Me and Crackety, we just got back from Norway. That was a taster of what's to come, because later this year, remember, it's not going to be Germany this time. Everyone's heading to Spain. Hot, bothered, and I'm hoping maybe the heat just doesn't get a little bit too into the players there. You know, I know it's kind of a different atmosphere. I feel like all of the competitors in AoE 2 and 4 have gotten used to German weather over the years.
I mean, right now, we're already feeling the heat. I don't know about UKP. I mean, I heard it's pretty hot at your place right now as well. I'm going to check right now. Oh, 32 degrees here as well. So definitely feeling the heat. We're getting ready for Spain.
We are. And, you know, dude, you gotta wonder, like, I wonder if this kind of bothers some people, because I was just thinking, can someone confirm for me, is the UK just weird? Are we the only ones that don't have aircon? Or is this like a thing around Europe as well?
I mean, Germany pretty much rarely has aircon. I mean, mobile air conditioner units are now getting really popular. I think that goes for a lot of the more Nordic places.
All right.
But at some point, we'll have to switch over to full aircon, right?
I would hope so, because I can't, like, imagine if you're just too hot and sweaty to do well in this type of weather. I'd hate for that to happen. I mean, considering you said that the Nordics are getting used to it, let's have a look at the bracket, because I think we actually have a bunch of familiar Nordic faces making an appearance, not just Dragan, but plenty of people in the running. So look at that. We already have a few buys. Beasties already chilling, waiting to kill in the round of 32. It will be either Hom Senpai or Aeolus going up against him. Corvinus versus Ezra could be an interesting one, right? Like, I feel like Ezra's a name I've been hearing around a decent amount the last few months, Crackety. Potential rising star there?
Well, it's a long rise, right? Like it's a long climb. Ezra, one of the first players, if I recall correctly, to like be part of an official team. One of the first German players to be part of an official team, like Magdeburg Esports, if I recall correctly. And yeah, I've seen him do a couple of skirmishes against players like Lash recently, and he performed relatively well there. Going a little bit further down the list, we got Demu versus Mikado Man, Scatterbrain versus Makomi. Scatterbrain also a pretty good player. You see him on ladder time and time again, very often in the top 100. Baltune versus Lucas Conter, not a familiar name. And M7 versus Moo. Yep. Moo, who's also probably more well known as May. A filthy Delhi spammer.
Exactly. Moo's a deceptive name. He doesn't play the Malians, he just knows the Delhi. So that could be an interesting contest. M7 alone, but Baltian afterwards. And then Vortex versus Lone Ranger. We've got Sanich versus Opa Exore. Most people will be familiar with 3D Clan's Sanich as the guy who made the new tournament format system for rankings, for seeding people. But he is a capable player and a coach type player, I'd say, more than anything. And then a little bit deeper down, we've got Team Elephant CS up against Marco Tambi and Sassy versus Krisha. So you can already see just how by the round of 32, things are going to get brutal and a lot of familiar faces could just disappear.
We're going.
Keep going. Run the names.
So we got Wham vs. Road, Faye versus Hung ADC, 3D Cat versus Arakan, GUA versus Knock Knock, also pretty decent matchup over there. Going down further, we got so many left to go. Wait, it's Wham versus Road again?
Oh my god, he has
How
to play
often did
two
Wham
sets
sign
at
up?
once? Right, on to number 6. We've got Puppypaw versus Chivo, Gallery GKS going up against Happy Cat, Garnaf against Kasawin, and then Lash versus Ibby. Dude, for a second I read Kasawin, I was like, is that Kiwian? But I think it's a different guy. And, yo!
Oh, okay. Chill hosted up against Team Elephant Louis MT in his first match here. Damn, that's an unfortunate matchup for Hossein. Well, maybe he's got a chance. Maybe he sees himself there. Legolas versus Fleece, Killjoy versus Samyar, and then Cryosaur versus Blid.
Now, there's 1 or 2 names that we've yet to list off, so clearly they are waiting. Number 8, Part 8. Some names we would never expect to miss that out, like Luciphon, who's going to be going up against Murdink. Might have, I think, an easier trick than a few other players here. Starflock and Trackle definitely capable, but compared to some of those other names matching up with 32s, a scary opponent for them to have to clash against. And then, of course, rounding out, we've got Voldemar going up against Deniskia. And then finally, the one that we're eyeballing for round number 1 to check out here live on the stream is Dragan versus Miica. An aggressive matchup, actually, right? Like, I've really got to bring it back to opening on this series. Just a reminder, by the way, folks, that once you're in the round of 16, it activates a double elim. So if you see a prominent name, someone like a Luciphron get dunked in a best of 3 by unknown person Murdink, they're gone. No chance to make it to El Reinado. No chance to show up on the home territory.
Exactly. There we go. Further down the bracket, that's when we finally do get our, I want to call it second chance bracket. It's the losers bracket, so to say.
Oh my god, Anatan and Baltoon are so good they're already in there.
Wait, what?
I think we left them there as an example. Yeah. So, of course, they are that deep, but I do believe BC versus Baltoon might be a telling situation. BC already has got a bye in his round. But, you know, crazy to think that in the next 6 days of live streams, we will take all of these names, all the known ones, all the unknowns, and filter it down to just one person, Crackety, to compete for a $30,000 prize pool on LAN in Spain later this year.
Yeah, it's got to be a nice vacation. And in the meantime, we're going to be...
When you said that, it was like Marine Lodge is going to win. Who cares? Just enjoy the vacation.
You show up nice and relaxed, and then you get to compete. That's what I mean.
I mean, he was memeing. I remember, like, he sent a message that he was like, yeah, just chilling on a beach, looking forward to my at least 10K. That's a good life, man. You just got to be the champ. But the other kind of
It's
interesting...
good to be king.
It is. But the other interesting thing here, we actually do have to highlight, is I said 30,000. And people are like, huh? I thought it was $50,000. There's a reason that $20,000 is not going to be appearing on the LAN side.
It's got to go somewhere.
In your pocket, Crackety, or is it?
I'll take some.
I mean, you could have. I reckon you could have got a good run going, because some of these players are going to pocket some decent change. I believe the person who falls just short of the mark, who loses in the grand finals before we push one forward to Spain, will net $5,000. There's a total of $20,000 on the line to be distributed amongst the players who are competing here across the next 6 weeks. In fact, if we have a look at the prize breakdown now, you see exactly how that's going to play out.
Exactly, and there we go, 30,000 for the big stage in the castle of, okay, I don't wanna try and pronounce it. I'm gonna leave that to
you know,
perfect. All right,
Almodóvar. You know,
that's what I got KP for. He can take care of the pronunciation. I'll take the German words. I'll take the German words. You can have all the others, and then the 20,000 here for a qualifier stage that will be broadcast here live on EGC TV. And yeah, it's a lot of moolah that's gonna be distributed here to these players in the up to the top 16.
Yes, and I'm glad of that, right? Like, you know, winners take all sounds kind of cool on occasion, but dedicating, you know, 3 weeks to your life, then potentially more, like, you want to get something on the way. So we just want to make sure that players get a taste or something to tide them over, make sure that they can keep competing, keep going for those titles in Age of Empires 4. Because let's be totally real, if we make it too top heavy, I mean, we might as well just be buying Marine Lord a mansion by default, right? That guy so far has dominated all S tier tournaments. So far, he will appear every single S tier tournament this year, Crackety, in a grand final, unless someone adds another event in at Christmas.
There's always hope. There's always hope. And there's definitely going to be more events coming for Age of Empires 4. That much is for sure. But I think it's time for us to focus on our first set here in our round of 64. Dragan vs Miica. We know the maps that have been drafted, this map pool. It's a little bit more land or hybrid favored. We are out of the Master of Arms tournament. There aren't any like full water maps, I want to say, in our map pool here. It's more hybrid maps. I guess Holy Island is like kind of a full-ish water map. It kind of goes in that direction, but there's always the chance to come back on land on that one. And that is going to be one of those maps here. On that, Dry Arabia, good old Dry Arabia, and Golden Heights. That's going to be the map that we're going to be starting with. And Dragan with the Abbasid, it made it through. And we know Dragan's Abbasid, they can be kind of wild at times against the Japanese from Miica, which he's also very well known for.
Yeah, and we should really emphasize that while Dragan is known as a little bit of a Ramadan boy because he likes to starve you out by using rams, the reality is you're up against someone who also is a bit of a feudal Japanese boy when I last saw him regularly. Miica was one of the weird ones, you know what I'm talking about, that made it work. There's only been a handful of players that made feudal Japanese look good this year. And Miica, I remember him being one of them a few months back. So there's potential for a very interesting clash to open. When we look at the wider draft, I am a little bit concerned that Dragan, he picked overall what appear to be very powerful civs for a wider map pool, but for this specific one, maybe slightly overrated, right? Like, particularly I'm looking at Holy Island and thinking Miica, he's got Mongols, he's got Juji. Both of those civs perform phenomenally well on that map.
Exactly. And in case it goes to Dry Arabia, like it gives Miica a lot of different opportunities. So if we go for Holy Island, that's where he can pick Juji, and if Dragan then goes for HRE, that only really leaves English and Byzantines open on Dry Arabia. And Miica's got Delhi. Both of those civilizations can struggle against Delhi.
Yeah, and it works out nicely because, like, if Dragan was more of a Byzantine player, Miica would have to consider Mongols there, right? But Dragan's on a mission, he doesn't play Byzantines that much. So Miica has a comfortable pick. The Delhi can just expect to usually match up against the English. Even if it came to the Mongols, that is actually a civ that I'd say is Miica's most played civ at this point.
Could be. I formerly seen him most on like Juji's Legacy.
Yes, I think that was a more recent thing, but a long time ago, right? He kind of made the Mongols. I know in tournament play, he was doing Holy Island Mongols when no one else was as well, more recently this year. So a lot of potential there. But, looking at Golden Heights, talk me through this matchup. We're going to kick you off in a few seconds. Does anyone have a clear edge here out of the two civs?
Dragan, he's got that factor of surprise. We've seen this exact same matchup on Scandinavia, relatively similar-ish map when it comes to what you want to do in terms of like one player wants to go fishing for sure. Let's jump right into it because the game sounds do tell us that the game has just kicked off. Game number 1 in our qualifiers for Red Bull El Reinado. Here we go, and right off the bat, players scouting each for their sheep here on this map. Do we see any players go for the water? It does look like Miica is sending a villager with that scout out towards the water.
And this is interesting as well from we're used to Europe versus Europe all the time. We have to remember this is East versus West, not only in civ choices, but player choices as well. Dragan, a known name from Norway, arguably the highest ranked player from that country. Miica, a credibility, a history behind him within the SEA region in particular, right? Both in StarCraft 2, but also proven himself here in Age of Empires 4. And reminded people, this is only a best of 3, and this is single elim. So no mistakes really allowed here. No room for error, because until you're in that round of 16, there is no second chance.
At what point do we stop going vertical and start going like horizontal and stay like, okay, Dragan, he's not from the west, he's from the north.
You know what? That is a particular thing in my country where most people will say the northern boundary line is just above them, right? It's like Dragan. He's like, I'm not northern, okay? Icelandic people are northern.
All right, what do Icelandic people say?
I am not northern. The polar bears are northern.
True. But there we go. This is what we kind of expected from Dragan here so far, right? Like, he sees, okay, his opponent is on water. he doesn't want to go on water. Water is not in his best interest. Instead, he wants to send it on land.
And, you know, it kind of makes sense here, right? Like, from this type of position, Dragan, he loves this build where you just go straight into the military wing and then you look to follow up with a ram play to block out those docks. It's expensive as well for Japan, right? Because this is a civ that doesn't get cheaper docks, they get cheaper fishing boats. So actually, in a weird way, it makes more sense to take out the production building than take out the eco unit.
Do you even want to go for the dock? I feel like maybe you want to split up it a little bit. Like, you make a ram and then you go for the dock. But you only do it with like a single unit to protect the ram, and everything else goes over to Miica's main base.
Quite possibly, but it's a little bit risky, right? Like, what if a unit sneaks out and you don't notice? And then, like, if one shinobi shows up and there's one unit over here, it will kill the infantry unit. And if we're being totally real, with the high base damage and the high attack speed, a shinobi can quite easily take out a ram as well.
Yeah, but the timing shouldn't be quite there, right? Like, the shinobi doesn't spawn instantly. It takes time for it to be created. And a ram can make relatively short work of a dock. The remaining 3 units are probably also going to be like 1 spearman and 2 archers. The archers do phenomenally against those shinobi. And with that could be a pretty good game plan here from Dragan, should he go for it.
Ooh, maybe if you clown cars with the archer that stays with the ram. I mean, this is the guy that loves clown carring more than anyone else in the top 100.
That's true for sure. Miica now making sure that he's able to get to feudal age fast. Pretty much no more villagers on wood at this point in time. Switched everything over to food and tries to get that age up in quickly now. And it is most likely gonna be that Coca landmark. And there it is, Coca Township now coming in. 6 villagers working hard on that. Military wing about to finish up for Dragan. Can he find that timing that he needs? And we do have that one villager come out from Dragan. It is going to be those proxy archer rangers. We can already tell it. It's going to be coming.
I'm just going to open an extra Red Bull because I think I'm going to have to cast fast because this is going to be a fast game and a fast series. We know these two like to go hard and fast. They don't like to chill back. They don't like to wait on their laurels. One with a StarCraft background and one clearly junked up on about 5 Red Bulls a day because he has to play this quick. It is going to be the infamous proxy base, which, if you remember, in the previous EGC tournament, Dragan was able to beat out the Spaniard beast Vortex himself in an English Malian matchup where Vortex should have been favored. And it all was because of this type of detail, a proxy base.
Yeah, I mean, Dragan, he tries it so often. He has got so much experience with it. And look at that. Only 3 units are out here right now from Dragan. 1 spearman making its way over to the dock. But the age up has come in. And now it's starting to get a little bit more difficult for Dragan to really be able to deny that dock. Should there be like even a single ship coming in? Doesn't look like Miica's got the economy for it, though. He barely has any wood right now. But there we go. Military wing units able to find the first kill.
Wait, the intimidation tactics of that villager as well, like just turn around with Shiv. I don't think that's going to phase the archers. So nice opening there. And Miica is going hard on this. Check what the count is. He's got 1 shinobi out, 2 more in queue. He's trying to actively block this play. I don't think he realizes this is a proxy all-in game. Because if he did, there is no way you try to mass shinobi against this.
Yeah, not against the mass of archers that Dragan is making right now. And there it is. Ram is... No, it's not the ram. It's the siege tower.
Dude, I can't believe this. Okay, I gotta take some responsibility. Not in a like, oh, he learned from me, but I remember I said something to him specifically. I believe that if there is a player that has a high enough APM to micro 2 siege towers at once optimally, they will break Age of Empires 4 as we know it, right? A Clem level player for StarCraft 2 people who know that name. Dragan is aspiring to be our little Clem. Siege Tower does move quicker, does cost less wood to build, and we have to remember, at the end of the day, this is not about blowing up buildings. This is about blowing up eco.
Yeah, and there we go. Villagers, they try to take care of that siege tower, and whenever they get close, even with the shinobi, the archers just jump out, and because of the attack rate of the TC, you're able to get them out and back in quick enough to completely dodge all TC fire.
And keep in mind, the reason this is better than a ram is because it's moving faster, melee units can't stay in range, nor can torches, right? So you saw what happened. Miica for a second was going to chase that and realized it was the dumbest thing he could do. He just backs off and has to accept as it is. And credit to him, the correct response is coming in here. He's prepped stables behind this, and horsemen are now on the way.
This is so disgusting. Yeah, horsemen come on the way, shinobi. Fighting off against archers, though. Are they gonna be? Nope, not able to kill that last archer.
Yeah, but first
Horseman coming in though.
It bought enough time, right? Like, this is good enough. This is exactly what he needed. Just needs to get a few more horsemen pumping out here. One stable's maybe a little bit greedy. Miica definitely has the wood for more, but he has to bail on the wood line here. But
Looks
a lot
like
of
the
time.
spearman went down inside the siege tower. Another one, that's probably the one that he sent over to the dock, has now come in.
Remember, Miica still has fishing behind this. He's actually not dead yet. What Dragan needs to do now is go back for spearmen. I don't think he can be too gluttonous about this. I've got a feeling that he's going to try to just mass archers and go blacksmiths, but that does give an opening across to the Japanese here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very similar. Not a spearman produced by Dragan here.
I mean, they're useless in towers, right?
Yeah. I mean, it works, right? That's the cool thing, or the crazy thing almost, that it works against the horseman. We now have double stable. Oh, the siege tower's a little bit exposed here right now, though.
I mean,
by the horseman.
Let them have their toy to play with, right? 125 wood.
It's not a lot. It's not a lot. And, I mean, Dragan, he's got the wood income. Give him a minute. He'll be able to make 2 rams. Actually do have a barracks. Nothing Q yet.
Oh, he's patrolling around, hunting for targets. I mean, if he wants to just go the archer way, he needs that in the blacksmiths. It looks like he has conceded he needs something else, though. Racks has been dropped. Spearmen are now being produced by Dragan.
There we go. That's the ram that we were waiting for. Now going to be able to take down some of these buildings. And so far, Dragan, he's done a pretty good job of forcing Miica to rotate around his wood lines. Once he's going to be able to also take down these drop-off buildings, the lumber camps, it's going to be really difficult for Miica to get any decent wood income.
Well, for the time being, he's making the right move. I love this. Remember, when you play Horseman, it's a bit harder to play into the mass, but you can cut reinforcements, and he's drawing attention back. We also have to be cognitive of the fact a patch did just drop. Horseman did get a slight range increase, and although it hasn't made them a broken unit, it makes it much easier to kind of jump on top of these archers at the beginning of fights.
Ooh, villagers, they have to be really, really careful here. They truly don't want to take that fight against this many archers. Dragan, he's got that critical mass of archers to just be able to really quickly take down the horsemen. It feels like, yeah, Miica probably needs like 15 horsemen if he really wants to take a good trade there. Oh, wow. Now going into some Yumi archers as well. Yeah, that's necessary against the spearmen. We need like 10 Yumi archers in order to be able to really deal with those spearmen and not lose the Yumi archers too quickly.
It's also unfortunate Miica didn't get a desirable spawn. If you check that west side, the tree line is connected, so he can't wrap around the back. Sometimes you get a kind of discombobulation there, right? That would have been perfect to kind of wrap around the horsemen and keep cutting these new archers as they spawn. But unfortunately, his second wood line where the proxy racks are, it's just connected. So he has to fight directly into this.
Also, really good thing for Miica, his stock has not been denied at all yet, and fishing ships are really cheap for the Japanese, so he's able to just pump more and more fishing ships here. I don't think he's got any more in queue at the moment, but that's definitely the way for him to be able to still have food income while he's under this much pressure from Dragan. Outpost is trying to get rushed up, but the archers arrive from Dragan. Miica, he's going to have to pull back.
Yeah, all the way back, and that means wood denial as well, which is problematic when you're trying to scale Yumi like this. Several villagers going down in the meantime. And it's awkward to fight in this area, right? The choke points actually work against you. Horsemen will ride forward, though. At some point, you've just got to take a fight, and I think Miica realizes it's now or never. Cut them before the reinforcements get in. Horsemen are going to stick on top of their targets. The spearmen are buying a lot of time here, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Dragan to dominantly win this fight.
Horsemen now trying to catch up to those archers. Dragan trying to kite back, but the archers will go down here. The bonus damage from the horsemen just proving to be too much here. Getting completely surrounded.
Yeah, remember, he's got the Tatara, so they've got +1 damage. It really does add up in these clashes like this. So a good wipe with the force. Miica now in a confident position. Remember that fishing is going to be a huge boon here. Yumi may seem like a negative, but they can also function secondary as a fantastic raiding unit. And the other thing that was missing for Miica that he now has access to is gold. He was missing so many things here. Undermesh for the horsemen, the second level of melee tech. Now he can get back to business.
Now I can even start trying to raid a little bit at the same time. Dragan getting some of those forward walls in with gates as well means that he has pretty much full control over the forward wood lines from Miica, at least for the time being. Miica now has more archers than Dragan though, and these archers have recently been buffed, so now they're able to tank up an additional arrow hit as well.
Yeah, extra 5 HP. It's kind of interesting. In small numbers, it matters. In large numbers, it doesn't make too much of a difference. I think one of the big upsides of Yuumi is because you produce so many of them and they cost less, your opponents tend to overkill more, which is kind of beneficial because you just have so many. But definitely in the beginnings, in the build-up, it's important here. What's really important now is that Miica identifies what's coming. Dragan is not going to stop. He can't afford to with fishing on the way. Blacksmith techs are now coming in. If you do not mirror this with Undermesh, you're in a really rough spot as the Japanese.
This could also be rough for Dragan, though. I mean, sure, that's the first blacksmith upgrade coming in. He's on gold, but the horsemen from Miica are about to arrive there. He's pulling off gold, though. Looks like Dragan just got enough gold, so won't have those villagers exposed over there. But he's gonna run out of food soon here as well. Sheep has been nerfed.
Yeah, and it's also weird because... Okay, so he did actually queue up Undermesh, which wasn't shown straight away. So he should be fine on that. Melee tech is sometimes nice to have, but I don't think it matters too much. But you're right, with the sheep change, there is this urgency to come out. And if you look at the spawn, all of his resources are on the right side where these horsemen are looming.
Yeah, the wood line as well. Horsemen from Miica, where are they going to go? They're going past the TC at the same time. Dragan getting more villager kills on the gold yet again.
Dive underneath the TC. This is without Undermesh and against Steeled Arrow. This is not the play for Miica. It's an expensive dive, and he loses more in return on his gold vein.
Pierce damage upgrade now in queue for Miica, but that forge is going to get taken down before the upgrade comes through.
And now you're stuck with a very trash unit, right? Like, you know those games where the English player has Lombos or Blacksmiths and you just have normal archers? That's kind of how this feels. Yuumi are not impressive unless you substantially outnumber. The problem with the strategy for Miica is he has to rely more on horsemen anyway because extra food doesn't help with Yuumi massing. And extra food is really all he has.
Indeed, Dragan now taking the economic lead once again here. Miica is also kind of forfeiting those forward berries there that as a Japanese you kind of do want. And Dragan just going to be like, yeah, my civilization can also make excellent use of that. He's going to take those.
And yeah, there's that attempt at a flank around I was talking about. So Miica just double checks, make sure there's no option round the back. I mean, this proc space is frustrating, right? Like, another issue now for Miica is he's gone mass Yuumi and there's a wall, right? Like, he actually doesn't have a quick breach point, and that's another thing that can favor Dragan.
Looks like Miica wants to take that engagement here. He still doesn't have any real blacksmith upgrades. At least the spearmen are going to be at the front, so that's an opportunity to take a lot of them down. And archer numbers, though, are dropping rather quickly as well at the same time.
Yeah, and there's no defender's advantage here. Remember, folks, Dragan's got a proxy base, so all of his production of archers is already going to be here, involved in the fight, and this is ugly. Miica, he's already lost too many Yuumi. He can't stand here anymore. The spearmen able to rush out, and the horsemen are going to lose out. Miica has to leave, walking back into the base once again.
Yeah, that does not look good at all for him right now. Did at least rebuild that forge, but the blacksmith upgrades are not in queue yet. And there we go, double ram now going to be coming in.
This is wild, man. I was thinking, you know, what a cool response to Miica to being able to defend against Dragan playing his signature style. Imagine how depressing it would be in a single elim form to go out to this type of kind of practice. Like, even if Dragan loses with it, at least he got to play his style, right? But no, now we've got that kind of morale depressor here. Miica most definitely on the ropes with a miracle that he now needs to pull out.
Yeah. Is probably going to lose out on some of his houses now. Good thing is, though, that he lost most of his military just earlier, so losing some of these houses, at least right now, isn't going to hurt him significantly.
That's another thing that makes Yuumi underwhelming. Just takes up extra pop space. Right? Actually, when you think about it from a scaling point, it is really tilting how hard it is to make Yuumi work in Feudal.
Dragan diving underneath the TC here. There aren't that many units out there right now, and Miica, he ideally wants to get this military units out of the TC and supplement them with the villagers. There we go, villagers are coming over, but they're probably going to take a lot of damage now. Yeah, they're getting focused down.
They're getting blocked out. I mean, this game looks bar over, right? Like, Miica, the whole army should just get wiped out before the TC can save him from this. Several villagers going down again. That's now 17 worker kills in total. And all of those are land fellows. And not just that, Dragan is now going to cut him off of the food source. A dog drop just came in from the Abbasids. This is game. There is no comeback. Dragan is going to open it with a win with his classic ram car shenanigans.
0 military remaining, and GG gets called. Game number 1 in our best of 3, going over to Dragan, taking the lead here in a set where once you're out, you're out.
and a rough situation to find yourselves in, but I actually think an important win for Dragan. We already mentioned deeper in the draft, we feel like it should, in theory, favor Miica. He has very desirable picks, but I've got a feeling that his comfort zone has come out to bite him in the butt here. He has to go to Holy Island. Does he rely on the Zhu to try and dominate, as we've seen many players do? No. He does his classic. He goes Mongols, and all of a sudden, a map that we would have highlighted Dragan's draft looks kind of weak. Not terrible, but weaker than what his opponent had. Now looks pretty good, right? HRE versus Mongols is definitely a winnable matchup for the Dragan side of things, especially ever since the marching drill change came in for the HRE.
It is. It kind of goes to show that Miica, he's mostly like he's got a set civilizations and the set kind of maps that he wants to play them on. Usually, like, players in the meta would say, oh yeah, Holy Island, Zhuji's Legacy all the way. That's not happening here. Zhuji's Legacy most likely just being taken for Dry Arabia. So it's gonna be those Mongols on Holy Island. But I think we've seen some games from Miica with Mongols. I recall there being a game against the English from Faye on Holy Island. So, you know, it could still work out in Miica's favor.
Yeah, and Miica has won with a Civ against some of the better ones, but like I feel like it's him taking advantage and making it smaller, right? The other thing is, you know, I think now Dragan has a bit more freedom between English or Byzantines in that deciding game. I'm hoping Miica isn't leaning Zhuji there, by the way. Like, we know English can dominate Zhuji. I feel like the matchup for Byzantines isn't too bad either, as they're a pseudo-Lombo faction. Has to be a Delhi pick. But first of all, you know, Miica has to get there. And I think number one is going to be mentally resetting. Take the positives here. For a start, your opponent has picked HRE, so he's definitely not going to try to ram you or siege tower you in the first 5 minutes of game.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. At least that's gonna be like kind of the saving grace here coming in for Miica. Instead, it might be something that he might go for. You know, well, not the ram, but like the early aggression that we've seen from him. Some spearmen rushing,
maybe
forfeiting water early on.
Maybe horseman. I wonder, like, probably not horseman, but like I was thinking recently.
If it was English, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking recently though, like Mongols seem to be one of the civs that would benefit most from the horseman change for that opening like strategy. It does get you there a little bit.
They also got a buff in Dark Age. The horsemen now have 2 armor in Dark Age instead of just 1. Yeah. So that's definitely something to keep in mind if we see some Mongol versus English action anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. And English has been back on the table for Holy Island, right? Like, I think we saw it at King of the North. Kiljadi relied on it. Looked like he was going to get a dominant win against Dumu in that particular Holy Island game. So we might see some more people leaning towards it. I feel like when you look at this map pool for Red Bull Wololo, to me, I feel like the most bannable civs, the most desirable civs are going to be Rus, HRE, English, and probably Ibis.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely comes in there. Delhi as well is just a really strong civ when it comes to all. And they got a lot of really good changes that make them viable on water or hybrid style maps as well. At least a lot more viable than they already used to. But it looks like we're getting ready for our second game. Might be the match point now for Dragan. Might be the first game in the comeback for Miica. We'll have to see as we go over to Holy Island in our game number 2. Let's go.
All right, hop in. Dragan now leading on match point in this single elim format. You have to make your way all the way to the round of 16 if you want to get into double elims here. And there is no second chance beyond what we're doing here, Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. So Dragan, the prominent kid from Norway, off to a good start. But Miica, a man who should have oodles of experience over the Norwegian. Can he bring it to bear here on Holy Island? A map that realistically would favor someone that's seen more tournament play.
Yeah, but it looks like Dragan, he isn't going for that early dock here. Instead, he made his own barracks very early on. Miica still needs to get some wood for his first barracks. Has put the wood down, so he's getting that passive stone income now for double production. Holy Rome Empire Spearmen, they're built differently in some regards. They're a lot faster. At least recently, they've been tuned down a little bit in Dark Age, at the very least. So in Dark Age, instead of having
5%, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so 1.31 instead of 1.38 tiles per second of movement speed. That's a good nerf. That's a good nerf. But already so many in the queue, while Miica doesn't even have his first spearman in the queue now.
No, and it's worrisome because he has engaged with this, right? He's built the Uvu, so you know it's coming. And I think this is a matchup which can potentially favor the Mongols if you get deep enough without taking serious damage. And what I mean by that is the HRE, if you play a very long Dark Age, that 40% buff from your prelate gets diluted, right? Because you can't buff everyone.
Yeah.
On top of that, you then have to add in annoying things like lumber camps. Mongols don't have to do that. They start with a Gur, and they start with a TC already on the tree line.
Exactly. And not just that. I mean, the Uwu is still always going to be the double production, so you're getting more spearmen out of a single barracks. Like, if both players have 100% uptime on the production of their barracks, the Mongols are always going to have more spearmen in the end.
Well, looks like Miica will make the tame choice to stand his ground. He knows the pressure is going to come to him first. Dragan may feel pressured to try and start torching, and that's where you will get openings to kind of poke at him and build a lead.
Spearmen do get found out. Miica sees the army count difference, though, for the time being. Oh, Khan's going to have to be careful there. It's going to make its way out.
Wait, oh.
Loses one.
That was a bit of a misclick. Oh, he will get a replacement sheep, though. Really important that we check the sheep count, because if this does turn into a very long Dark Age, that will be what decides it. So 16 on one side.
from Miica.
Similar to the other, right? It must be.
Yeah, 16 as well.
Okay, so flat balance, but keep in mind Dragan got more overall because he has got that buff on the food gathering rate, which means he's already exhausted more of his sheep.
Yeah. I wonder if Dragan's going to go for like a second barracks at one point. If we see a movement speed arrow here, there it is. Now suddenly the spearman from Miica will have more movement speed, able to do a good amount of damage there on the retreat to the spearman from Dragan.
That was a cool idea with the micro, though, right? Dragan saw that they were target firing one, so he just tries to stab with two from the backside of the formation, but realistically, it's still a bad exchange. And, you know, this is Dragan getting a bit angsty. This is the worry. When you play this type of style, you don't know when your opponent's going to let up off the pressure. He's only now scouted again over to the gold. Like, realistically, you've got this annoying choice you have to make between sitting here and knowing when the tech up's coming and having your scout with the army so you don't get jumped.
Yeah, Miica now advancing with his military. That's a little bit dangerous. Doesn't have his full military with him, and Dragan overall does have the military lead. At least Miica's got the Khan with him, able to scout ahead. Now got the Falcon, giving him a lot of line of sight over there as well in the base of Dragan, so he always knows just how many units there are. Dragan also making good use of the Prelate, healing up all of his weak spearmen. So this army, fully healed up.
And you can see the paranoia on both sides, right? Like, both of them just keep checking, like, you're teching up now, right? No, you're teching up, right? Like, you can already see the Khan checking on the shore side, the goal being checked by Dragan. This is basically a poker game right now to see who is going to try to bluff and who's going to get caught doing so.
Yeah, Miica now has the Spearman lead for the time being. And Dragan's now the one that's going to be pushing out. 30 to 11 spears. Yeah, this could be a little bit dangerous, but Miica, he's the first one to go into gold.
The A-click, though.
Dragan was worried for.
Yeah, Dragan was A-clicking there, so he actually got mis-aggroed in range, and that gives an advantage. Miica now with to push in. I mean, all the healing was done, right? But if you think about it, Miica barely took any damage in the initial skirmish here. So will be a shift back. And luckily for Dragan, he gets all the injured ones away from the Khan, because as we know, the Mongols' Khan is kind of an S-tier unit for finding those finishing touches in these Dark Age engagements.
Oh, Dragan needs gold. He needs gold badly. He's already at 500 food. But he doesn't have the resource to age up anytime soon. No gold at all in the bank, and Deerstones is coming in quickly. 9 villagers working on that.
This is wild. Dragan, he's overflowing on the food as well. Nothing to really spend it on straight away. There's a risk that he gets blocked out of the gold. Maybe he gets what he needs for an Arkham, but you're going to need something for the Hardened Spearman upgrade. Otherwise, you can get blocked out, because as we can see, all of his gold spawned on this screen. You have to go very far at the base of the north otherwise.
Could get really, really dangerous now. Once the upgrades come in, the Spearmen from Miica, they're going to be much, much stronger than the ones from Dragan. Khan, though, Khan has to be careful. Khan goes down.
A little bit of a distraction, Miica not paying attention. You've really got to respect that movement speed. Marching drills might only be giving 5%, but it escalates more when you consider the charge does get affected as well, right? So your movement speed ramps up to a pretty ludicrous degree. I think even with the nerfs, you move about the same speed as the Khan with marching drill charge.
Age up has come in from Miica. Looks like Dragan wants to find the fight now. It's like 10 seconds left until the Harden upgrade comes in from Miica, though.
Yeah, I think you could just line formation to bait him in and then turn around here.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like that's probably what he's going to do. There we go. Harden upgrade has come in. Spearman now. Much more hard to kill as well.
Yeah, this is the type of fight that Dragan feels like he needs to take to kind of block us so he has the resources when he techs up. He's trying to be optimal with the micro away, but like raw numbers just work against you here, right? Like, it would take an absolute miracle. And as we know, Miica with a background in RTS is not going to make it easy to win a micro battle. Dragan, a decent effort here, at least to reset both sides close to 0. But Miica is getting a bigger edge. There's a reason why he's losing this fight. Look at the bar at the top. Archership is coming. Dragan does get the better trade with the numerical advantage with the spears, but it's going to come at a price.
Not
the
even
key
that.
to Holy Island.
Not even that. I mean, he has reinforcement spearmen, but yeah, that was a heavy hit. And now Miica, he's got the water advantage.
That's wild, man. I can't believe the way he played that. It's so crafty, right? Like, that type of fight, you know, it's crazy that he still gets an even exchange, but it shows you the advantage you get from Hardened Spearman upgrade. But the fact that he was so quick on the trigger timing for the C means Dragan now has only one strategy that can work here. It has to be Fast Castle. I don't think he's got the resources for Burgrave, but he needs to find a way to get relics to try and compete now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the road to Fast Castle Age, it's kind of open for him still as the HRE. He does have that Arc now, so instead of only having 8 villagers boosted now, it's gonna be all of his 28 villagers. But the Archer range, I'm not sure if that tells me that he's got a different plan or if he just thinks, okay, he needs that in order to secure. Yeah, he needs it to secure the gold again. In theory, he has the Spearman for it in order to just take it like that. But Miica is also going to go for his own archers. This could be very difficult now if Miica manages to lock Dragan and Feudal.
Ooh, he has got the Deer Stone as well, right? So potentially you just move that landmark up, drop an outpost at home, and you have that mobility. You basically have your own marching drills here. Eco is escalating on the sea as well, so realistically, we could see Miica open archers and follow up with Keshiks, who'll definitely have the economy for that.
Yeah. Fishing ship count is starting to build. Miica now with a 2 villager or 2 eco unit lead at this point in time. Dragan still building up that food bank. No access to gold yet, has now regained that. And could still see a play into Castle Age here, but something tells me that he might just want a full send in Feudal Age. Does have the movement speed advantage.
He has it on the defense, but not on the offense, right? There's going to be the Deer Stone potential outpost. The Yam will even that up. And then what worries me is that Miica has that signal arrow, right? He has the attack speed, which gives him an edge. So Dragan really needs to hit his timing and make sure that he has mass advantage before he looks for the fight. Love the stilled arrow detail, by the way. Blacksmith advantages are huge in small numbers like this. Undermesh is an even bigger deal considering he's still scaling spears.
Yeah, it surprised me that Miica has so much gold and isn't going for these upgrades yet.
Yeah. Feels like maybe a misuse of the build. Like, this is a very weird situation. You don't often find yourself playing this way on Holy Island anyway. It was a very long commitment to the spears and a very aggressive adjustment onto water.
It's not enough archers yet, at least not here on the front side. And now Men-at-Arms, we're in Q4 a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad that was a misclick. I don't think Men-at-Arms works when you've got limited sheep. Like, if we look at the count now, he's probably down to, like, what, 6? Maybe 7?
I mean, he's starting to also get a farm transition.
Oh, God.
It's not bad. Like, getting a farm transition in while spamming archers, it feels kind of natural. Like, you just take a villager from wood every now and then, you just send him over to make a farm. Looks like he's instead going to go over to the deer, though. Doesn't have gold for another prelate.
I mean, you have to, right?
Arrow was used.
Okay, intriguing choice. But you have to do it this way because your opponent has got water and he has got fishing, right? So it kind of offsets your Arkham being that Giga Chad. Archer trade out.
No blacksmith upgrades yet for Miica. At least +1 damage has come in.
I think Miica should just back up and get blacksmiths prepped. I don't think you need to take this fight. Like, you actually have a clear economical advantage the longer you wait now.
There we go.
Yes.
Blacksmith, I think, has just been dropped. In theory, you could also make a trade ship.
Please don't.
just one or two. Just one or two trade ships.
Yes, I have 400 gold that I have no way of spending. What I really need now is more gold.
You also get wood.
True. Which I can then sell to get more gold.
Invest into your future. It's a stonks, man.
Stidara is on the way. The Dragan has a timing here.
That's a lot of units for Dragan, and the upgrades in as well.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a scout, so he doesn't know about that berry gathering just to the right of him. If he wastes time here in the production, might give an opening.
He might. There we go. Archers from Miica trying to push him back now.
Yam is there. So you can see all of a sudden that big advantage HU you have in combat doesn't exist. He has to rely on the raw number advantage here and get his timing right.
Oh, this is so rough right now for Miica. He doesn't have the numbers, just not even close. Villagers Have to evacuate on the berries.
No wheelbarrow here, just rely on the Deerstone to get him away. Fishing upgrades are coming in. The problem right now is Miica needs a transition, right? Like, if this is the way you want to lean the strategy, has to be Keshik's. Because the Archer Mass is kind of falling behind. You need something to kind of rebalance the scales here.
Yeah, Keshik's would definitely be nice. Also helps against potential man-at-arm play. Also really important for Miica. Double Brodex. He's missing that yet.
Ooh, well,
Dog
this is
gets
really
blocked,
important.
though.
Finally, something Miica can kind of get an advantage in. Unfortunately, it looks like Dragan quicken the micro away. Won't even lose a villager for it.
Oh, Dragan could go to the shoreline.
He could. In fact.
Get a ram in. Has the wood for it, for sure.
I mean, this is where Miica is. You're kind of torn, right? You don't have the food income to now get extra military units on land and get a defensive boat. So, considering the way Dragan's pivoting this, right? Like, he's already taking the Uvu. Archer range has gone as well. You don't want to dive the main TC yet. Docks does just naturally make sense.
Oh, Miica going back out to the berries once again.
Yeah,
Barracks
sometimes packing up is just more cursed, right? The archers actually now do so much damage against it.
Blacksmith upgrades finally have come in for Miica. And now the ram. Looks like Dragan doesn't think about the water. He just wants to push it all in now. 42 archers to 33.
Big edge. There you go, movement in. I think that was the movement speed out, yeah. So no attack speed arrow. That's an interesting choice being made by Miica. We'll go for the clash now. Dragan should have the numerical advantage here, though. It is defender side for Mongols, but right now Miica has no more archers in queue.
Now the Spearmen gotta retreat once the Spearmen come in. They are an effective meat shield here at this point in time as well. Ideally, in this kind of defender situation, you do want to at least fight where the TC can shoot on your enemy's units as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Miica, if he struggles for food right now, I don't understand why he made another Gur. Just make a pasture at that point in time. Like one or two pastures, he's got the wood.
Or go north, right? Like, your opponent doesn't have a scout. You denied that a while
Anything
ago.
but forward.
Yeah. This is
maybe
wild,
he doesn't
right?
have it scouted.
But this is the cool difference. It's like Miica having to go pasture and Dragan not going farms is exactly why he's in a dominant position in this game, right?
Yeah.
If you go pastures, it's an even bigger edge. And I really got to praise Dragan for this. A young player identifying that when we still have so many wise HRE spammers that immediately gravitate towards farms when that would have given an opening. But instead, there's only one player who's opening it up here with a win in this entire series because Dragan looks unstoppable. Archer Mass outnumbered on the defense now for Miica as he has to react to that play onto the docks. And this should be the stranglehold that gives not only the game, but the series over to the Norwegian kid.
Yeah, and 15 archers versus 45. You're getting triple the mass here from Dragan, and GG comes in. Dragan with a clean 2-0 victory, able to win his first set in the Red Bull qualifier.
I'm impressed, man. Dragan, we talked a little bit in Norway. I said, you can't let the defeats get to you. You have to learn from them. And I said one important lesson is sometimes, you need to be a little bit different. You can't just do your funky strats all the time. Well, apparently he discarded that info here because I've got a funny feeling Miica didn't do any research on Dragan. We've seen players kind of swat this away. Dragan is very good at these type of styles, but against a player that knows it's coming, they can eradicate the plan straight away. Unfortunately, Miica simply didn't expect any of this.
Yeah. This was a rough one. I mean, both these games, Dragan, just in typical Dragan kind of style, I want to say, able to win this one with his own kind of playstyle here, and Miica just not prepared for it.
Yeah, and reminder, folks, it is indeed best of threes, hence why the players only drafted 3 maps. That does mean we have to give a fond farewell to Miica, one less potential representative from Asia to fly out to Spain later this year. But Asia can still back a few other horses in this race. I think especially China is probably the most dominant-looking country out of that region. We'll be checking in on some of those players later on, but Dragan first to pre-seed through, potentially for a rematch up against Voldemar. Actually, was there a rematch? I think they clashed, right? Voldemar.
They clashed during the King of the North.
They did. So this is a potential rematch from the LAN just the other week, unless Deniskia can provide an unexpected upset.
All right.
Oh,
okay. Up to round of 32, and we're gonna be looking at Puppy Paw versus Happy Cat.
Now this is a cool one. Happy Cat, I think I mean, you'll agree with me. I don't think he gets enough credit. He's actually quite a talented player. He's done reasonably well on the ladders. He's taken games from top players. We haven't seen a ridiculously deep run. And I think it's fair to say this is still Puppy Paw favored. But I would really emphasize to people to not just write Happy Cat off here entirely.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that guy has RTS experience, right? Like, a good amount of RTS experience. If I recall, like, I'm not sure if it's a different Happy Cat, but I remember Happy Cat from AV2.
I wouldn't be able to tell you on that regard, but like, I've noticed his name around time and time again, and he always just keeps creeping up into that top 100. So, it kind of fits a player from China, right? Has to open with China as his first pick here. Still a very powerful pick in competitive play, and I think you'd agree, China, a very rotund pick for this map pool we have for Wololo.
Yeah, I mean, China just works, right? Like, China works on Dry Arabia, it works on Frisian marshes, like, you have so many options with China on so many different maps. It's one of the most flexible civilizations, and I want to say together with Shuji's Legacy, obviously, as it's the variant civilization there as well. And yeah, it's just it's my favorite civilization, and I gotta say, it's good. It's good. It's at a good spot right now. It's not too strong. You haters there, you're lying. It's biased a bit. No, it's a good civilization. We got other civilizations that have other problems. Anyways, we're gonna be starting off of one of the more unique maps that we got going on here. We're gonna be starting off on Socotra right now, as players are doing their live draft right now.
Oh, this is really cool, actually. Socotra with this type of draft. Malians on one side, Mongols as well. This looks like either English or Chinese to open up for Happy Cat, and he does choose to go for the English.
Oh my god! No way!
Isn't that just like... Am I the one who just feels like that's an immediate draft win on game one for Puppy Paw? Like,
it is. It pretty much is. Like, unless you're just staying in your base waiting for Happy Cat to drop a white tower on you, that's just a straight up simple.
But you can't drop it on him because he has the Saharan to protect him.
Oh my god, imagine if he goes Saharan Trade Network. Does it have more range? I think the Saharan Trade Network actually has more range than the Kremlin now after the nerf.
Does it have more range? I'm trying to remember. I know there was some confusion in a particular game on this map. I think it's one of Beastie's games where he thought it was bugged, but it wasn't. It was the perspective, right? Because you're on a hill and then the water was on the back on a downslope. So it looked like the Saharan Trade Network was basically 50 cal sniping its way into your boats, but it was...
Yeah, and the Kremlin got nerfed, with its range.
Yeah, okay, so Kremlin, a little bit lower. We were seeing a few Roost picks on this map, but understandably, when you think about the map pool, things like Dry Arabia, Gorge in the mixer, it just makes sense to save Roost for someone.
Yeah, 100%. Right now, when it comes to the bans from both players, both banning the HRE, good decision. Puppy Paw banning the English, or getting the English banned. And Happy Cat, yeah, it looks like Puppy Paw wants to also get rid of Byzantines. Byzantines is an interesting ban, I want to say, mainly because for all the talk that we do about Byzantines like being a really, really strong civilization, if you don't practice Byzantines, like we've seen it so many times where players, they like lock in Byzantines when it's left open, they're like, oh my god, I get the free win civilization. And then they go in, they're like, where's my free win? I'm losing this.
I like how when the issue is they don't practice it. I feel like it's also the map pool, right? Like this particular map pool, I'd rate them more like lower A tier civ. There are still some good maps in there, right? Things like Dry Arabia, but like, let's look at the current map pool. Frisian Marshes?
Yeah, no.
Socotra?
No, that's one. No.
Kawasan? Go Grand Winery in the center of the map?
I mean, I like it more, and wasn't there a drone on buff?
Please stop. Dude, I look, okay, so I ran through the patch notes. I was like, overall, not much changed. There's a big drone in detail. I'm like, overall, much not has changed. It just doesn't feel like it's done anything still for this civ. I feel like there is a way that Byzantines can work on water maps, and it's probably something more like a Four Lakes, right? Where like you can ignore the Navy fight and just use all that food to send bodies.
Yeah, in those situations it can work, but yeah, overall, I mean, Byzantines, it's one of those civilizations, right? Like you really gotta luck out a little bit on your spawn as well. You gotta get those back berries. If you get forward berries and like your entire farming economy is in the front of your base, you're just kind of like, please don't attack me.
Also gold, right? Like there's just matchups where like You're like, oh, my Barry's at the back. Oh, but he's playing Mongols and I got a forward spawn gold. All right, not great. So yeah, kind of a rough sieve from that department. But looking at the wider draft, you know, am I the only one feeling like Puppy Paw just got the better draft here?
It does definitely feel like it. Like Malians get javelin throws, and javelin throws versus normal longbows definitely feels like it's gonna be in your favor at the end of the day, right? Like you take less damage, you do more damage, you're a little bit faster as well. You're able to dictate those fights where and how you want to take them exactly. And once you get that javelin mass going, it feels pretty difficult for the English to kind of stop your advance.
But even beyond this map, I'm thinking wider, right? Because the thing I really like about Puppy Paw's draft is you've got this powerful 1-2 of Roos Ibids that feel really good against what Happy Cat's got. And then when you get deeper in the draft, that's when you start being selective, where we've seen Mongols in particular is a dominant pick for that reason. Yeah. It's just also not just Kawasan as a map, it's the Civ left over, right? Like when you start to filter them out, Mongols may look underwhelming on the ladder, but in pro play, time and time again, we've been reminded just how damn good they are.
Yeah, and then Rus on Frisian Marshes. I mean, typically, actually, you can pick a lot of civilizations on Frisian Marshes, but yeah, Rus on Frisian Marshes, probably Byzantines on Dry Arabia, Ayubids on Gorge. I could see that working out well. Puppy Paw's got a pretty damn good draft here overall for these maps. Happy Cat, I want to say, like, he's got China, he's got Juji, he's got good civilizations as well. Abbasid on Frisian Marshes is also really good. Definitely can't underestimate those. Delhi on Gorge can be good, but we've seen Ayubids kind of be able to like hold out long enough. Like you really gotta weigh your timings there with the Delhi. It's difficult, but for sure doable. I kind of like the draft from both players here. Kawasan as well with the Japanese. Overall, nothing horrible here matchup-wise for Happy Cat.
I think one thing that kind of scares me for Happy Cat is a lot of the potentially desirable picks around Frizzy and Kawasan. Mongols can address both of them, right? So maybe the curveball you could throw there is like, it sounds weird, but Frizzy with Chinese, I think is like not too bad against Mongols, right? Because you can contest that spam and spam. But let's say, for example, you go Bassids, Mongols can do well there. You go Japanese, Mongols can ruin your day as well. So kind of curious to see what's going to happen when we get that deep and how deep it's going to be left here. I think strategically for Puppy Paw, it makes more sense to get these more standardized maps out of the way first if you can, right? Where you've got Ibids and Roost that you can easily run on Dry Arabian Gorge, and they should have good matchups against basically anything else on the other side.
Yeah. We also have to kind of like take a little bit of the nerves into account now for these players, because at least for Happy Cat, right? Like Happy Cat definitely the underdog here in this one.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be demoralized to hear that. Like, I don't know. You sit him down. Happy Cat, we need to talk. So you're not the favorite against the guy who got runner-up in some of the S-tier tournaments in the last year and was actually pegged by some people as favorite to win. Like, if his response at that point is a depressed meow, then, you know, like, he probably needs to reassess. But I think that's, in a weird way, releasing. It's refreshing, right? It's like, you could argue there's a pressure on Puppy Paw to perform, and Happy Cat just gets to play Age of Empires.
Yeah. Nothing to lose, really, at the end of the day, but everything to win, potentially. Imagine if you knock out Puppy Paw in single elimination.
Yeah, but then imagine all of a sudden you went from no pressure to all the pressure now, because it's like, okay, Happy Cat, if you don't win every game, like, we're going to be underwhelmed now, buddy. It needs to be 3-0s all the way through. Zoop, zoop, zoop. And of course, remember, guys, it's going to be 3-0s all the way through to the grand finals. So best of fives once we're in round of 32 and beyond, all the way through until we get into the grand finals, where it will be a best of 7. A very interesting format, because if I remember correctly, Crackly, the way it's going to work is if the two players that clash in the finals have met beforehand, the player who lost, should he win that series, then has to win a best of 7 again. Which
could definitely happen. I mean, yeah.
Statistically, it's unlikely.
Statistically, it's unlikely. Yeah. We've been there before.
It happens sometimes. I mean, you never know.
It does. Yeah.
Also, it's so much better that way. You know when you got like the revenge story, right? It's like, you killed my father, now prepare to die. You know, you need that kind of feeling for an event.
Twice.
Well, let's see how many shots it's going to take here. Potentially only 3. We've got Puppy Paw versus Happy Cat. Best of 5 territory. Single Elim still on the line. We hop into Socotra to open this series up, to decide the most ultimate and crucial question of all time. Which is better, cat or dog?
Cat or dog indeed. Puppy Paw with the Malians against the English from Happy Cat here on Socotra. Now this map, it's gotten a little bit of a makeover for those of you that know how it originally looked like, even before the Master of Realms tournament that we had earlier this year.
What was the main difference? Wasn't it around? I think the tree lines in the center was one big part, right? I don't think.
Yeah, we got tree lines in the center. Resources are a little bit closer to your main TC. Overall, you get more resources here on this map, and the map in general just got a little bit bigger because it used to be that your TC could almost shoot your opponent's TC.
Hey, I wonder why no one's tried that. You just start your TCs next to each other, and all the resources are behind you. You know.
Well, the issue becomes that if you're Mongols, you kind of have issue even placing your starting TC sometimes.
Just don't move it, you know? Relegate yourself to a normal civ. No mobility for you. But we don't have to worry about Mongols here. Mongols actually usually a pretty desirable pick. We have to remember, I think Socotra, the two best performing civs are Malians and Mongols. And Puppy Paw had both of those. So just a very dominant draft for this opening game, at least.
Yeah, having Mongols here just overall really good. You don't have a lot of space. So civilizations that do a lot of farming, they're kind of they're kind of struggling when it comes to finding space for their farms. Now, the Mongols, they just make their pastures, they get the sheep every now and then, and they don't need a lot of space for that. So they're happy, they're fine with that. Malians, on the other hand side, you can just drop a cattle ranch here and there, and that's going to give you passive food income throughout the entire time. Also, you can just eat the cattle themselves, so you can turn gold into food and be fine with that.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting, actually. The sheep do matter in a lot of matchups now. The fact that they exhaust quicker, the fact you have to actually work to get more off the map. I think England in particular suffers a bit because although you can build farms, another reason why Malians are desirable is because they don't take much room for their food sources. English farm spam requires a lot of space, and you don't have many options.
Yeah. Abbey of Kings now coming in for Happy Cat, and we do see the Monza Quarry coming in for Puppy Paw here. So, typical landmarks so far from both players. The issues with Abbey of Kings that I usually tend to see is, on a map like this, where the resources are so close to your main TC, it's kind of hard finding value with the king early on, at least when it comes to delaying your opponent.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the Abbey of Kings if you're going for a feudal all-in with Lombos, but realistically, you should never be doing that here up against the potential of javelins.
I think you actually have to, you just kind of have to, mass the longbows, which is why I would have preferred to see Council Hall. You just got to make so many longbows that you're able to take good trades against the javelin throwers.
I think
because the javelin throwers, unless knights, they don't have that much health, so you can, with mass, you can kill them relatively. I'm saying that in quotes, relatively easily.
It still takes quite the wall time. I feel like you have to rush blacksmith tech. In theory, the king build is nice because if you stop your opponent reaching critical mass, you can peel injured lombos and heal them, right? Which I really like that idea of. But it's very micro-intensive. It's very hard to find that timing because you have to remember with all the bonus damage the jabs get, it doesn't require many to one-hit a longbow.
Yeah.
We are going to be waiting a long time for that king now as well.
Right. It's 50 seconds now, and up from 35.
Yeah, the metaphorical equivalent is we used to crown the king when he was 14, and then we realized that's pretty dumb. So we started waiting until he was old enough to drink. There we go. It is going to be the pressure build, so archery range added in. I love this build, by the way.
You need it.
I think this build was secretly the most powerful. The reason why the White Tower build just seemed so broken and was the predominant one is it was safe, right? You could make this play, or you could just get 2 TC Fast Castle for free.
Yeah. Go for that second TC. You don't even need to make units. If the pressure comes in too late, you just go straight Fast Castle, and if your opponent pressures you too late, there's nothing they can do to stop you anymore. Even if they go for rams, you can, in theory, make Springles. They're going to be safe under the White Tower. You can body block with other units, villagers, and then Springles can take down rams.
I think the other thing that I'm really going to be keeping an eye out for is Happy Cat's transition into Blacksmith decks. I think Steeled Arrow needs a really solid timing here, probably when he has about 11 or 12 lombos, to make sure this javelin count doesn't escalate.
First archery range now dropped by Puppy Paw, so first javelin thrower is now going to be in queue. Lombos are making their way across. Now, with the king as well, you really got to make sure that you're killing those longbows. You need like 6-7 German throws in order to actively one-shot those longbows. Because if you don't, the king is going to be able to heal him back up again.
Exactly. You know, you don't have to bring him all the way home for the Abbey of Memes. You're just going to have that mobile heal. The way I describe this build, it's the old English longbow rush build. You remember the one where they actually had the campfires that healed them? The king is just a different translation of that.
Second archery range, and we do also see our first cattle range coming in here. So a little bit of bad passive food economy could be going here for Puppy Paw. Very nice if he manages to get that in, like at the, like just on the side, just having a couple cattle in there, getting 28 food per minute for every single cattle inside the cattle range.
Yeah, and it's also on the backside of the base, so much harder for Happy Cat to pressure. Same with the gold vein, right? And I love that wood wall on the west side. It just limits Happy Cat's options entirely. A little bit risky to go out for more walling on the north. You prefer it, but the king timing is still quick enough that it would deny that, unless Puppy Paw wanted to sacrifice something else.
Dragon count is building right now. I think Happy Cat is kind of missing his window to like do damage on the wood lines. Granted, Puppy Paw is like he did a great job with like these small walls, making sure it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I'm wondering actually if Puppy Paw could just kind of ruin the plan by walling that east side. Like if he scouts when the Lombos are rotated the other way, just walk over, make that east side wall. Because if you have to go all the way back round to these deer with the Lombos, you're going to be completely out of position. It doesn't matter what your count is. If you have all the Lombos there, the javelins will pick you as you come in.
Yeah, something that you could do on this map as well is you can go for a dock.
Oh, this is crafty.
Get a galley ship out. Oh,
okay, that was kind of sick, actually. Oh, the king.
The king
my
goes
god!
Down.
He looked like he was getting away with it, but now he's in trouble. These javelins, they have movement speed advantage. They can hunt this down.
They can, and they probably will.
Looks the wrong way, though.
Oh, okay, and now the longbows will probably get away.
That's interesting to me, actually. Puppy Paw, it seems he thought that Happy Cat was going to hide in the corner and still try to pressure.
Maybe not.
But the maybe not. Speed, man. Like, it's just insane, the difference that it makes.
You can't dodge these shots.
Wait, is Happy...
It's not AoE 2.
You remember, yeah, you remember you said that Happy Cat was a name for AoE 2? I think this is the AoE 2 player. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Well, it's a best of 5, so, you know, education is important in game number 1.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt, though. Longbow mass has been reduced by quite a bit now. Now it's... When you're, like, close to even with longbows against javelin throwers, that's when you know you have a problem.
Yeah, it realistically should not be happening. Also, the king being expended like that, heavy reinvestment, and one that worries me because now, if Blacksmith was meant to be on the agenda now, you're set back by another minute and a half, 2 minutes, right? And that's a big edge for Puppy Paw. He might end up getting Blacksmith techs first. Instead, we have a dock drop.
Dock drop by Puppy Paw here, yeah. This is something that I would have expected Happy Cat to do. Get a dock in, get a galley ship out, and then you're able to pressure the Malians gold, because you know the Malians are going to be on gold in order to get that cattle economy going. Meanwhile, the English, they don't really need gold as much.
It's very perplexing, actually. He hasn't added anything in. I don't know if this is like maybe a bait where Happy Cat will see the dock and think there's a boat on the way.
Scout at least gets picked off there. Like, right when you kill the scout, this is when I typically want to see, like, 1 or 2 just tables getting dropped, because now you can make the military unit switch without your opponent immediately being all the wiser to it. Got 22 to 16 right now, unit-wise.
The Blacksmith's being dropped. Happy Cat hasn't started his yet, so Puppy Paw. Undermesh could be a backbreaker here. He does prioritize the Steel Dagger instead, but pretty smart, right? Gives him a way of just insta-gibbing the king. Happy Cat. I think he is moving towards the location to scout this detail out.
It's going to be a lot of javelin throws. Like, they do a lot of damage to the king as well. The king doesn't have that much armor. And goes down again.
Time. Yeah, and that's a great trade, right? 120 resources to kill a 200 resource unit. One that will scare Happy Cat away, because you mentioned that the scouts are gone, right? So for him, he's playing completely blind. And check this. Horseman follow-up now on the way from Happy Cat. Puppy Paw hasn't sensed it yet.
You see the horseman, yeah. No blacksmith upgrades yet, though. Puppy Paw is getting his first blacksmith upgrades.
Steel Arrow just looks better now, right? Like, Undermesh makes sense if you're just expecting archers, but now Steel Arrow gives you that extra little bit of wallop to take down this horseman. And it's going to be a double stable play. Blacksmith's alongside it. This is very expensive. Happy Cat, because of the timing of this, he's going to kind of sacrifice that initial scaling of horseman to get the Beastmith's techs in. I'm a bit worried as well. Like, realistically,
it's starting to build up.
Yeah, I mean, Puppy Paw, it looks like he's almost just ready to pull the trigger. He could start adding sofas now, and that's not a bad thing, right? That's a unit you want to have as you go on, and if you suspect Horseman is coming, it will give you that blocker.
Puppy Paw, yeah, he can't just go to Castle Age. I think he's just going to cancel a couple things, go to Castle Age. And once he gets there, he's just going to be able to upgrade the Javelin throws to Veterancy as well. There we go. Grand Finale Corral should be coming in any moment now. Yeah,
this is disgusting though. Look at what he's also doing. He's prepping an arrow ship. So Puppy Paw's intent here, I think it's to actually block a reaction tech up out of Happy Cat, right? So the archer ship will be in position about 30 seconds into your castle age on that gold line. And if Happy Cat tries to power his own rush up, you'll block him entirely.
The Stealth Forest blocks the information there away from Happy Cat. He doesn't know that the age up is going to be coming in.
No scout is a problem. I mean, Happy Cat, this is a critical blunder, right? Like, you do have double stables. Building another scout makes so much sense here, but he never done it. Means he won't be able to punish Puppy Paw. Remember, it only takes 30 seconds to get that veterancy online for the Javelins. He should have time. Definitely has time. Happy Cat backs off entirely.
What's the plan from it now? Like, this is the time in theory where he needs to go, but the veterancy upgrade is coming in sooner rather than later. Puppy Paw, he didn't even have Iron Undermesh so far, so at this moment in time, Puppy Paw's military is the weakest it's ever going to be. But the upgrade's coming in quickly here.
I remember, he only has 7 horsemen, so not a quick way of burning into those ranches either. And because it is going to be veteran javelins, like, realistically, this one unit can defend against all. Happy Cat has no choice to go, but he's about to get the bad news. Puppy Paw.
Veterancy has come in.
Buys his time. Undermesh, going to complete in 10 seconds. And that dive, Happy Cat realizes it. I don't know what the plan is now. It feels like it's just a fallback for Castle.
Does he have the opportunity to really get to Castle Age, though? Because now the sofas are going to be coming in. We're going to be getting some upgrades for them very, very soon. Veterancy on them. Then we got the imported armor. And once that's in, like, even the bonus damage on the longbows isn't going to be enough. And Happy Cat, he's doubling down. He's making more horsemen yet again.
And Puppy Paw was heavily delayed there. The archer ship was sitting still for about 15 seconds. It is now on the move, right? So this is going to go around the back. It's kind of unfortunate because if he'd done this straight away when he produced it, he'd actually be now actively denying the gold gathering that Happy Cat's pretty hard onto.
Yeah. Gets a villager here, but javelins are going to kill at least one of the horsemen very quickly. It's so many javelin throws. Stealth Forest blocking out a little bit. That's another one.
Might be able to get both of them here. Really micros it right. Puppy Paw. Oof. Won't get to it for one. But there's no scout here, so Happy Cat doesn't know he's riding alongside a canoe. Canoe that's going to reveal itself on that back eco.
Yeah. I mean, Happy Cat, he has the gold now to age up, but is he going to be actually able to pull it off? Imported armor is going to be in queue now for Puppy Paw. Food still missing. Queued up 2 more horsemen. And the farms are going to be exposed.
Yeah, archers have to stand the ground here, but the javelins are just superior. They more or less match the numbers, but the DPS difference is anything but small. Sofas are going to be sniped down first. And it will be a slight reset for Puppy Paw, but when the horsemen are gone, this should be an easily winnable fight.
Yeah, and the sofas trickling in every now and then, and takes so long to take them down. Meanwhile, it's only going to be like 1 volley per horseman from Puppy Paw. Multiple just to take down a single sofa, and once that important armor comes in, it's going to be even more volleys.
Yeah, and now we're out of attack speed aura, right? That's why that started to look good for Happy Cat, defending underneath the aura. But when you get baited out like this into a fight, that's where you could easily lose the game. And keep in mind that archer ship is now harassing onto some of the backline farms, so Happy Cat should be getting blocked out on some of his food.
And food is exactly what he needs. Just these couple of horsemen that he had to reproduce every now and then also just really, really hurt him. Now we're down to 15 longbows and falling compared to 25 javelin throws.
There it is. On the gold. I don't know what's happening. Happy Cat, a complete miss macro, gets caught on the gold line and just realizes it's all over. So Puppy Paw giving us a firm reminder, no matter where you are, no matter where you go, Marlins have still got England's number.
Indeed they do.
Oof. A wild opening game, though, right? I think Happy Cat, the plan just didn't really seem to come together the moment the initial Pokeon failed, right? I think Puppy Paw kind of understood the mutation of this for the full game. Happy Cat, it kind of looked indecisive. I think we can agree, right? There was a point where it looked like he wasn't sure if he wanted to go for a double down in Feudal or try to play for Castle. And I think that is the point in the game that killed him.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. It was a little bit of indecisiveness. Like he had that big military, and then he didn't really do anything with it. That's the most important thing in this matchup. Like when you play up against the Malians with the English, you want to start off with enough longbows to take good trades, and then you really want to get those trades in as well. And then behind that, you do go for the horseman. But then once he had the horseman, he just didn't go for the engagement. Kind of waited too long. Castle Age came in. And then with the upgrades, even though at that point in time Puppy Paw had way less military, he hesitated too much.
Now, this is a curious one. I could expect Byzantines. I thought maybe Puppy Paw would lean with stronger picks on the opening games, as in like go Rus, go Ibiz, but let's be real. On this map pool, Byzantines' most sense is Dry Arabia. The wild part to me is Happy Cat's response of the Abbasids. I don't know about you, but I was kind of expecting Delhi to be more logical here of a pick for him.
I would have expected Delhi on Gorge, personally, to come in there. On Dry Arabia, I would have thought something like China.
Yeah.
Honestly, like China on Dry Arabia and then Abbasid on Frisian Marshes. But you can kind of switch them around a little bit. It depends on like what civilization you're a little bit more comfortable with, I want to say. Like Abbasid and China, they can be very similar in how they play out in many different scenarios when it comes to like fast castle-ish kind of play styles with an expansion behind. Abbasid has a good timing in Feudal Age as well, similar to China as well. They start off a little bit quicker though with the military wing.
Do you think maybe Happy Cat was expecting a Rus pick, right? Because I'm wondering if Byzantine should have a better time than like Rus here, right?
Would you pick Abbasid versus Rus? I'm not sure about that. I don't think that makes too much sense.
Okay. So you think it was an expectation of Byzantines here?
I think it was mostly just a comfortable pick for Happy Cat.
Maybe Ibids? Because I feel like Abbasids have been dunking on Ibids, right? So that would have been another pick that would have made sense for Dry Arabia.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that in mind, Puppy Paw does lead the series. He does have, according to Reddit, the OP One True Roman Empire in his hands. But can this Civ from the Middle East, the Beast, take them down? We head into game number 2. It is going to be Dry Arabia. Happy Cat with the rising star of this meta, the Abbasids. Puppy Paw with a kingdom that needs to crumble. Byzantines for game number 2.
All right, there we go. Byzantines versus the Abbasid.
I think this is going to be an interesting one, actually. Like, I am curious to see which Civ has kind of an inherent edge, because I feel like Byzantines, they can just play Lombos and kind of play a more campy style. I guess the thought process there is that Abbasids can then play 2TC and not care, given enough time.
Yeah, I mean, you can 2TC. Oh, look at that. Got a little Civ bonuses here, Civ bonus graphics here for our civilization. So mercenaries for the Byzantines, of course, the most important aspect of them. Puppy Paw's got a really good base for that. Back gold, back berries, definitely is going to have the olive oil there that he wants for him, right?
Oh yeah, not just that. I'm thinking that trade post isn't too far away. I mean, I'm kind of huffing the hopium, right? I think the only player who utilizes these so far in comp play is Anatant. Desert Raiders would have been a decent option, though, against some of the camel play we might expect to see out of the Abbasids, or potentially some of the other units that kind of get layered in. Camel Archers as well, like not too bad if you're worried about Mass Spearmen. But I think we're probably going to be looking at just kind of a classic Western contract in camp here. It's a very potent comp. The question mark is whether Puppy Paw is going to try to be the aggressor here, right? Or whether he's going to allow the Abbasids to kind of run themselves to him.
I don't think you can really be the aggressor as the Byzantines, at least not with the build that Puppy Paw did here, with the early Olive Grove opening. When you want to play like a really aggressive Byzantines build, that's it. When you usually like go for the berries very early on, because then you can get a great timing with Hippodrome and Mercenaries. You can get some really early Mercenaries going. Other than that, it's usually like a late late aggression, like later feud, late aggression that you can go for with the Byzantines.
Oh, wow.
Economic
Maybe
wing.
he's going to have to be the aggressor here because Happy Cat has taken the greedy choice.
That's interesting. Going for the economic wing against a civilization like the Byzantines. Like they're kind of famous for their like just turtle into fast castle, and even if you have multiple TCs, their scaling is gonna be better than most 2 TC civs.
Yeah, I feel like if Puppy Paw just sees this detail, like he'll be expecting at least 1 extra TC, but you know, these players are good enough that they know how to identify wings before they're complete. You just rush castle, right? Like you'll get the mercs on the way because that's just a nice kind of billing. But realistically, I think you can just kind of flood with Varangian quite freely here. That's wild. I don't think I've seen many players try to do Eco Wing Feudal against Byzantines for this reason. It's almost like, I'd say in general, it's almost 80% military wing in most games, right? But in this
I mean, you don't
matchup,
get that much out of economic wing. Like you're saving resources here and there.
Yeah.
But the free units from the military wing just provide so much pressure on your opponent. They force so many reactions. And actually, we're getting a blind reaction here from Puppy Paw. Outpost is getting dropped.
He needs to scout now. His scout is close by. He should just pivot in and realize what this is.
Yeah, he's gonna find it now. I want to see him delete the outpost.
Yeah, just cancel it.
There
Boom.
we go.
And now
That's
another
the
growth.
read.
We'll go for the Lombard. Maybe he actually goes all in here. I'm curious to see the choice. Like, it's going to be very telling that he hasn't spent 150 wood. He's sitting on it. So this should be for, what, an aggressive time. Maybe you just try to go archers here, right? Like, archer Lombo sounds kind of wild, but when your opponent's TC booming, it has a very hard-hitting timing.
Lombos especially because they outrange the secondary TC, so you can deny a lot of resource with them.
System is going to be dropped on that tree line, so we're definitely getting a commitment to this age out of Puppy Paw.
Is that gonna be a 2 or 3 TC build now, I wonder? I feel like Happy Cat's probably gonna commit to 3. Like, of course, Cast is Cursed. No, it's gonna be 2 TC.
He's going 2, right? It's on the berries, I think he's dropping it. Which is a little bit surprising. Usually you want to put this on the deer. It kind of feels like the berries should more or less be for free, but that might be one of the most condensed 2 TC setups I've seen in a while for the Abbasids.
It is, definitely is.
And if you're wondering why is he building the mill there, remember, folks, you do not get the extra 100 berries unless you build a mill. Because, you know, people who build and live in town centers don't know how to make pretty little gardens around berry bushes. That's a specific skill to people that live in mills.
You need that. That's where all the materials are stored. And it looks like we are going to be seeing military units now coming out for Puppy Paw. Already has the mercenary house. Just needs a little bit more olive oil for his first batch of choice.
And likely we're looking at Limitane plus Lombos here. It's kind of interesting. I feel like Limitane maybe works a little bit better with Javelins on the offensive, and usually Lombos works better with the Horsemen. But there we go. Okay, so it is going to be Javs. That makes more sense. Yeah. I like this comp a lot more. I feel like Lombos get their weaknesses covered by Horsemen nicely. And then the whole idea is like you have that flexi between defending and just peeling to attack with Horsemen. Whereas this feels like a more committed offensive party.
We're now seeing the first archer range coming out from Happy Cat, so he's going to make his own units now. Puppy Paw is going to scout that archer range coming up.
He's
going to need a lot more than just one.
Yeah, it's a little bit greedy the way he's approaching this. I mean, he can't go Horseman as well. You could try to answer your own Spearman. Like, the kind of funny thing is, like, going mass archers is doable, but you want to kind of utilize the fact that you don't need much food, right? Like, fresh food stuff makes you very efficient on multi-TC, so you should be able to add in either Horseman or Spears quite naturally.
Yeah. Already up to 3 Limitane now. And there we go. This is just the insane thing with the Byzantines, the explosive military growth that you get sometimes. 2 military, like 10 seconds ago, suddenly they're up to 10.
It is wild. And it's like the timing as well on arrival between Javs or Lombos is such a big difference here. This is all about the initial hit. And thank God Happy Cat just cancelled that Camel Archer. That had me a bit worried.
I saw it, yeah. I was worried as well.
I mean, I was like, has he been watching too many Corvinus games where he does like the free TC eco wing and builds farms and camps? Like, you know, that works in your chill pub games occasionally, but with this type of timing from the Byzantines, that would just get you killed.
Yeah.
Rival on the gold. Now, usually with a 2 TC setup, you set up on the gold to protect, and that might end up being a problem for Happy Cat. Look at his text. He doesn't have wheelbarrow. He doesn't have Eco-Tech. He doesn't have Blacksmith Techs. There's a lot of things that could be missing from the checkerboard for this critical fight.
Yeah, does at least have double Broadex, so the wood income for the archers is not gonna be too bad. This is gonna be enough though. We're now seeing some horsemen coming in as well. The mass is just missing right now, and he needs alternative food resource. He still has a couple of sheep under his TC. Not sure if he's aware of that because he feels kind of fixated on the berries at the moment.
I mean, it's not many sheep, right? That's less than 1,000
Or
food.
edible sheep, yeah, but at least it's gonna buy you time.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy the difference that maybe dropping the TC on the deer would have made, because like you're connected to your base still with the wood line, right?
Oh,
but,
that's the age up already.
Oh, dude, this is so dirty, man.
Full
This is
non
what we're worried
tower
about.
Your opponent's now already like really committing to Fuel Age. How much have you invested as Puppy Paw right now into your military? You made 4 limit now.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, 360
That's
resources. I mean, you had to go to the production buildings, right? So that adds a bit more, but so did Happy Cat. Puppy Paw, maybe hanging around a little bit long here. Is going to try to retreat now. Drops the shield, so we'll be able to get out of range, although that will allow the horseman to potentially poke. But Happy Cat should be suspicious now, man. Like, when you see someone backing away like this after that opening play, there should be alarm bells going off. What can you do? You're a Bastard 2TC. You don't have a fast tech-up choice. You've now just got to find a way of weathering the storm. And this is the type of situation where I kind of look back at that misclick on a Camel Archer and wonder if maybe it would have worked out better for him than what he's now got. Puppy Paw. These Canadians love laming the deer. Actually brought a whole meta back on it. Scout is going to be denied, so vision has been retracted, but Puppy Paw doesn't really need that info being an age ahead. Realistically, you're looking at probably 2 to 3 Braxes into Masvarangian to just kind of pressure the map.
All right.
Weird. Okay, so he's adding in more Limitane. Is that because his food income's a bit too weak for Varangian? No,
I'm not sure if that's the case. I think it's probably just because of the horseman, right? Like you can afford that. And with the +2 armor upgrade, once you get that in, he's getting the +1 right now, and veterancy.
Okay,
because of the way that like the percentage reduction works, like those Limitanae, they're going to take very little damage from the Feudal Age archers.
That's kind of wild to think about. I mean, if Happy Cat can catch up, it might be something that punishes Puppy Paw, though. We can already see he's starting to save up. Javelins are poking, though, and those are vet javelins. They will melt these small groups of archers. The only advantage right now that Happy Cat has is that his opponent can't see anything outside of his base. Puppy Paw. Hell of a lot of mercs on the way soon, right? Like, Golden Horn Tower ticket should be almost complete. He's already now starting to move out to relics. And Happy Cat, he is going to be going for that military wing, so he'll get 2 camel riders. That's not going to be of much use up against this particular army.
So yeah, it's kind of tough. Military wing now coming in. It's going to be some free camel riders that he's going to get. No big village, like there weren't any villager kills right now for Happy Cat, and look at that, Puppy Paw just every time proactively pulling the villagers away. He's gonna lose at least 1 here now. Might lose a second villager.
Nope. Gets him in just in the nick of time. He's gonna find the
villager
line now.
The villager died.
Wait, did the villager and the TC die?
No, yeah, it died.
Okay.
It didn't get into the TC, like it just stood next to the TC and.
Oh yeah, I see the other one there now. They're taking coffee breaks underneath the aqueduct. They're like, well, if the observers can't see us, we're safe, right?
Oh, but the villagers at the same time from Happy Cat.
We see all these.
Not gonna have a fun time.
Yeah, Happy Cat, still no wheelbarrow, by the way. I think you forgot about it at this stage. So we'll lose more villagers there as a result. And now there should be a rotation towards the deer that do not have any protection on them. Nothing
outside
substantial
from the outpost,
anyway.
Yeah. It's a lot of barracks coming in right now. So, and with the amount of resource that Happy Cat has, it's gonna be a lot of Donzos. At least here we're gonna have some pre-villager movement before anything dangerous happens. But
he needs to be fast about this.
Oh, it's so many villagers.
Snipe a few here. The others are going to be exposed. Remember, the Limitane are incredibly tanky with the shield wall up against the outpost. It's going to be a bail and run, but Happy Cat still with no wheelbarrow, no fast runaway. Loses more of the villagers from the pocket extension here. And the other thing to keep in mind, Gulam's trickling out can easily be targeted down by Javelin Limitane. So he needs to time them all right.
Yeah.
Which now he's going to try for, but that's also going to get found. Puppy Paw just understanding the exposure point here. That's what? Probably going to be 4 more villagers going down. Okay.
He's got to
not if we attack the blacksmiths.
15, 16, make that 17 villagers that have already been picked off now.
Oh no,
That's a
Camel
lot of
Riders.
Colossus.
If only they got bonus damage against ranged.
If only. They're getting picked apart.
I love the fact that Limitine like, well, we're pretty much worthless now, so let's just burn this building down to prep for the counter. And keep in mind Varangian on the way. Varangian are a great response to Gulam. It just feels like Happy Cat, he's in a tough position, right? You couldn't go crossbows due to the jabs, and oh my dear God, what are we doing? It's a villager rebellion. Anything to try and defend, but this is buying time for the first Varangian to arrive. I think this is just over.
Could very well be.
The problem is, like, Happy Cat has got a decent amount of food in reserve, but I don't think, 8 Gulams changes the outcome right now. He needs something better. He's not going to find it here. Game 2 to Puppy Paw. Quickly on our way towards a potential 3-0. The Canadian ain't got no time to waste. Well, that was a little bit quicker than I think we were expecting, and definitely a different approach from Puppy Paw. Usually we'd expect maybe just a bit more greed. I love the way he utilized those initial Limitane and Javelins to put the pressure on, right? I think really what screwed Happy Cat over in this game is that forced reaction in Feudal that put him even further behind on his Gulam transition timing.
Yeah. That was a rough series so far, but it's not quite over yet. Puppy Paw, though, proving why he is, like, well established and I want to say, like, top 6 overall. Top 5, yeah, I want to say top 5.
I think top 5 is fair. Master of Realms, to me, isn't indicative of what he can do. I think that's a very different format that some people are better tuned to than others. Like, it's more realistic for this format to look at his performance in the previous tournament before that. And things like Elite Classic 2, right? Like, he looked like he was going to be able to take the title. Very talented player. So I think this is kind of going the expected way. And now things could get more brutal. Kawasan for map number 3, Chinese Ibid Showdown. 2 civs that both have their own benefits here. Run me through how this should play out, Krakody.
I want to say that in theory, I do feel China has like all the tools that they need in order to like deal with what Ibid can really do. I mean, sure, Ibid they got the definite advantage, I want to say, on water. When it comes to like being able to spam up these dogs, and you can get like a really, really early age up with your wing as well. So in case that both players dock on the same pond, Puppy Paw can just go for the really quick age up, take control over the pond there. If China manages to like get the opposite pond, or just in general be good enough at transitioning over to another pond or buy enough time on water, like China in fights, I want to say, is just straight up favored.
Yeah. Do you think it's worth rushing the Barbican to secure one of those ponds indefinitely?
Nah, I don't think so. The range is just not going to be too helpful. I think something that China could do actually is hunker down a little bit in Dark Age, get some spearmen out, and potentially even try burning docks before the age up comes in. Though it's tough to do when the Iobits have like some insane feudal age up timings with the advancement wing.
Yeah, and I wonder, is there a world in which Puppy Paw does anything but advancement wing? I feel that the meta is fully to do that, but there's got to be some desirable value in some of these other landmark choices, right? Like imagine 3 villages
growth,
extra.
Yeah, economic and growth is very nice as well overall. Just throughout the entire feudal age, having 3 more villagers, it's a lot of value that you're getting out of it. If you don't feel the need to like immediately go for harassment because you probably think as Puppy Paw that, okay, I'm gonna win water anyways, then you can definitely go for growth as well.
I think it's interesting as well how this kind of shapes up the rest of the draft, right? It's like actually Puppy Paw has reserved some really potent picks for the remaining maps. Gorge, Roost makes a lot of sense, potentially shown, but I think we're leading Roost there. Mongols has been surprising, I think, a lot of people in Frisian Marshes. They seem to be a blocker to a lot of potentially greedy civs. And I am seeing Japanese as a likely outcome there. So, Happy Cat, I think it's fair to say that draft-wise, this is a decent shot on Kawasan. But it's almost like you have to not demoralize yourself by looking deeper in the draft and seeing a situation where things could get rougher still.
Yeah.
Well, with that in mind, folks, we are just a few moments away. Once again, just a big shout out. You may notice that we've got the map draft by Surfshark. They are returning for the 3rd event in a row. So be sure to check out Surfshark if you haven't. I don't know why you haven't subscribed to them. Clearly, they love EGC and they love the Age of Empires 4 community just as much as I, of course, love these beautiful games. But I think we are ready to get underway. Single elim format is still in effect here in the round of 32. It may be best of 5s, but you need to be the best of it or you are out. And Happy Cat has nowhere to hide, no box to hide in, no chair to hide behind. He's going to have to hiss and purr his way through to a perfect reverse sweep if he wants to stay alive in Red Bull Wololo.
Indeed. House of Wisdom really early here for Puppy Paw does tell me that he might actually want to go for the advancement wing. Like, it's pretty early for a House of Wisdom on a water map. Like, usually you don't want to invest that much early on, even though your docks are cheaper. But he does get it out really early on. I mean, it's kind of filthy when you look at just how cheap that Feudal Age is with that advancement wing. 125 gold. You're almost getting like a 50% rebate on that.
It's kind of wild. Yeah, the way that kind of plays out as well, you think it's bad because you look at it like, oh, cringe, it doesn't really give you much. But you have to think of it in raw comparisons. Like, a way to think of it is that not only is it cheaper, which is already a benefit, but the development time in itself is enough to get an extra boat lead. But you're already going to be an extra boat ahead because of the cost and the tech timing, right? It's no different than how we view Zhuji as pretty OP on water maps, because a big part of it is that Tang Dynasty effect that gives them 15% on their age-offs.
Yeah. And we do immediately have Villager from Puppy Paw walking over to that gold. So yeah, it does kind of tell you that advancement wing is going to be the play here from him. And a really quick one as well.
This is kind of valid for Happy Cat as well because they are sharing a pond, right? And realistically, as China, you're not going to slow down your fishing pump. You're probably going up to 5, 6 maybe, and there's not going to be enough room in the docks to protect all of that. I wonder, actually, like, Happy Cat, where is his scout right now? It's pretty far off, so there's no chance that he sniffs this out as it's happening.
Yeah. And it's going to happen pretty soon. Like, Puppy Paw right now switched everything over to food, 2 villagers on gold, so with the next drop-off, he's going to have enough for age up.
God, that sounds disgusting to say.
There it is. 2 minutes, 22. And it's going to go, it's going to be really, really quick as well. Like, this is going to be a sub 4 minute age up with a dock and multiple fishing ships.
Yeah, now the positive for China is they catch up really quick, right? Their build speed on their landmarks are insane. The negative, yeah, he hasn't even moved for it whatsoever. Oh boy, and the way he's investing wood, I feel like he's going to go up to 5 fishing boats. And realistically, that could happen before he knows a tech up has occurred.
Yeah. So that pond is lost, I want to say, for the most part. There's not really much that you can do about that now at this point in time.
But like the problem is he hasn't moved the second pond. And the other problem is that the Ibids can mirror that very easily, right? That dock is only 75 wood.
You have the way cheaper dock, so you'd probably have to hold out on water somehow. Maybe try and get another dock in. I think Happy Cat is still trying to make fishing ships. He is, so you will at least need a second dock in order to be able to garrison all of your ships.
He's going to produce another boat. I'm calling it right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. More food. Not for long, though, is the problem.
Shipwrecks.
Maybe there's some... Ooh, that might be some discipline here. Happy Cat has not gone for a 5th fishing boat. But Puppy Paw is going for a double dock drop play here. And this is seen. So Happy Cat
is aging up soon. Yeah, he's going to age up very soon now. There it is, Imperial Academy coming in with 4 villagers. But this age up timing right now, that is not something that you anticipate at this point in time.
No, it's going to be 6, right? Which by Chinese standards is a rush.
Yeah. And the archer ship is going to be coming out, so food will soon be idled out for Happy Cat. And you can't immediately go for a sprinkle ship, because then your opponent's just going to go for a demo ship immediately, and you can't really protect that.
Well, it's double dock versus 1, right? So you're already in a lost fight. Yeah. I'm not sure how Happy Cat is meant to win this pond now, right? It feels like it would require a blunder from Puppy Paw. Fishing boats. Well, at least
he's trying to keep them alive. Oh, needs to garrison. Oh, he's in between.
Oh no, he's gonna lose all 3 here.
He's not garrisoning.
This is close to over. Happy Cat has nothing.
He's got absolutely nothing. Wait, he's going over to Stone?
Well, are we really just going to
Multi-TC?
turn this into a land TC build against the timing Civ? I mean, that's
Okay.
brave.
It is. It is very brave. I mean, Puppy Paw is expanding behind this as well. On the next pond.
I mean, if this is a strategy for Happy Cat, the problem is he also can't afford to even contest the pond, even though he's still got a dock, right? Because it would take too much out of your timing. And that adds another issue. Puppy Paw is a very talented player with a lot of experience. If he sees no boat reaction here at all and checks the other pond and sees no dock, he knows what's happening.
Bright side for Happy Cat. At
Quick
least
end
with
of the day.
Imperial Academy,
Oh.
at least with Imperial Academy, he's gonna get some Imperial officials out. So the economy count, at least in the graph, looks similar for the time being.
Well, that's nice. The other bright side is, he's a player from China. It's quite late there already. An early bedtime. Oh, I feel bad for writing him off, but like I can't emphasize enough, right? That statistically, like, what would you put, like an 85% odds for Ibids from this position?
Yeah,
It's big.
very, very much so.
And it's because now at this stage, with the type of eco we're talking about, right, especially with the build Happy Cat's taken, he's now taking more resources away from military into eco, right? On the other side, Puppy Paw has map control to get good eco, and he can put that into either a very aggressive castle timing or an all-in feudal timing. But, he's sane, so it's definitely going to be fast castle. We have seen a few players playing weirdly long Ibids. I think, was it Kiljardi at King of the North that went for like a 40 or 50 Archer Mass and Feudal?
Something like that.
Yeah, the most degenerative of Ibid gaming. But proof that it can actually work.
We're up to 2 TCs now. No Song Dynasty yet, though. Could come in soon, though. Economy has been rebalanced there.
Puppy Paw is showing no signs of aggression, so I think we are heading for that castle up. Now, in this game, you got to wonder, is logistics or growth worth more? Because, like, realistically, you should get the relics for free no matter what. But timings can lead to bigger advantages, right? I guess Happy Cat's just revolving around the idea that he can play corner, get mass spears, get siege and castle, right? That's probably his one
Hunker
way
down
out.
like that. The issue is with the gold as well, right? All the good gold right now, he's only got the forward gold remaining to him.
Yeah, he did get a little bit
That's gonna run
scammed
out
with that.
eventually. Yeah. I mean, he's got the Imperial officials. That's gonna help a lot as well.
And the academy.
Where's this gonna go from here?
40-minute game, like, is all my brain is saying, right? Territory where you would be favored against Ibids. Fishing eco is about to get escalated here.
Barbican at least.
That'll secure the gold. So, a little bit of
Also
concern
a lot
removed
more
there.
economy scaling.
One thing that scares me is, like, the gold is the one he's already exhausting. It kind of feels like this should be the safe one. You want to try to make a play a bit deeper, but I don't think the spawn allows you to drop a Barbican between the two gold veins that would really do anything.
Getting the Barbican at least. I mean, he's also killing the deer. Like, Papa's killing the deer close to the water. So he's
know
gonna
what
be
I
able to
love?
snipe anything there.
I love that, like, so you remember Puppy Paw and Wham kind of set a meta in motion around deer pushing, right? Like, no one was really doing it, committed consistently until they started doing it in tournaments. Then came the deer laming, and then it feels like in the most recent weeks, everyone but Puppy Paw and Wham have kind of just forgotten about deer laming again.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be effective here. Frustration for Happy Cat. No wheelbarrow yet, so we won't be rushing out to the deer. I mean, it's kind of rough because I feel like if you were going to, now would be the time. But time is running out. Puppy Paw just triggered Castle Age. I think, like, what we're probably going to be looking at Growth Wing here. It just feels very naturally
It needs to be, right?
accessible.
Like, it would make sense to go Growthing. I don't think anything else really makes sense here. Like, sure, you could, in theory, go for the Logistica and immediately get the relics, but with Growthing, you just get the economy to just do it naturally anyways. But Happy Cat is actually pretty close to Castle Age as well.
His food is going to be a problem here, though, is the thing I'm worried
Yeah.
about. Yeah, and there you go, Growth Wing. No Trade Wing. Boo! Yeah,
We're not gonna get the Dragan just gamble, nerf gamble build.
I mean, you're 2 games up, right? Like, you could afford to take the
You
gamble.
could.
Sometimes we can forget the reason you can afford to do it is because he builds. You know, there's like someone telling a person who's a millionaire, it's like, you can afford to just gamble all on red. It's like, yeah, then I wouldn't have any money. Puppy Paw just playing the orderly approach here. For those wondering what we're talking about, the trade wing, actually, it is pseudo-busted in that if you get good RNG, it can just immediately win a game because the Bedoan contracts are very powerful. But because you're not guaranteed that, sometimes you whiff out and you get like double stone, for example, and traders, and your game is just ruined.
I gotta say I'm impressed so far with Happy Cat's economy here.
Yeah. But how much has it got
way
left?
worse.
Like, that's what worries me.
Not that much, but he's doing a good job of transitioning to farms on the side behind all of this.
Puppy Paw, meanwhile, looking like he's ready to go Imperial straight away. And I have been hearing rumblings of an immediate Desert Raider Imperial rush. I don't think that's going to be happening here, though.
We see the triple stable prepped. It's just going to be the Camel Lancers.
But you could get 7 of them for free, Crackety.
7?
Not today.
Every 2 minutes.
It's infinite resources.
I just want to say, it's a really good units because they benefit from so many different things. The Golden Age, 2 university upgrades.
Yeah, it is kind of wild as well because that seven Desert Raiders, it translates into 630 extra resources a minute.
Yeah.
Which is kind of wild.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
But not today, friendos. Today, we go back to the Year of the Camel, which for Ibids is basically every year these days. So farm's at least looking good. It's the one granary build. I don't think Happy Cat is like dear old Voldemar, right? He's not one of those one granary believers. It's just right now, optimally, he doesn't need more.
Yeah. Walls on the sides prepped as well. Got pretty much all the relics behind them. So Dervish is just going to come out. Probably going to go for the far side, I would imagine.
Crossbow's already being pumped as well. Puppy Paw is prepping for everything.
And Happy Cat's only got the 1 spearman so far.
He's going to go for a keep drop to try and secure himself here.
Does have the stone already for it. I like that. There it is.
Yeah. The most protected gold vein ever. Oh, the timing though. Camel Lance is coming in.
The spearman.
And there's only 2 of them. They're on a coffee break because they know they'll die if they're here. And the blocks are in. He can't even build the keep here. It's going to be March Pass. It's the Imperial official. Spearmen are now going to arrive. This is only wave 1, though. This is a big problem. If Happy Cat doesn't get this keep up now, he never will.
Yeah.
Lance is reset. Builds a bit of China.
Idle time, though, for the economy from Happy Cat.
And I think he's supervising Spearman production right now. So this will be enough to protect and retract this. So well played, Happy Cat. Little bit shaky for a second there, but he gets the strong point defense up. But long term, this is still a problem. He
will need his own crossbows.
And also, he'll need gold for that. And that's the other problem I wanted to highlight, is he only has that 1 vein.
Could, in theory, try and sneak out to the next stone mine, get more gold for another keep, and then secure another gold.
Part of me feels like if you're sneaking out for that, you might as well just sneak out to the gold right next to it at that point, right? It's like you're gambling to get a second resource to then get the resource you really want. You might as well go straight for the source.
Nest of Bees coming in now as well, but Puppy Paw, he's trapping the trebuchets.
I mean, he can also just build spring orders in reaction to this, right? Like, this is the other frustration, is Puppy Paw will have plenty of gold to do so in the coming minutes.
At least he can't build them with the camels. Doesn't have military wing.
That's true. He'll just have to use those pathetic 14 crossbowmen to do it, you know?
Yeah, it's so difficult sometimes.
Yeah, like, you know, I want my camels to do the building for me so I don't get calluses. Now as a crossbowman, I have to actually ruin my pedicure. It's terrible.
Hoofs are very resistant to
They're very good at, like, making wood firm, you know? Like it's almost like a blacksmith's hammer. Just furnacing the metal. I think that's how hooves work. They're very good at lifting. I assume camels man the manganiques as well, so they're very good at lifting rocks.
Have you seen hooves tying knots before?
I wish I could.
You would think that doesn't work, but...
Have you seen hooves reloading springolds before? With the little, like, spinny wheel things to, like, pull them back? Yep.
Oh, Nest of Bee, getting a good shot in there.
Have you ever seen firework Nest of Bees reloading with no one reloading them? All in Age of Empires
Honestly,
4.
I always think it's those Chinese deities, man.
I think it's just
the
raw
farm
magic,
transition
right?
is fully done. Okay.
Damn. Could he rush Imp from here?
I mean, he's got all the gold. Like, look at the gold that Happy Cat has in the bank right now.
Yeah,
He's
I'm just
actually
gonna...
not in a bad position.
I just realized it's been a week and I haven't made this comment. Imperial Academy is actually broken.
It is. It legitimately is really good.
I think it's like a top 3 feudal landmark at this point.
It feels
It's
like,
that
sure,
good.
yeah, it is. It is. Like, getting 4 economic units out of it and then also just doubling the gold, getting the upgrade for 80 pickoff on your taxes. It's
Yeah,
really, really good.
I think I remember, like, where it really dawned on me was about a few weeks ago when Anatan done this wild archer build, not Chuganu, just archers. But off of the taxation alone, with no gold workers the entire time, by 15 minutes, he had like 2,000 gold surplus.
Happy Cat actually
it's
just
wild.
going in at this point in time.
It really is. We said he
Yeah.
needed an extra keep. There's one way of doing that, right?
I mean, yeah, but there's already trebuchets out. But yeah, he
But it-
will need the Great Wall Gatehouse.
At least he can repair it with wood. I'm worried at this rate he'll run out of wood before he runs out of gold.
I'm just wondering what Happy Cat's gonna make, because he needs crossbows here at one point, sooner or later.
I think he just assumes more nested bees will do it for him, but I don't think it's going to work that way. Gulums see an opportunity. Body blockers just in time there from Happy Cat will save the day. But the crossbows and Mamluk's bravery milking this fight right now. Spearmen just feeding over their lives.
Yeah, that's a lot of spearmen now going down, and no more stone left for Happy Cat to repair. Has the resource for Imperial now.
And Puppy Paws decided to stop doing this the hard way. Springel's now being built. The answer to the Nest of Bees, and the Nest of Bees really are the only fallback plan here for Happy Cat.
Great Wall Gatehouse. It's coming in. Where is it coming in? It's gonna be somewhere.
Is it?
Wait,
from the side, he's not being attacked, which is very important because Crackety, you never know when Puppy Paw is going to call his twin brother to come from the eastern side.
I would have loved to see this, like, right behind that wall, protecting the farms.
Like or maybe the west side on the gold that like he kind of
Yeah.
needs now that he's going Imperial Age.
Yeah,
He won't get-
something like that.
He won't get the stone now for a keep to go there either. That harassment on the camel lances, I mean, this is a problem,
It's
right?
Unfortunate. Yeah. And not just that, the main issue that I see here behind all of this now as well is composition-wise, he's now going into mass palace guards, which doesn't exactly work great against 50 crossbows.
No, and you can't go Nest of Bees without going Spawns first, which requires shutter triggers and more gold, and gold is the problem. Gold has always been the problem. And Happy Cat doesn't look like he's ever going to get towards gold here. Single Elim, back up against the wall. Puppy Paw is looking for the clean sweep. He dives in, he ignores the Nest of Bees, but that might work against him. Grey Wall Gatehouse does clip, but the Camel Lance is now in the way.
That was a good amount of range, yeah. Lots of units went down, a lot of crossbows went down, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
in the
77
farms.
to 24 military. and
He's in the
diving.
farms. This is it. This is all he needs to break him. Happy Cat has nothing in reserve. And the Palace Guard count not high enough to stand their ground yet. Crossbows to the backside. Lancers split up looking for the kill. Happy Cat now down by 30 eco and looking like he's going to be down 3-0 to end this series.
Oh, man.
Brutal ending to it. You know, we had faith, right? Like, we wanted to. We believed maybe Happy Cat had a way, but I feel like that Great Wall Gatehouse on the east side just invited Puppy Paw in too easily for what ended up just being an easy closing to this series.
It looked so promising in between there. Like the full farm transition and whatnot, and suddenly I was thinking, man, this could work. But the sheer stubbornness of sticking with those melee units and kind of like missing the timing of preparing your own military ultimately let Happy Cat there to his own doom.
I think it kind of came down to falling into comfort pick, right? Like we see this from China all the time. What is the #1 China comp? It is build Spearman and build Nest of Bees. Like,
Yeah.
8 out of 10 games, I want to say at this point. On the ladder, that's the way it goes. You know that. You've experienced that. There's usually some stone walls in the mixer as well to really ruin your day. And it works. But, you know, Puppy Paw just had the entry points. He was very patient about this. He didn't rush to his death. And he shows you why he's one of the favored to potentially make it to a showdown with Marine Lord later this year in Spain. But commiserations, Happy Cat. You know, I think he'll realize statistically the likelihood of making it all the way was low. We have to remember that only one person will make it on land to go up against Marine Lord here. And there's just so many talented names in the mixer. Just unfortunate he wasn't able to get to that round of 16, where he at least would have had the buffer of a double elimination format.
Yeah.
Okay, with that in mind, though, I think we are prepping the next set here, folks. I'm just looking at the schedule. Pretty epic one coming up, actually. We're going to be going in for Corvinus versus Elona. Corvinus, very crafty in a strategic approach, and Elona, the second best player in France, which is not bad when you consider the first place one is already waiting over there in Spain. All that to come after a short break, so stay tuned.
See you in a bit. Hot mic check.
Reinado, and we've already had to say farewell to a bunch of familiar faces here. We just saw a little bit earlier, like some Miica getting taken down. Happy Cat is going to have to come again. But a lot of familiar faces are making their run successfully with 2-0 sweeps. Dumu able to go through, Baltin, Scatterbrain, and look at that upset. Well, not upset, but definitely upsetting to see it. M7 not able to clash against Mu. Curious to see how Mu is going to contest up against Baltin when we go deeper into the format, considering Mu is infamous for his plays on particular civs like the Delhi. But when we get into a more rounded out best of 5 set, things can get a little bit more messy. As we continue through, though, I'm sure there's plenty of names people are scarcely looking for, worried if they made it. Sanich is going to get his showdown up against Vortex. CSO of Team Elephant will be facing off against Sassy. The Creature was not able to crush. But we've also got to keep on checking through because there's so many names here. Wham does take down one of Rising Empire's own in Road. He will get his showdown with Faye. An NA battleground there. Curious to see what kind of memeful and dreamful strategies Faye is going to cook up. This is a player who, after all, in the last EGC tournament, attempted an Archer-only build even when their opponent was massing Horsemen. Cat will also be looking to crush some NA dreams here as another 3D clan member makes it through to the round of 32. But a tight and close set there between Give You Anxiety and Knock Knock. Knock Knock, a name on the ladder that people actually have been questioning who the identity of is. Some people were even thinking it's a Smurf. So GUA definitely had a hard matchup there. But curious to see if he's able to go deeper and get out of that slump. We did just witness Puppy Paw versus Happy Cat. Ignore the round of 32 seeing best of 3s. We need to update that. We did decide to adjust to a best of 5. It seemed more fair to the players. Best of 3 made sense for the round 64. But we wanted to give them the best of 5 chance before they reach those double elim brackets, which happen after you reach round of 16, which we already see Puppy Paw has done. We also are going to have Garnath versus Lash happening a little bit later. 2 players that I would say are actually quite closely matched. Garnath definitely, I'd say, with a bit more competitive experience given the environment of 3D Clan members. But Lash, always an unexpected gem that can potentially show his shine. And then, of course, another member of Team Elephant able to make it through. Commiserations to host in 81. You may be familiar with him as a modder more than a player. He's the guy who's been making all of those custom civs like Persia and Vietnam at the moment. So hard at work with that. He is the master of making civs, but he's not the master of making his opponents cry here. Louis MT will now book himself a best of 5 showdown up against Legolas, trying to rise up and prove that South America can show up in Age of Empires 4. And of course, Kiljardi will be looking to annihilate Scandinavians again, just like he did the other week, as I believe that is going to be another rematch of a sorts between Kiljardi and Blid. Blid already having a sweaty close match, only coming out 1 game ahead up against Kryzor, who, as we know, has been playing AoE 4. This is day number 1. And then, of course, there's the other Spaniard we were worrying about. Of course, El Reinado, you want to have a good, sure shot at seeing a Spaniard there. So Lucifer and Vortex keep the dream alive. He will be facing off against Starflark a little bit later today. Starflark, a player with some competence, with some capabilities on particular civs. I think Delhi comes to mind. His Byzantines is quite surprising. The question mark is in a best of 5 draft on unfamiliar maps. Can he get the best of one of the best in Age of Empires? And Voldemar versus Dragan, the rematch from LAN is going to be happening. I think a lot of people are excited to see this. The kid versus the toddler, different play styles entirely. Voldemar, a more strategic and orderly approach because anyone looks orderly compared to the wild card that is Dragavan. And then finally, our 8th part of the bracket, Anatand will be going for a showdown with Gully Deckle. Gully Deckle, actually another one of the toddlers, same age as Dragavan. These 2 youthful kids have proven their capabilities to get deeper in the runnings. Raman was taken out by Gully before this. Anatand is not going to make this easy, though. And Gully is a bit more of an orderly player compared to Dragavan. That is something a wild card like Anatand himself, with a caliber of a top 16 player, could easily exploit. And of course, we will not see My Insanity blood spilt both ways here. They'll qualify through to the round of 16. I think there's a reshuffle after that. So before that, we have to see if it is going to be double My Insanity or if Myriad, rising star in the UK from Hungary, can take down a favorite in Zertin. Of course, that's our updates on the brackets and Crackety. What an insane event this is to think like some of those names already familiar that we just won't even see with a second shot to try and make it to LAN.
Yeah, obviously. Second bracket only coming in, or rather second chance bracket only coming in at the round of 16. And now it's going to be Corvinus versus Elona. We're going to be jumping straight in. Going to be Zhuji's Legacy versus Ayubits on Rocky River. And once again, whoever loses the set is going to be out of the qualifier. And let's jump into it. Corvinus, Zhuji's Legacy. It's a civilization that we rarely see on land maps, just because of how good it is on water maps as well. I really am fond of the civilization on land maps now, though, as well.
Yeah, Zhuji has some potent timings, especially here. This is really cool, though. Corvinus versus Elona. I think these two players, either one could take it. Very different approach. I'd say Elyona's a little bit more forward in his approach. Corvinus is more experimental here. And from a skill level, that kind of brings them on par. But picking Rocky River for Zhuji is really cool because sometimes the map gods smile upon you and you get the most vile of meditation gardens with the berry spawns. In fact, if we check the west side here near the trade post, we might see an opportunity for a high value meditation garden. West side of the map. So you got triple berries on there. Oh, that is disgusting.
On the other hand side, though, right next to Corvinus Space, you got double stone and a wood line. Sure, you're not getting food, but 50 stone per minute and then like an additional 40 wood.
Against Ayabids, though, right? Like, I'm kind of grimacing thinking of the idea.
You want the stone. Like, you get free emplacements. That's pretty good.
True.
You go your own fast castle behind that.
Yeah. I feel like going fast castle on a rush doesn't help you much here, though, right? Because, like, you're going to have to go Shallow Monks, and Camel Lancers should be able to deal with that quite easily. Does it seem like the matchup that in this matchup, Corvinus should probably be aiming for all-in feudal pressure, right?
There's many ways I want to say how you can approach this. I think one way for sure would be just the all-in Jugnu ram push, right? Like, especially with the way the map spawned, Elona only has forward gold, forward berries as well. That is a very easy point of aggression. And if you just do something like Dragan does with the clown carring, with the hopping in and out of the ram, you can very easily make your opponent's life hell if they try to go for fast castle age. Suddenly they won't have any more gold, no more expensive units. And camel lancers don't have as much health as a normal knight in castle age, so considering that every shot does at least 3 damage with the Jugnu, you can take him down really quickly.
Now, keep in mind, Corvinus done something crafty here as well. He went for the double scout opener, which has deprived Elona of extra resources. But I think another part of this is finding the best spawns for the
lot. Yeah, that as well, but it's a lot of those, a lot of those resources. He does find the triple berries there. Is that going to be the place where he puts it, though? I think he's going to go for...
It's too late, right? Like, it has to be at the back. It's too late. If he's walking there, he needed to go sooner. So it is going to be on the stone and the wood, like you were highlighting, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot. I want to say this is a pretty decent spot. Like, sure, food is like one of the best resources that you can get out of it, but granted how many sheep Corvinus has gotten here, getting like 30 to 40 wood and then 50 stone on top of it, that's not bad. And you can get a very easy second TC out of that, like, 10 minutes into the game.
It keeps you resource efficient as well, right? Because the thing you have to remember with Zhuji is they don't have these extra taxmen very early on like a Chinese player, right? So you kind of want a configuration where you only need to, say, buff food, which is the ideal thing here, right? You're going to be, even if you went for the meditation garden on triple berries, you're still going to have to gather sheep. So you either have to accept you're gathering sheep at a weaker pace, or you have to build an extra Imperial Official. Either one doesn't really sound desirable for a civ like this.
Yeah.
We'll be free to build it up as well. Quite a fast timing here. Elona, I believe this would... I don't think you necessarily go Desert Raider here, right? Because Chiganu is always immediately in your mind.
I want to say you can still go for it, but we are seeing the economic ring growth instead. I think maybe this kind of makes me believe that maybe this is going to be more for feudal age Ayubit play.
It could also be the advancement rush, right? Which kind of makes sense if you think Zhuji are going to do the same with Tang Dynasty and go for monks.
We are seeing an outpost on the gold so far. That's a lot of sheep. I just want to say that again. Corvinus, he's going to be fine under his base for like the next 12 minutes.
What did Elona get? He must be on like, what, 9, maybe? Okay, 10. Yeah, 10, slightly better.
10 sheep, yeah. There we go. Production building is going to be coming out now.
So
let's at least have the economic lead for the moment.
Corvinus isn't engaging, by the way. Look at his wood income. But this is a fast castle build.
It is. 100% is. Is this going to be okay for him, though? The question's always going to be just how much value can he get out of it? A build that I actually really like with Zhui's Legacy is you go for the fast castle age build, you try and get some of the relics, and then afterwards you just go for like multiple TCs. You go Song Dynasty, so your stuff like costs a lot less. You go like 1 additional TC. If you're really greedy, you can go 3 TC. That's very easily punishable.
You're really greedy, aren't you, Krakeny?
Zhui's Legacy has some interesting bonuses there. I just want to say, like, with the second landmark, with the Dragan Tower, you get a free villager for every TC that you build.
Yes.
That's immediate value.
You're leading on free TC a lot, and I know why. I've watched your replays. You are one of those guys. It's a pretty powerful build.
Either you make it work or you die trying.
I respect that, okay? 100% all in on the strategy, or you're just being a pussy about it. And the cool thing here, what you just highlighted there, when you actually think about it, you're basically playing an alternative Iabid build. It's the same thing, right? Iabid's do all this time. They rush castle, they go relics, and they build TC.
Zhui's Legacy is just the Asian Iabids here in the game.
Do we do that for like every region? Wait, I'll order the Dragan, the European Iab? No. We wish.
If you consider Elspah, not Elspah,
going
Swabia.
Imperial, yeah.
Yeah, Swabia is like the 3 TC play, then sure.
There we go, we figured it out. Shao Monster in the way though, and he will be able to afford this with the absurd amount of sheep that he got, of course. Remember, those monks, only food, 200 food, quite expensive, but capable of brawling.
Yeah, they got those fists of mass destruction.
And this is awkward for Corvinus, because I wonder, is he going to just go stables? Because I feel like that would now be a mistake with Desert Raiders here. Like, realistically, I kind of want to
Something you could go stables in theory, because if you go for Veteran Horseman, the bonus damage against the Desert Raiders is also going to increase. You get more health. It's not that bad, but it's a lot of gold cost as well associated with it.
It's also, I think the issue in general is food. Like, most of the things that make sense for Zhuji now require food, and those monks are already so expensive.
And we're getting a barracks now from Elona as well, so he's pretty much prepped for everything. He has a production building of each, and now it's all just about denying the relics for him. He's got units situated on every relic.
Problem is, I feel like if a Shaolin monk shows up there right now, he'll beat those 2 units.
Maybe.
They're pretty bloody strong.
I'm not sure. They got like 17 damage, right? But
I think
there's 5 melee armor.
Base, if I remember correctly, and they have 190 HP.
Let's check. It's 15
it's
base.
170 HP, yeah.
Yeah, and you can get like +2, so it's up to 17.
Yeah, and you have 2 melee armor. Don't forget the body of iron for 50%. Like, if they kite him, they can kind of just get away with it, but it still takes an insanely long time to kill.
Yeah.
Waits in the forest, though.
Just kind of sitting there, waiting, stalking his prey. Oh, we're now getting Juganu from Corvinus as well. Okay.
That's cool. I like that. So remember what I highlighted about the food issue?
On them. Oh, this is great. Yeah.
Like, it's the food issue, right? Like, this fixes it. It's wood and gold. So you've now diluted the problem. It means you can get more monks. You can go for that aggressive timing, because you have to realize Elona is going to try for it too. And Juganu answers literally everything Elona is doing.
Yeah, they're kind of slow as well. So, granted, they're only going to slow the monks down a little bit. And you can kind of just keep them with the monks when they get the relics.
Elona has triggered the tech up. I imagine we are going to be looking at logistics wing here, because he did stockpile over 1,000 resources, and he is on the clock to secure these relics now.
Yeah, logistics wing can make sense. He did go for eco wing early, so can't really go for anything else.
Yeah, well, it's because you're on the clock, right? Like, you're not going to be able to hold the map for long.
Yeah.
It just makes a lot of sense. Like, I think if he genuinely tried for anything else, like even advanced wing, I don't think actually helps him enough.
Yeah. First relic getting picked up. Off to the next one. That's just the explosive growth once again, like with the Imperial officials supervising your military buildings. Already on 15 military here for Corvinus.
It's just ludicrous. And remember, like, after you supervise there, just grab the gold, drop that off as well. That can inflate your tax, because once castle comes in from Elona, Corvinus is going to want to be aggressive on Steeled Arrow upgrades to keep these Chuganu competitive.
Also just 2 minutes until he has enough stone for another TC. Just passively.
Just chilling, right? Like, I mean, it's kind of absurd. And I think the other thing is, if he put the Meditation Garden on the berries, it would have been awkwardly contested, and he would have got disturbed, right? There's no way Elona is going to walk around the back to AFK units on a low value area of the map.
So, considering that Elona, okay, there we go. That Song Dynasty now coming in for Corvinus, so he is gonna go for the like get relics into multiple TCs kind of play here. I like that with Juji's Legacy. Makes a lot of sense. Basically, you do what Ayubits do usually, but better, which is funny. It kind of gives a lot of credit to Juji's legitimate, like being a legitimate land map as well.
Yeah. I think like the thing with
Land safe
Juji
as well. They're not a map.
Juji seemed broken because their economy seemed broken. Like unit-wise, they have some potency, but it's very limited, right? I think what Corvinus is doing is really smart here. Like he's still relying on the brokenness element of the Chiganu, but he's done it at a point in the game where it's uncomfortable and unexpected. Oh, Yona, we'll have to fall more territory.
Relic. Yeah, and I think it's just gonna be like 2 relics here at the end of the day for Elona, if even.
Which is brutal considering you went logistics.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
He might just have
free.
He might just have to, in the end, try and commit on the sacred sites. Get some of the bonuses here for civilizations. Now we know. Yeah, we got the dynasty here now.
By the way,
Dynasty is really good.
It is. You know what else is really good and underrated in late game is Yuan Raiders. I feel like we haven't seen much of them. Like, I thought they were crap, and then I checked their stats and realized how much is in base damage. So, you know, if we get there, I think the interesting thing about Juji in late game that kind of gets slept on is a lot of people want them to be China, but they're actually like China if China was cavalry-based. And of course, you may notice the Ibids kind of true to their form, although uniqueness comes around Castle Age. Not a great incentive.
I'm looking at the economy from Elona right now. He's got a lot of food in the bank. A lot of food. I'm not sure what exactly he's going for right now, because Corvinus is also... This is one of the like finicky things, I want to say, with China and Juji's Legacy. In an actual army, it is tough to differentiate between crossbows and Jugunu.
That's why we built Manjaniques, right? Unfortunately, he won't have camels being able to do that. These guys didn't train their hooves.
There's a single archer.
He's just like, Corvinus, hold on a second. I need 2 minutes. I'll be ready for the fight. Okay. Suddenly you build one Manjanique, there's 60 Jugunu. Oh no. We also have to be cognitive of the fact that this could turn into pagodas eventually. So like Corvinus is making the right choice here. He's hunkering down. Elona is now the one that has to do something.
Oh, these aren't the crossbows. These are Jugunu. Second TC has come in for Corvinus in the meantime. Elona, he's gathering up a lot of resources. He doesn't have access to the advancement wing anymore, though. So at least not going to be like a fast Imperial Age, but do you think he's going to go Imperial? Like, he's saving up so many resources right now.
I'm wondering what the thought process is with it. Is this just the Desert Raiders?
It could be. Imagine now you just go for the +7 Desert Raiders.
But like against Chiganu, that's the worst.
Against mass range, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But at least you get army mass.
True. I feel like you're giving over way too much in return, right? Like the eco is going to start inflating.
It's going to come in. I'm not doubting anymore. I think it's going to come in.
Wild. Okay, hear me out. Trade wing.
Yeah. Do you want to elaborate?
OP.
Which one? Which one? Which trade wing?
We're gonna Bedouin because it's got win in the name.
Not the Adabex, okay.
No, not that trash. All right, you said you want free units. It's not exactly free, but damn, are they OP? It would give you skirmishes to kill all the range units as well. Maybe statistically, like what? The probability is probably about 10% chance at least that you get skirmishes to kill.
You just need that 3 times to have enough units.
True. What's the probability of a double roll? It's because like it's
all
8
on
options,
red,
right? Boo! Come on! Trust a French player to pick cavalry.
Goddamn meta player. It's not meta. In case that wasn't clear.
It might be.
It's gotta be.
He's like, well, Marine Lord's the master of
fair,
French Knights. I'll become the master of Desert Raiders.
Economic wing growth has been nerfed. It's open territory now.
I mean, I kind of wish you just saved it for Imp, right? Get the 10% bonus. Choo-choo. Oh,
yeah, could have been good. Could have been good. I'm interested though in this one. Like getting 7 Desert Raiders for free. It's not that bad.
I am looking forward to them dying to Springald shots.
Yeah.
Well, Corvinus chilling, not looking to be doing the killing. He needs, like, for the eco to really inflate, I feel like he needs a good 4 minutes. It's kind of scary, actually. Oh, yeah, no. Now going for the Goodlums. So this is kind of cool, right? A solid front line. I mean, it's a bit weird when you're up against crossbows like this, but maybe spears would have been more cost efficient. Yeah.
He's got
He needs to
3
move to the
sacred
center.
sites at the moment. Yeah, he's going for it right now with a couple of villagers. I'm just wondering, like, he's getting so much gold right now just passively from the 3 sacred sites. Like, he's actually getting more gold right now than Corvinus is passively, even though Corvinus has 4 relics.
I'm gonna be a weirdo.
It's kind of insane how good the sacred sites are.
I'm gonna be a weirdo. I'd even just like be okay with selling some gold to get stone right now, because like you're clearly in on a win condition around sacred sites, right? It's like a heap drop goes a long way.
Maybe. Like,
He's
sure.
worried about the bombard reaction, but
I mean, Corvinus is not Imperial age yet.
Yeah,
and
he's got ages.
he's kind of far away. The way that he's kind of like hunkered down in space as well.
it's not cheap either because he went Song Dynasty, so he doesn't get that 15% off, which is substantial at this point.
And with the second TC, like he doesn't have a great villager advantage yet.
No, I feel like Elona, the one issue I have for him may be the Nesta Bees. That's a little bit dangerous, but like I think that's the idea of the Desert Raiders, is because Corvinus, yes, he has got the counter in mass ranged, but he doesn't really have anything to body block on the siege, right? So if you take that out, the follow-up wave should be able to clear the way.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Now he's got the ability to make siege with the camels. Manually coming in. Corvinus, though, he's already prepping his 3rd Spring Guild.
This is where I was expecting Shard Triggers to be a high prior for Elona. Like, if he does that, it should be very easy to get a win when Corvinus comes out in 2 minutes. He definitely has the gold for it as well, but I think some people kind of just forget to do this. Like, yes, cool, you can build siege in the field, but you can't get the text, right? There's no world in which you click on a camel and you can get greased axles from the camel.
Yeah. Imagine.
Maybe that's what they're missing.
They need to be moving siege workshops. You got to be able to make trebuchets and bombards as well with them.
And they get an animation, like what happens is the guy like puts his sword away, he pulls out his reading glasses and a book, right?
It's got to be some Transformers kind of thing, like the camel opens up and suddenly like there's a toolbox coming out, like a Bosch toolbox, and you...
Camel transforms into Camel Scholar. Maybe that's the buff that Adabegs need. Adabegs can just be a mobile production building.
You get the camel pulled out.
I mean, biologically, it makes sense that camels give birth to other camels, right?
You just throw them.
we might have to like blur some of it. I don't think we remain PG at that point, but
Eleona's prepping for something.
I mean, he needs to contest the center of the map. Like, Corvinus is now out of time. He has to go.
I don't think it's about the sacred side anymore at this point of time, though.
I mean,
like, that's a safety
cap
still. That's a safety cap. If you commit to that.
But, like, what are you committing to now if you're Elona?
Massing those free Desert Raiders.
Got it. So
Getting
David Abra voice.
And
here we see the camels in their natural habitat, birthing their offspring for war. Here's 28 of them. And we have got... Okay, dude, this is kind of sick, actually. I remember seeing this in one of the games. Remember, camel support works in reverse for this civ.
Yeah, it does, it does. But there are infantry units nearby, so... Oh, that's going to be a lot of dead villagers. A lot of dead villagers. Wheelbarrow's in at least. So he's going to give him a little bit of the Looney Tunes run around for a little bit.
And here we see the Iabid villagers, the camel lovers, being herded like sheep. Yeah, they're hunters. There's no getting out of this. 2 good new crossbows on both sides. Big eco loss here. I mean, Elona, the good news is he's getting 600 and what did we say was 30 resources for free each minute, or 40 for free each minute. The Desert Raider are going to be insanely tanky. I think maybe if he could just get to biology tech, There's a good fight to be had here.
There is, and we're getting
Hold
it
on.
soon. Plus
Bro,
one pierce damage comes in as well. Look at how much damage these Desecrators are actually doing right now.
Melee
Not
form
bad.
might be better in this situation, but yeah.
He's got a couple in melee form.
I like that as well. I've seen a lot of players just stay mass range. It's much better to have the frontline melee. It's more micro-intensive, but 10 times more efficient. So good fight by Elona. Does wipe out the force, gets vengeance for the villagers, but he needs to do more. Corvinus still has a substantial eco lead. He will not stay in age behind forever.
All of these upgrades right now. And behind all of this, Elona went triple TC.
All right.
Or
Don't
is
care
going
about
triple
Corvinus
TC.
going imp anymore. STBs.
Oh, goodbye, Manjanique.
Surprisingly enough, the guy an age behind is the one with a siege advantage. You do not say that often.
It's a little bit confusing, right? Like, I guess that's what you get when you spend all of your resources on 3 TCs instead of getting roll shadow triggers.
The Desert Raiders will deliver us. All worship the camels. Still 34 of them. The problem is there's 29 spearmen now.
We're getting to the point, though, where I think Corvinus just makes too many spears, and the Golems are going to be able to live long enough against the crossbows to just be able to overrun.
Okay, this is actually really smart by El.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, he's going to find villagers coming out as well. But, like, you know, the problem right now is Corvinus, he can't trickle troops out one by one to kill these Desert Raiders. They're aged up, they're ahead. And there's the camel support. So now an effective front line to try and clash here. Gulem's going to lead the way into the spears. Nesta Bees from the back. Big flurry, big damage being done here. Desert Raiders tanky enough to take a blow, though. A few are going to peel off, trying to go around the side, east and west.
Oh, it's so
but they're
many
not
dead.
going to make it. They're not going to do enough damage here. The front line needs to prevail. There's not much left of it.
Most of the spearmen are down, but most of the Desert Raiders went down with them. Golems only trickling out, and those aren't elite Golems from the looks of it.
No, they're still cast slaves. They got the free pip instead of the 4. Desert Raiders have been the MVP here, just blocking the other side and massacring the villagers, but I don't think Corvinus cares anymore. He's reached the base. We're talking about a free TC build for Elona. He doesn't have that much food realistically to put into Golems right now. This is wild, man. I can't believe Corvinus is doing this.
And anti-siege still lacking. Instead, Elona deciding to go for another Manjanique. There's still 3 sprinkles out.
Bro, just like just build a Corvin at this point, right? I feel like a Corvin just makes this so much simpler. Corvinus doesn't have dive potential with his comp.
I think Corvin's just going to go for a forward keep now. Ram's getting prepped as well.
I can't believe this. This is the type of game I worry for Elona because, like, game 1 going this way, you're gonna kick yourself when you think about it afterwards.
Yeah. Like 3-4 sprinkles, roller shot triggers. Suddenly the siege doesn't matter at all.
Like I don't think you even need to think that deep, like, because that's extra gold, right? Just put a Corvin.
Yeah, true. I mean, right now there's not the siege works upgrade, so Colvin's still able to one-shot.
Yes,
Sprinkles for the time being.
I think I'm thinking from the fact, like, you drop a Siege Workshop and wait for shot triggers, or you just get a Corvin as an immediate reaction to begin with, right? But, like, either
when
way...
it comes to production speed, at least the sprinkles are able to make it, like, with your units. And
True,
then
yeah.
it's only, like, 1 minute 30. There it is. Keeps getting dropped right next to the land. Yeah, it's going to be a landmark victory attempt here.
Corvin says, who needs Age 4? Military Academy is the way for Elona, but with 1,100 food income, you have to question if he actually has the ability to even spend that. There's a little bit of a raid on the west side to block out the berry gathering. So Corvinus has to back away, but I don't think he cares, right? Like, oh sorry, Elona has to back away, but I don't think he cares with the farms now coming up. That's not his bigger issue. His bigger issue is dominating this siege game.
Oh, Nest of Bees not getting the greatest shot there, and reinforcements are getting picked off right now. Keep is getting rushed up now.
It's a very tanky House of Wisdom. It's not going to be a quick death. But Elona needs a reaction soon. Springholes should give him the edge. Shot of triggers, I don't think it's actually come in just yet.
Huh?
Just a reminder that this is a Red Bull Wololo, baby. Don't ever you forget it. El Reinado, everyone wants to be in that castle. This is not a Spanish castle. This is a Juji castle to go for the win.
More stone being gathered with a lot of villagers right next to it. Corvin is preparing for the follow-up keep.
Dive comes
Over
in.
there.
These hand cannon slits are so damn effective against this.
Pringles are there.
He's diving in so soon, though. The Nest of Bees, they are going to get counted out, but not before they get some vengeance on their death. Golem count way too low here. Elona just doesn't have the breakthrough, and the House of Wisdom is in trouble.
And while Nest of Bees did get taken down, the military remaining just is not going to be enough. And with the House of Wisdom going down, it's going to pump out one more troop of Desert Raiders.
To die to the keep. Like, their life is not going to last long here. Desert Raider count now down to just 11. Numbers dwindling. It feels all but inevitable that Zhuji are going to do this, that Corvinus is going to prove Age 4 is overrated.
There it is. Second keep coming in.
Yes,
the Rams descending on the TC.
Now Elona has to pull the villagers now, but I believe that's going to put him in the range of the keep, right? So you'll start losing everything here. Desert Raiders go for the dive even deeper. Numbers are shrinking a little bit, but Corvinus now with the 4 Siege Workshop to keep those numbers up. He moves back towards the castle and forces Elona into the dive here. That's going to cost him so much of his eco.
No. The villagers all going down. Elona realized that this is not the way for him.
So they go high.
TC.
Yep, but now who's going to defend that town center? Elona, 5 Desert Raiders left, 5 Gulums. The man's queuing up archers now. I think it's a little bit late in the game for a transition with just 1 landmark left over. And 5 Rams now about to wail on it.
I like the idea. I genuinely like the idea. I think he should have focused on other units, though, in between. And Siege from way earlier. Siege wins games.
Indeed it does. And when you got that military wing, you got all those camels, they are biting at the bit to build something. As we know, they are enthusiast builders with their hooves. But anyone who's going to be hoofing it in this game is Elona off of this one with a loss. Corvinus looks nigh on unstoppable. It is indeed the triple keep drop. Because you've really got to protect that House of Wisdom, Crackety. You can't let someone just come. Like, no, it's not House of Stupid. You can't let anyone who's not smart in. And Corvinus with all the brains in this one to open the series with a win.
God damn. What a set. What a set.
That was
to begin it with, man.
Yeah, like I don't think anyone really expected that. You said there's a few different ways that the Zhuji can play this. I don't think you would have expected either side to play that one the way they did.
I would have expected Corvinus at one point in time, to be like, okay, maybe Imperial Age. Sometimes might be good. And he should have been forced into it by Elona with the siege difference, right? Mm-hmm. That just not happening is interesting, to say the least. Because I know Elona is not being somebody that shies away from mass siege.
Yeah, it's really puzzling to me. I've seen games where he basically plays old school Age of Springald, actually, to an insane degree, but not seeing it at all in this game. I mean, I hope he doesn't like fix on it too much, like learn from the moments. But I think this is a type of game I'd recommend. Like if I was sitting there coaching him, now I'll put on the French accent, focus on the next game, do not think about the first, just going, you send it ape one by one, right? Because I think sometimes you need to assess this to learn from it, but don't learn from it in this moment like that, because then you get, rumination, right? Where you're focused on the past. So mental reset, I always say the best players are the biggest losers, right? Because you have to lose a lot to be that good. So Elona, we'll learn from this later, but for now, he needs to focus deeper in his draft, because if he loses sight for a second, we've seen that Corvinus' creative approach to Age of Empires 4 is one of his biggest boons. How does that work? When you're not paying attention.
That's true. Some players still have you believe that they've never been in that phase where they were losing games consecutively. We've all been there. We've all been there. Some players want to let you know, oh yeah, they've been given like the God-given skills right from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Never a learning period in their life. They defined the meta from the first game on.
I mean, some players, they confidently believe that they're unstoppable, and then they go on LAN and they lose to an accountant from Canada, right? So everyone's got their weaknesses, is all I'm gonna say. The question mark now is, can Ottomans...
magic?
That is a good question, because historically, Elona should win this one, Crackety, but I've realized the more and more I watch this matchup, the more and more I'm convinced we live in an alternate timeline where the Byzantine Empire didn't fall.
I think in this one, this is an interesting one. I think you can start with military school, but I don't think you want to add any more after that. I think you just gotta push it pedal to the metal, all in. First military school, fine, you got starter 50 stone, right? You want to make use of that. After that, all in production buildings, pump it all the way, get the Sipahi in there, and you just want to try and take the Byzantines down as soon as possible. Can you do that, though? Can you do it quickly enough? That's going to be the question.
We'll have to find out. Sounds like we are ready for game number 2. Corvinus taking an early lead in an unexpected fashion. A wild game to open this series between the Hungarian and the Frenchman. And now I'm hungry for more option here. Game number 2, it is going to be going to regions. Byzantines in the hands of Corvinus. And Elona with the Ottomans. A civ that has been underperforming. Can regions be a place where they shine?
Regions. That's one of those maps where map control is so important. You got your starter gold there. That's nice. You got one more gold mine. After that, all the gold is gonna be in the middle of the map, and players will have to fight fiercely for it. There are resources, food resources, to the corners. One time it's berries, on the other time it's on the other side it's deer. Byzantines are gonna be very interested in that berry side.
Yeah, and this map has a unique consistency that a lot of maps don't track, and that's that the deer always spawn on the left, berries always spawn on the right, right?
I see something worrying right now. I look at the scouting from Elona, and Corvinus went for double scout again, and he's trailing one of the scouts.
Now this is interesting because I was wondering if we'd see people shift away from double scout openings because of the nerf to sheep, right? Like, just maybe you kind of get less inherent value, but there is always this wildcard factor like this, and it seems to be paying off. And we are, of course, looking at some of the unique details around these civs. I think the most important thing to highlight here, you mentioned that you want to see Ottomans go all in feudal. It's interesting, though, because there is a lot of power in the late game for them, right? Janissaries counter a lot of the things that Byzantines try to do, and oh, if we get to Great Bombard territory, there's only one civ I ever favor.
Yeah, there aren't many civilizations that can keep up with Great Bombards.
Maybe Byzantines need to be able to get mercenary bombards.
True. I mean, they do get mercenary bombards from the Landmark, right?
Yeah,
it's just
but
not
like
the bombards that you want.
Yeah. Maybe you need to find another neutral trade post. It's like a 1 in 100 chance. All right, I'm going to stop. RNG is not what we need more of. Do you feel it weird, though, that like I always like to bring this because I think it's a kind of curious one. Why is it that Order of the Dragon and not the one with the Gilded Bombard? Just deep thoughts for the day, guys.
Gilded Bombard.
I mean, think about it. A Great Bombard is basically a Gilded Bombard. It's tankier, does more damage, is just better. I think it uses more population as well, right? Is it 5 pop? Instead of 3, I want to say?
I think it's 4.
Well, now I know what we need to nerf. Wait, I'm going to double check this. I think Tower of the Sultan is 5.
Is it? Tower of the Sultan?
Which is the most... If it's 4 for a Great Bombard, that is actually sinful. Oh, okay, it's 3 population. Okay, thank God. Could you imagine?
That would be vile, having something like Tower of the Sultan being 5 pop.
I mean, it is bigger than all the rest, but that size never matters. Look at this, though. Sultani Trade Network on a map with no trade. Elona, this is a choice that you make if you're going for late game.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. On a map where you have limited gold access as well, this is really good. Oh, the Spearman arriving just in time. No, Elona. Ah, he sees. All right.
Cancel. Corvinus. Could rush the outpost up just on the corner of those berries. It would be in range of the TC, right? So, like, Elona wouldn't be able to dive with the spear.
Yeah, those berries are so close. You can't do anything about them.
Now, actually, if we check Corvinus' vision, I think he scouted the gold, and that's why he's not reacting with an outpost now. So he understands this is a distraction. It's not an all-in. Maybe? Wait, is he?
He's getting his mercenary house in, so
yeah,
he's gonna soon be able to deal with that.
Okay, so I thought Corvinus had scouted this. He legit hasn't. He's just feeling confident that it's not going to be more. I guess logically, if this was kind of like a Rax all-in pressure, you'd see more spears than this by now.
Yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate with the way the cisterns are placed, right? He's not, like, he's blocking a couple of farm spots there. Overall, just having the berries forward is so awkward with the Byzantines, with the Grand Winery, because then you're gonna have your farm your farm economy forward.
Yeah.
And that never feels good.
Does this feel like an overreaction to the Spearman? Because I legit feel like this Grand Winery should have been looser in general.
I don't think so. I think this is fine overall, really. Like, you don't even want to have it more forward, right, as well.
No, yeah, no. He did pull off the gold, so I think we are getting that commitment into the feudal age you talked about. Sipahi
That's
already
good.
queued up.
That's good and necessary, but that's a supply from the military school.
Yeah.
There's the first production building now coming in, archer range.
Interesting. So we've seen a lot of people try to open Sipahi, but I feel like every time we see it, it's very difficult to get the scale together quick enough.
Elona already struggling with the food now. 17 sheep still alive for Corvinus. Eliona's out. Sheep.
I mean, he's got deer. It is forward spawning deer, though.
And there's double scouts from Corvinus, and now the first batch of longbowmen coming in as well.
I feel like Elona kind of got scammed on the spawn. Elona would wish he had Corvinus to spawn from this position, right? Back spawning gold, back spawning deer, nearby berries. Like, there's so many good things about this Byzantine spawn.
You'd think that, but those resources are not really wallable.
But then
Actually,
like, is Eliona's, right? Like,
for the most part, yes. The thing is, right? Like, Elona has the market landmark.
yes.
So he's always going to be able to like get passive gold income up to 240 gold per minute.
I think I'm thinking more from the deer, though. Like, deers and berries, right? It's
Yeah,
like,
that's true. That's true.
and that's brutal because he needs them because remember, he didn't go Madrasa. And you can at least offset that problem
That
by
was
going...
something that was odd to me. Like,
Yeah.
when you notice that you don't have any sheep at all. Granted, he did get the vizier points, so now there are a couple more sheep available to him. Oh, I dislike that he went back on stone again. He's gonna delay his time. Yeah, this is bad. Now he's getting the military schools out, but this delayed his timing so much that Corvinus can just get free castle age.
Another thing to keep in mind is like Elona just doesn't have much runway in general because something we haven't highlighted is Anatolian Hills is still very good, but it does have notably less food involved in the process than it once did, right? Like it was actually
It has been actively nerfed with that, yeah.
400 food loss, which is no small amount.
It's like two new sheep that you're missing out on.
Kind of like,
Yeah, this is
okay,
bad.
I'm gonna say I feel bad for Ottomans. They deserve to have that buff to be 10 sheep. I feel like the sheep nerf may have hurt them more than almost any other civ.
Yeah, quite a bit there. Mongols, I think, are a little bit affected as well. Like the pasture buff not quite making up for it.
No, it's also you have to club more sheep, which loses you more efficiency, right? Because you're not gathering, you're hitting innocent sheep.
Just use your military for that.
You know, like, this is actually kind of just more proof that Mongols are monsters, because on average in games now, they'll kill 25% more sheep.
True. It even says so in the tooltip for the sheep.
Must be true. Golden Horn Tower should say, you vile, disgusting person. Yeah, you monster. What does the berry say? Like, no one cares about berry lives here, okay?
Oh,
We'll never know.
we tried.
Look, did you see? Oh my god, did you see that? The butterfly disappeared. You monster, you killed a butterfly's home.
Not like that. There. No monsters here.
That's just a very technical, like, just a technical description, no emotion at all. Well, looks like we're going to have some angry emotions for Elona here. Golden Horn Tower is almost complete. It's already 10 longbows. This should just be a very simple Varangian spam. What? This should be a simple Varangian spam. You're against Ottomans. There's no way you're building cataphracts.
There aren't any... I mean, to be fair, there aren't any Janissaries coming in anytime soon.
I mean, you say that. Elyona's saving up for Castle now, and he's got the gold from the trade network to afford him. Right? I get it from countering Siege. Maybe he's expecting Elona to come out on the food sources on the flanks, and that's why he wants this, right? Because, like, Kadas are better flankers than Varangian.
We're getting them. We're getting the cataphracts in.
Sell the olive oil, you can afford more cataphracts.
To be fair, cataphracts are really good if your opponent's still in feudal age by the time you have 5.
So I'm just going to translate that for you.
Soon, though.
Yeah, I'm just going to translate that for you. To be fair, cataphracts are really good if your opponent is bad.
Yeah. Oh no, that's a forward age up, and
that's bold.
Guess who's about to be forward as well?
Lombos as well. Like, this is crazy that Elona thinks he can get away with this. He has got Sapahi queued up, so that might be enough to buy time. But you have just lined up a bunch of villages, and there is a unit that can run through all those villages like a lawnmower through some freshly...
Oh, he's gonna see it now. He sees the age up. He's gonna push it past. Elona, you need to cancel this. Oh no! That's horrible.
I don't know what's meant to go well for Elona in this game.
This is
Everything is going
no,
bad.
This is also not a good spot. This is also not a good
The
spot.
Cados are in. Like, this doesn't work. Elona, no! That's it! 2 games on the board. Corvinus just 1 away from knocking out one of the favorites to make it deeper. Unbelievable.
Clearly, Byzantines is just OP.
When you're winning with Cataphracts, yeah, I'm gonna give this one to you, Byzantines.
Oh man.
What a depressing game for Elona. You know how I said, like, shake game 1 because that was a weird game and don't think about it? It gets much harder to shake the bad games when all the games are weird.
Yeah, I mean, this one is gonna be hard to shake off for sure.
I mean, we doubt the Catas, right? Which is kind of understandable. They're a unit that hasn't been performing, but Corvinus
I'm just
understanding.
gonna say the Catas could have been replaced by any other units, and this thing would have happened there.
I will agree, because the thing that's weird about it is, like, Lombos move so slow that the Lombos were there when the Cataphracts were there, right? It's like Varangian could have been there then when the Lombos were there.
Exactly.
The mental damage of killing your opponent with Cataphracts is 50 times higher than Varangian, because everyone expects a Viking to win a pub brawl. No one expects a guy wearing so much armor that he can't move to win a brawl. Well,
that's a rough one.
Maybe this can go better. He has got Rus. Rus that probably should be banned almost every single game, given the map pool we've got here for Red Bull Wololo. But this is where he pulls his beliefs, his hopes. And the other upside, Malians, one of the dominant picks of Socotra, will not be safer there. Corvinus is trying to make it a free O sweep by going to the Malians here on Dry Arabia. I feel like this is a map spawn dependent matchup.
I think I'm not too sure about that. I'm not too sure about that. Like, for sure you want to have your resource at least in the way that you can wall them. If Elona with the Rus is able to get a couple of walls in, buy enough time for zone age up, and be able to, like, mass up enough units. If you're able to survive the initial flood of units that comes in, or, well, not the initial flood, because it's like a constant flood of units. If you're able to survive that, Rus is going to be in a good spot, but we'll have to see. That's going to be the way that it's going to be played out. Elona with the Rus, that's one of his, like, main civilizations, I want to say. Corvinus, once again, with the double scout play. This is really good and really easy to do for the Malians, because their scouts from TC takes 10 seconds less to produce than for other civilizations.
Yeah, 15 seconds in total. And, you know, I'm wondering what wild experience we've got to come in this series for game number 3. So far, Corvinus has taught us that Desert Raiders are not OP and that Cataphracts are. So following that trend, surely it's a Malian all-in with mass scouts and archers. Let's find out. Game 3, match point potential for Corvinus. And this would annihilate the chances of a double French showdown in El Reinado on land later this year.
Yeah, very early denial potentially for that one. But Elona on Rus, one of his main civilizations, maybe this could be the beginning of the turnaround here for him.
And a pretty strong civ if you get the right spawns. We were talking about some protected food. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the best spawn for it. He could probably palisade wall around this deer pack here, maybe pulling the ball. So that might be a potential play down the line. And as we know, fortified palisade walls from the Rus are basically busted.
They are.
I don't get it. How have they not been nerfed still, like, after all this time?
They also still build faster, right?
For some reason, right? 33% faster.
Yeah.
Which, like, when you think about it, you're almost at Chinese build speed, but with double the health.
And fire armor.
I can't with that. It's so insane. I mean, the Malians can Zerg over it, right? Like, they're usually going for a fast castle timing.
They've got so many units that you can pump out, and once you get those mass of sofas in as well, it is like Rus really like to do their mass archer kind of ball with all the bonus wood that they get. Can't really do that too efficiently against like mass sofas with more armor than knights.
No, it's ridiculous what we've been seeing out of Malians recently, right? Like the Musafadi plus Sofa spam, it just overwhelms. So really, I think in this matchup, Elona has two choices. He either goes hard and fast, tries for feudal all in, or he accepts that this is a defense game, right? He's in the middle of a Call of Duty Zombies game, and he needs to get to round 51. That's not easy, by the way.
It's not. It's not. Three
Unless you
scouts
get
out
the,
there for Leona.
Yeah, and that's another thing about the Malian timing. You mentioned that you produce it out of the TC to get it quicker. We expected Corvinus to do this anyway. He's been doing 2 scout openers all series long.
Every game so far, yeah.
Yeah, but like, the difference is crazily big when you consider that the Rus won't build a second scout until after they've built the hunting cabin anyway.
It is, and the hunting cabin has been nerfed like 2 patches back. So the build speed has been made slower.
Is it 30 seconds maybe? 35.
I think 35.
Yeah, 35 sounds right. Because I think it used to be 25 to make up the fact they were paying 100 wood. And then once someone on the dev team went, whoopsie, why were you giving them perks when this is already such a good building? We're poking the backside. Kind of surprised that Elona isn't hunting for more gold on the map instead. Oh, I just noticed we've got a secret trade post, by the way. I don't think it might matter in the late game for the Malians. Yeah, look at the tree line on the west side. This is happening more at the moment, where trade posts have been and sacred sites have been spawning. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you mean yeah.
It's accessible, but it's like it's kind of secretly hidden, right? Like I've been seeing it a lot more in the last few days on like Hillendale for sacred sites and then Drow Arabia for trade posts.
It's a comfortable market. Wait. Okay, so this is nice. This is something that I really like to do against Rus. When even though they have like more scouts, you just go for warrior scouts. And look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, Elona has to expect that to come in, but both of these scouts are not dead.
It's very important as well, because one of the frustrations of dealing with Rus is you can never pull the wool over their eyes, right? They see everything, always. But by going for this Warrior Scout detail, you now not only can brawl better, you're quicker. You can chase them down. So it means that Elona realistically is going to be stuck with one scout, and he can't even risk going to check what's happening. And that gives the Malians a level of agency here. They could be going into a full feudal. They could be going fast castle. Elona now doesn't know.
Where's Elona going to place his second TC? I'm guessing it's going to be to the deer to the north. He's getting the barracks in as well. Definitely he's going to need that. Else the warrior scouts are themselves just going to be able to deny a TC. And the scout is going to stay alive, but barely.
I think Corvinus might have been able to get that with the dive. It looked like the other scout, so a little bit of reluctance might cost him dearly. Maybe he was expecting 2 or 3 villages on the gold, which would have given the firepower to kill the scouts, but missed opportunity. He does at least keep him at home now. And I think now you have to go for a defensive TC on the gold, right? Like, if you're Rus, you want to drop on the deer, but you either drop it on gold or you delay it because one spearman won't be enough to deal with the warrior scout straight away. Maybe the gremlins?
You could call 1 or 2 batches.
All right, here we go. He goes out with 1 spear.
Should be enough, to be fair.
Yeah, Corvinus is split, by the way.
Scout has to be careful. That's a weak health scout.
Yeah, and look at what happened to the other scout. Corvinus, he was expecting to play potentially onto the left side here. Nice micro, though. Corv gets in, gets rid of the scout, and now Ring a Rosie's time. Second scout should be on the way. Corvinus hasn't moved him just yet, though.
There he goes. Moves him now.
Second spear's coming, though, so Elona should be able to get away with this. 1 spear for 1 scout should be enough.
Yeah, I agree.
It's crazy that could even be a debate, but I still remember the days of nano healing tech scouts.
They were really, really strong. It's good that they've been nerfed, that they're the way they are now. First couple of cattle ranches are coming in, so the cow boom for Corvinus should be on the way fairly soon. Already has a good amount of gold in the bank that he can very quickly transform into a booming cattle economy.
Yeah, and I like that Elona didn't go for that night opener we sometimes see. I think it's less impactful against Malians because of you only have 1 value point, and that's when your opponent goes to the pit mines. Outside that, I want to say Malians might be #1 for most condensed Civ in the game. Like, they don't have to leave their primary TC for the first 15 minutes. Actually, I wonder if Elona could just pull in the ball from the right side. It's pretty close, right?
I don't think it's close enough.
No. Probably not to reach the TC.
Yeah.
Oh, and Corvinus is waiting
It's
for
gonna
it
walk
as well.
like halfway. Yeah, you could get it like halfway, and then you could probably wall it in. That could work.
I do love the fact that Corvinus is waiting, anticipating it though, because if he just aggroes it early, Elona could get screwed over. So
Yeah,
works out
just
for
pull it
French.
away. Wall's coming in now. This is relatively easy to wall pit mine there as well.
Corvinus has
That's
revealed
gonna be
first
another
so far.
scout. That's gonna be a last scout as well.
Right and blind. We talked about it. It was the worrisome detail, right? Especially when you consider that Elona hasn't walled anything yet. This is going to force his hand. If he can get the kill.
And now the knights are gonna be in queue.
Uh-oh.
Knights and spearmen.
Hold up. Let me see your passport. No passport, no entry. All right. So Knight gets queued up by Elona, but we've seen how this goes. Like, one Knight runs into, like, 2 scouts. You just kind of get cheesed, right? They just take turns to whittle you down. I'm worried as well. Like, what is this Knight really meant to do? Like, if Corvinus is rushing castle, 1 Knight, 2 Knights, 3 Knights, they're not going to stop this.
I'm getting archers now as well. So knight archers. That could work. But are you realistically gonna have enough torch power to burn through the houses? With the spearman combination, I think it could work.
It feels too
But
late.
you gotta
though,
you really gotta. The wall is fine, right? Like you can bust through that. The palisade walls aren't that strong. These aren't roost walls.
That is true. They take 33% longer to build.
Yeah. You put more time into them, so they.
Oops.
Oops.
Who are you?
What are you doing here? At this time of day.
God, imagine how stupid you feel when you're the one building the wall and you don't even leave yourself a way out.
I forgot the gate, the door.
Like, finally,
It's like the Drake and
somewhere
Josh
we
meme.
can be safe. Oh, yeah, when they build
With
it,
the
it's like,
power saw.
when they build it, they pull the door up. They're like, okay.
Yeah.
Was it like, yeah, where's the power saw? It's like, oh, it's outside.
Like, go get it. Oh, I see the problem. Oh, do you?
Oh, Elona is going to make his own little power here to break through, but it's going to come at a price. Trulani's
And
down the
age
way.
up. Yeah, that's... And it's a good amount of cattle as well, so the food economy is gonna be there straight away. Leona's military count isn't looking bad, considering that he did go 2 TC at this point in time. But it's not... Like,
A good
thing is that whatever Malians make unit-wise in Castle Age, any other civilization has the counter units already available. The bad thing is that they're just gonna get so much food that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like you've come up with this. You know when you kind of calculate everything and you think about really well, and you're like, yes, I thought of every possible angle, this is how it's going to work. It's the equivalent of like showing up to a fight, expecting a 10-on-10, and then you just get bodied by 50 people, right? It's like, you can be the most strategic man in the world. It just doesn't work out mathematically, and that's what we're used to with the Malians. They are the #1 Zerg Civ in the game.
Pit mine has been destroyed. Second wall is coming in now.
Oh, you're going to need to go faster than this. I think it's going to be too... Wait. Hold on a
Wait,
sec. We've got a
that's a
fog of war
gap.
issue. It's a fog of war issue.
Is it?
I think it is. This happens usually if you can't see it, right? Or did he just completely miss? But
He
either
saw
way,
that. There's no way he didn't see that side.
unbelievable. Elona. Wait, he's actually going north side. He's trying to keep 2 openings. I don't think Elona realized the gift he was just given there.
He does not. He does not.
That's going to buy some
I think
critical time.
Corvinus doesn't have that much gold in the bank right now. The archers are going to be coming in now. Corvinus is going to have to pull the villagers.
Import armors is there, though. Spearman is a problem he needs to relieve first. So Elona is in the back now, but getting reinforcements around there is a long process. He's actually building up a second wave on the south side of the base.
This is good. This is good. This is like late pressure against Malians, but it's still struck Corvinus pretty hard so far. like getting cut off now on the golden come, for the most part at least, means that he's not going to be able to make too many Mustafadi warriors or too many sofas. And he doesn't have that many, and all of these units still can get countered out.
Keep in mind he still has the passive goal from the pit mines. Those were not denied. And
One
Elona
got denied. Wait, actually, no, Corvinus, what's he doing? Look at the wall. He sent villagers around.
Wait, is he
wall.
Yeah, he's
walling
trapping them in.
And he's getting the pit mine in.
Oh, this is sick, because now, I said Elona had a second wave on the south side. Realistically, you want to join these up for an assault. You can't. Corvinus gets to pick the fight.
Yeah. Brandon, this might still, in theory, be a fight that's not bad for Elona. He does have the archers.
Mustafadi lead in. Spearman try to peel across the side, but most of them are only targeted on one. The Sofas get around the backside. Elona, surely he cannot win this fight. Spearman rallied to the other side of the engagement, will block out the Sofa at the last moment there, and will end up getting a good trade as a result. Corvinus losing a lot of the cav, will eventually push this away, but it's definitely cost him.
Yeah, but now, Corvinus, he's got the gold access again, and that is what this was all about.
Idle on the wood line here. Now, the army is in position, so realistically, Elona can stay here for a while, but right now, he needs to optimize every unit. He is an age behind. He has got an insane eco lead, but it's not as big as you think when you remember that cows are the way of life for the Malians.
They are. They definitely are, but Corvinus, he didn't even have horticulture so far. It's just coming in now, so economy definitely not as optimal as it could have been here for him. We checked the numbers of the cattle as well, and he's not really that fully stacked right now when it comes to them. Archers able to pick off the Mustafadi warriors here for the most part.
There's not many spearmen in the mix here, so these Sofas can dominate this fight. They hit to the backside.
Coming.
Only reinforcements arrive. That is going to reset.
Leona's winning that fight easily.
Yeah, Corvinus has to leave.
Yeah.
What? Corvinus is going Donzos.
That is not a confident play. Confidence play here from him.
Surely it should be archers here.
Archers for sure. Like, if he just went veteran archers, he would have been fine. He wouldn't have needed the gold, just get the upgrades, had enough gold for poison arrows, and you roll like that.
I mean, this is one way to keep the game average length down. After that, game one being long, game two was one of the shortest ones we've seen today. Game three could trend the same way. Elona in a very dominant position now. And he has got Rams now on the way.
Couple knights. You can't force that.
You just want to force reactions,
quicker as well. Yeah.
So just to check, it's like Corvinus, you awake, buddy?
Now.
Corvinus, are you awake right now?
Is he awake? I'm not sure. Loses the Sofa there.
I mean, unnecessary damage done there, right? Corvinus just getting somewhat distracted, queuing up more units. And he is relying on the way of the melee life. It is Mass Donzo, Mass Sofa.
The Kremlins have been pulled as well.
Mass Gremlins now on the way. And Corvinus, wait, this could backfire. He's trying to cut reinforcements. Goes for the surround. There'll be a reaction in time. Elona spotted building up the Rams, but Corvinus once again has to commit into a scrappy engagement. There's way too many spearmen here. He's going to lose it all. Sofa count, barely anything at this stage. It may say 5.
Week 2.
Exactly. There's more like 3, maybe 2.
And now with the militia, they're just going to act as a meat shield. I think, honestly, Elona, he can't just go for the cattle. Just go for the cattle.
Militia have got 25 seconds left. At this point, they're like, why did anyone
wake me up? It might just be enough. You just want to use them as a meat shield.
If Corvinus keeps
if you get 10 seconds in, go, 10 seconds. Go.
Elona. Elona.
They don't live long. Elona. 8. No, Elona.
Oh, it's the BM. Watch this. It's like, look, I didn't even need them to win this fight.
Ugh.
You think you have to run. And they're gone, but Corvinus. I think there's just too many spearmen here for him to brute force this. Rams are starting to hit up onto the ranches. Also body blockers. Can the Sofas do this? 8 left over.
I'm considering Roblox death sounds at this point in time. Spearman actually.
He needs to undermesh. He needs to undermesh too, right? Like that's the thing. The archers are still hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
He does stay alive. Rams go down. Oh wait, yes. Okay, you're right. Yeah, it's still Darren now coming through as well. So Corvinus. Okay, this is what we've been waiting for. This is our criticism for a long time. Why not just build archers? Somehow Corvinus has not died many times here to the point he's realized archers may just simply be the winning play. Dude, this is wild. I can't believe this is working.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Elona just lost his front line so quickly there.
Right? It's wild to me. And I'm trying to gauge whether it's just Elona misplaying or Marlians being this absurd that Corvinus gets to get the comp wrong or not have the right resources for the comp that's correct this many times and isn't dead. That's kind of wild, right?
It is. It absolutely is. I think for the most part, it's just like with the engagement there. I think Elona wasn't actively attacking the sofas with the spears. I think they got hung up on the Donzos.
I think what happened is the militia shoot up, then died instantly, and then he left space in the formation that way. And to your point, the Spearmen weren't filling that formation gap, which led to bigger issues. But looks like he's going to have to press now. Question mark is it too late? More Spearmen this time around, but a lot more Sofas from Corvinus. And those archers, they do now have the poison arrows. Spearman count is low already. Sofas could just dominate this fight. He needs to get rid of the counter archers on the other side fast. I think this feels like a
coming
hold.
in though.
Corvinus almost broke through the front line. Second wave of Spearmen do arrive. That is going to force a reset here. So Elona keeps the pressure up. May hesitate to go deeper though. That Spearman count isn't as healthy as it once was.
Tries to break through that wall now, but honestly, there's not really anything of value behind this wall. It's still all about the cattle, but the high trade house is now coming in for Elona behind this. So he doesn't really want to go here right now.
I feel like 40 eco should be enough for you to still pressure. Oh, it looks like he actually gets spotted out on the flank resources here by one of the Sofas. And Corvinus, this breathing room, giving this over to the Marlians is going to lead to a big problem here. There's a lot of Sofas queued up. We've seen the archers are upgraded. They haven't got the level 2 steeled arrow, but they're capable of forcing a fight the moment they see this tech up.
Yeah, getting this many Sofas in now and the Spearman numbers just not being able to keep up. Archers are also going to do great against them. Eliona's going to need crossbows, but they're really slow, so you got the mobility disadvantage there. Upgrades coming in.
I'm worried.
Corvinus is moving forward.
Yeah, and this is my biggest worry is like if you don't keep Corvinus in the base, look at Eliona's base. Where are the walls? The OP walls that we blabbed on about for like 2 minutes. They don't exist. Sofas.
I almost want to say that Elona right now, he should if Corvinus decides not to fight this and go for a base trade, Elona should take the base trade since he still has the Kremlin.
Oh, you know, it's probably a men-at-arms switch.
But the fight is coming in.
Line spread out. Sofas are starting to leak over on the flanks here. Spearman count isn't going to be able to hold on for very long against this type of pressure. And it looks like Elona is going to lose the forward army. He's going to get access to the map, which means that Corvinus can look to flood out with the Zerg.
Villagers on the run now as well, and all these archers now getting picked apart by the knights. And Elona, he's not making crossbows, he's making men-at-arms.
Against Sofa Musafadi, right? We really have to emphasize that. Everything that Corvinus has counters men-at-arms.
Yeah, that's not good.
Definitely not ideal. And Elona also, can we check a farm count? Because I think he's struggling there. Right, I see there's a bunch of things out behind
10,
this.
12?
18.
18.
Yeah, and he's setting up more now on the western flank, but that's exactly where the Malian army is heading.
Yeah, you cannot go for them here. Oh no, Elona, he sees this.
He's not reacting to it right now. Villagers will have to shift away, can't reach the wooden fortress. His army's going to be forced to engage, but this doesn't look like a fight you can win. Sofa's spread out again.
Units.
You're just getting countered, right? Remember, Sofas, they're tanky, but they also get bonus damage against the men-at-arms. The Musafadi get bonus damage against the men-at-arms. Pretty much everything gets some form of bonus damage against your one hope, and you only have men-at-arms.
Militia being called again, but it's only 8.
Not something I want to appreciate. Gold also going to be vacated here. Barely any grabs. It feels like Elona needs something more, but I don't know if he's got the time anymore. Corvinus continues to surge.
And all of this with a 40 military advantage. Elona just not able to, well, get the upgrades that he needed, get the army composition in that he needed. Now the first crossbow's in queue. But feels like the income just isn't there for him anymore to keep it up.
No, and the farms to the south side are going to become a liability. This is where Corvinus is going to peel. He starts hunting Sofas, head for the eco, and Elona has to mirror it, which means he's just getting hit by the troops he already engaged with. Farms are vacated, less food income now. And Elona, even if he wants mass crossbows, I don't think he actually has that many rangers. This might be it.
Look like it, yeah.
This might be the end of his run. I can't believe it. Elona, we hope that maybe he'll be able to get back in the series, make it a little bit longer here. Corvinus, it looked like he was on the edge, bent over the knee being spanked, but now Corvinus is the one with the belt.
Sofa's flooding in everywhere, non-stop military production, up to 2,000 food per minute now. The Malians truly in the driver's seat position right now, and Elona, he had the advantage in the economy for a long time, but now GG gets called.
That is everything to be wrote in the Elona legacy here for Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. We say farewell to the sweet prince from France. And hello to the Hungarian looking to make it deeper. Corvinus will qualify through to the round of 16, which means he will be safe in a double elimination format. Elona falls shy, falling to Corvinus 3-0.
3-0, definitely not the expected result there.
Absolutely crazy as well, right? Like, it looked like multiple times Elona had him on the verge of defeat, but Corvinus just kept finding a way out, sometimes taking gluttonous fights. It looked like he should have been ultimately punished, but Elona never able to find that killing blow. And, it makes me wonder, could he have tried to play a longer feudal? Probably not, right? Like, it felt like the food had just disappeared from the map at the time he chose castle.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the castle age, like, you see the military value lead there for Elona, and with that castle age up, everything kind of turned to dust there, military-wise, for him.
Yeah. And you have to gauge how much of that is him actively not producing 1,800 resources worth of units, and how much is that just Corvinus realizing, oh, I can kind of do this.
I think it's also just him being way out of position at the point in time. Like, he kind of postured there, being like, oh yeah, I got my mass military here, and then the age up happens, and Corvinus immediately knew, oh, okay, so you want to get your upgrades now, and Elona was just still lingering out, being like, oh yeah, I still got the military, but at that point in time, Corvinus just had enough units to take the fight.
And of course, as I highlighted, folks, that does mean that Corvinus is somewhat safe for the time being in the round of 16. Once you make it to round of 16, you enter a double elimination format, which means you have to lose twice to be out. But this is an interesting one. This is another one to get to that safety point of double elim. CSO and Sassy are still in a single elimination format. Best of 5 here. The map draft by Surfshark has already been cooked and concocted, and we kick off with a classic Crackety. English versus Mongols on Golden Heights.
Yeah, and there's been a little bit of a change here, right? Like we talked about, the Horsemen now a little bit better in the Dark Age for the Mongols, and this is a popular play on Golden Heights. When you're playing Mongols against the English, you just immediately start with the stable, get a Horseman out, and if your opponent goes for a dog, you can deny that before it goes up, and here we go, right into it. English versus Mongols here on Golden Heights. Are we gonna see a dog drop? Actually, it doesn't look like it.
I mean, classic dynamics of English versus Mongols, right? And also kind of unfamiliar territory, because I feel like this hasn't been the meta for a long time. Ever since new civs got added, there's a lot that are proven to be more prominent. Things like Japanese come to mind. But this used to be, I'd say, one of the most typical matchups you'd see on Golden Heights and Holy Island, alongside maybe HRE in Chinese. Question mark is, does Sassy have the read on this? Because this is, oh my god. See,
what is
CS,
this?
oh no. I mean, he thinks that, and Sassy just saw it, he thinks that there's a play for water. So now Sassy can just play fast feudal.
I mean, what's Sassy's reaction going to be to this? Is he going to make barracks or
you don't
stable?
have to make anything, right?
Oh, he's making something. He made the U, right?
Because my thought here is, like, everything's kind of safe, right? The gold, the wood lines, you could just go for feudal.
You could. You surely could, but there is the stable.
Horseman buffed. Why not? I have been highlighting Mongols as one of my top civs to benefit from the Horseman changes, right? They now have a bit better melee range, and the Dark Age Horsemen do have a bit more armor. Oh, this is sick, actually. Check the spawn for CSO and look where his gold is located. This has a ripple effect. You can beat the men at arms, but you can then also block the gold.
Where are the men at arms going?
To the base.
Under TC? Yeah.
I mean,
do a little hello, how you doing, sir?
It's like, I am invincible. I'm an armored unit in the Dark Age. Nothing can kill me. Yeah, but just walk underneath this town center for 2 seconds.
Hello, I'm a street photographer. Can I take your picture?
I feel like the voices we're doing for this Dark Age Men at Arms is too like mature because they're baby arms, right? So you got to do like a baby voice. I will going to kill you and you're going to die.
It's a window.
It's a window or die. If
We need
you
some Monty
beat
Python
me, my
quotes for this.
daddy will beat you up.
I spit on you.
That was just a marine territory. Horsemen come out though.
And this double produce Horseman in Q now as well.
Yeah. And this is already a good trade, right? The reason why Horsemen counter Men at Arms is that you can just pull away.
Yeah, you can pull away, but the reason why this is not a good trade is that
he's not pulling away.
just now he's got 3. Now he's got 3. Now it's a good trade.
Although it has made a bigger investment. CSO's built 3 Men at Arms now. Wait, what? A Sassy, he tricks him! He baits him in range with the injured Horseman. And now all of a sudden, this is just dead weight, right? Like, now we're learning why you don't put kids in armor. And send them to the front line.
I mean, now it should just be fuel age for both players, I want to say.
Yeah, but you can block the gold. You've got an extra 1 ranged armor. This is insane.
CISO has the wood to make an outpost. Like, with the 3-minute arms, you have enough time in order to get the outpost up.
+1 armor, though. Like, I think +1 ranged armor is pretty big here.
It doesn't matter. When the outpost is up, you're still going to take better fights in the end with the minute arms.
I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to get the outpost up, though.
You will get the outpost up. You're in your base, you can pull villagers back and forward, and you get the minute arms too. Definitely works.
Problem is, like,
play Spearman? English don't get Spearman Dark Age.
No, they so here's the cool thing. English don't have to buy their Spearman upgrade. Because they're already feudal. But that also means you have to wait until feudal to get them.
Oh, and wait.
Are you kidding
CISO
me?
managed to... He snuck one out. Oh, if he can roll that in really easily as well.
Sassy's moving over now, though.
He needs to wall right now. CISO, you need to wall it. That is such a good walling spot.
Has he built the outpost on the gold? I don't think he has. It's just a mining camp.
Oh, come on. CISO.
There's so many exposure points here.
It is such an easy wall.
He's like, but I need the fishing boat, Quackity. I don't know why I'm still doing the baby voice.
Quackity?
Quackity? Is that like if you and Kiljardi ever play in a 2v2?
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, I legitimately want to be like, you confuse me with Kiljardi right now.
You're the Quackity team, you know. Oh, Horseman count surging up there. Sassy going up to 8 now.
Too bad these are gonna be useless once feudal age comes around.
Ah, he burned the dock. The dock that he hasn't walled in still.
If that wall comes in, if that wall doesn't come in, KP.
We got there in the end. Those were the possibilities. But if that wall does not come in, it's going to be a sin.
To be or not to be.
Horseman numbers. Oh, this is such a heavy investment from Sassy.
To be fair, a lot of them were double produced. I think there were 2 double productions in there.
So not as bad of a situation. CSO
there
now
might be another one at some point.
All right, CSO is over-gathering on the goal pretty hard right now.
He is. But he pulled off. He had 5 on there, now it's only 1.
He's like, oh, thank God. That's enough to build 11 men at arms. I'm good now.
Still no wall.
Still no feudal age.
I mean, the fishing ships at this point in time need to see that Sass has a dock there as well. Like, he has to have that information.
I think he might be on the edge, but doesn't see it. It's very tight. What commitment in? Good peel back here. Micro reasonable from Sassy to try and minimize the losses. He's going to commit to the fight now. Men at arms standing their ground.
If CISO just went back a little bit, he would get the attack spin aura.
Instead, he tries to stand his ground in a weird place. It is going to work out, though. Yeah. Exactly. Sassy. I mean, this is a crazy thing, right? Horsemen are meant to outnumber and target down, but when the lines get this thick, you have to take essentially a one-on-one fight in melee against men at arms. So good hold by CSO, but now a fall from Sassy.
The Horseman's going to find the dock now.
He's heading over. He spotted it. The wall's not up. Oh, no.
Hello.
Hey, I'm your reminder on your phone to build a wall.
Oh, villager pulls a shiv. That's cute.
I guess if this was like a phone giving you a reminder, it'd be the equivalent of the one that like sets on fire and blows up. And just like that, villager down, an exposed dock, and CSO now an age behind. Sassy can now block food because he has got his own docks. He can also upgrade these
needs to age up soon. I like the play from Sass where he has the fishy ship on the shoreline fish, so he doesn't give any information over.
Right? Yeah.
Can we check CSO line of sight? I want to know. Does he know that the dock is there?
They know fishing boat vision, right? Like
does not
old
see
fishing
it.
boats
Yeah.
would have seen this. Was it a 20% nerf or 25% nerf to vision? I think it was needed.
It was
I
good
like
enough.
that they done that. Yeah.
Yeah, they had very long line of sight.
Yeah, it kind of fit the theme of what Microsoft was trying to do. Like, they nerfed scouts on land because they felt like you couldn't do any sneaky plays, and it's similar on water. But Abbey of Kings now coming from CSO.
It is. We're seeing the first Keshik now. Is that double produced? I don't think it's double produced Keshik. Can we check the stable?
It's one.
It's not double produced. Okay. Still, it's probably got to be enough to deal with those Mendams together with the Horsemen.
Yeah, and Nuvu's not going to be
Healing's
lost.
gonna be insane.
Damage. Horsemen, in the meantime, are going to go for the finisher on the dock. Sassy also just getting the arrow slits to make it safe.
Oh, see, so he's trying to be sneaky. He's sending another villager out for the docks. He wants to get it up on the other side now.
He gave up on that quick.
He sent it forward, sends it back again.
It feels too late, right? Archer ship's already coming. And here comes the Kesh against the men-at-arms. Why don't you get a horse on? I don't. I'm going to stop this now. I think he actually could just lose to one Keshik here. I mean, not okay, we've been here before. Not when Sassy does it like this, but like if he just micros back and waits for the aggro switch each time, he can kill them.
I mean, now CISO really needs to like hunker down and win this game in feudal age, I feel like.
Does this feel like he's going to go feudal, though? It doesn't look like it.
Wait, he's on stone? No, is he gonna go 2TC?
That has to be it. No, it is. I was hoping it was
we're gonna get the classic 2TC play. Let's go.
You say to inject into your vein and headbutt the keyboard. I mean, I don't think it works in this game, though.
Maybe? Like, the main benefit from docks, right, is that you can make them so early.
Yeah.
That has been kind of pushed back quite a bit, so...
In a way, then again, we have been in Dark Age for a long time.
We have. But it's been pushed back so far that I think maybe this is fine.
I mean, he needs to secure something with it, right? Like, you can get away with just dropping a TC on the Gold in the Wood, but Silver Tree is moving into a corner. You're up against fishing as well. I feel like you need to get something more out of this TC.
Trade.
Life is good.
Life's good indeed. Oh, healing up the man.
Oh my god, nice. OP. Look at this. You can tell that this is the English because we've got NHS over here, free healthcare.
You guys got that? Wow.
Yeah, and then it's like, you know how we have to buy travel insurance? That's what the king is, because then we get healing abroad.
Sassy. I mean, now he's got the... Oh, no, is he just got a...
Huh?
He wants to just torch down farms.
Screw that farm in particular.
It's just getting repaired. Oh, but the villagers there.
Meantime, archers have been intercepted by the king. That's actually a good trade for CSO, as long as he micros away before the king would potentially die.
I think he doesn't even die against 4 archers.
I'd be... If you micro badly. Like, maybe you just, like, accidentally rally click around the stone. He's pushing him back to the base. The archers still haven't arrived yet. The men-at-arms of the meet... What is going on here?
He's repairing the farm.
What is going on here?
Sassy really wanted that bounty, but every time CISO just repaired the farm.
I mean, it's not bad if it's mass Keshiks, right? Because at least you're kind of offsetting the damage, but it's the horsemen that are gradually dying from that.
They are. Oh, but the king's now getting surrounded, potentially. Reinforcement with the Khan. Going towards him or not?
He's just 1.69 movement speed, right? If the Khan isn't nearby, it's hard to catch him. I feel
if it's getting surrounded.
Yeah, but I think this is the right choice by Sassy. It's like you could waste your time chasing this king, or you could go after the greed. You know it's a 2TC play.
Yeah, you know it by now for sure, but now also more archer range is coming in. Oh my god. 3 villagers building that outpost there now.
Maybe you could have got it closer to the tree line, because then it's a true blocker, right? But I imagine he's going to try to go around the other side.
You can go there with the scouts and the falcon around there as well.
Oh, it's more torn like if it's closer, CSO hasn't really got many places he can chop, but like right now, he can just play west side. So there might like be a little concave gap between the two outposts if you outpost east and west with this format.
Yeah.
Because like it is really far out.
Oh, the villager pull. I like that. Don't wait for the longbows to arrive. Send the villagers over.
Longbows are now in effect, and not many archers here to contest. Villagers are going to just go for it.
CISO.
He realizes, gets one. Oh, this is so close. And on the east side, the king does go down. So no cavalry for CSO. This is kind of depressing to watch. These Keshiks are not losing health.
They're really not.
Villager goes in again. What? Wait, but he leaves the villager on his own? What?
Goodbye, villager.
It's fine. I didn't want them anyway. I've got fishing boats.
Where are the rest of CISO's units?
They're vibing. They're actually coming back round. They were on the east side, but they're not diving there. I think he's getting everything together for a push-in, which makes sense because his eco should just be substantially better than the CSO's.
CISO, yeah, there we go. Now he can just burn down that outpost.
The gate doesn't even look like it is actually there anymore. It's just a
It's there
giant
in
gap.
spirit.
Like, if we are being real about this, you should just be able to walk through. The gate is not. It doesn't exist anymore.
That's a lot of military now, though.
Here we go. He's blobs. It's so many Keshiks.
And there's a villager.
Only 4
He
spearmen.
gets it up. Oh, he garrisoned the villager just enough in time. Villager is still alive.
He comes out to try and burn it. This is bad, though. Committing the torches like this is going to cost you dearly. The wall's not going to last very long either. There's too many archers here for a repair, but he's going to try for it. CSO tries to keep the wall alive, but surely against this many Keshiks, you've got no hope.
Definitely not. So many villagers dying here, and SAS behind this.
I think CSO needs an SAS.
17 villager yeah, SOS at this point.
SOS, yep. But I don't think anyone is going to save his soul. I don't think English players even have a soul. And they definitely don't have a defense anymore. Wall down.
English players like the Sith or?
Sure, both. Why choose? I'm not sure who is more like morally at peril here, a Mongol pick or an English pick. Either one makes me sick. Only a handful of Lombos. CSO has got the double TC defense, but Undermesh is there. Keshik should keep pumping. Sassy has so much food at this point, Castle Age is even feasible.
Yeah. I mean, he's got so many fishing ships at this point in time, right? Like, food is definitely there for him on water. Does he have the water upgrade as well? Can we check his stock quickly? He does not. That's a cool play.
About this. I knew. Dude, kill Jardy just getting the strays. Save it for his actual series, man. Still Darren now there as well, so Sassy doubling down on archers. I mean, Rams would make a lot of sense here, right? Like, against English, I think you just have to take the Ram approach. It's just so expensive to dive.
Yeah. I mean, especially with the TC, right? Like, the TC is kind of forward. And now CISO, he's just pumping longbows in a moment in time where there's 12 Keshiks and 13 archers.
Yeah.
No blacksmith upgrades as well.
Might be a teensy-wincy problem. But don't worry, he's got palings.
I mean, if CSO can somehow get enough food to age up and just go White Tower, he'll be fine.
Do you ever feel like the comical equivalent of like watching someone use palings, by the way, is just like them standing there with a big spear and go on, run into it. Run into it. Usually looking suspicious like, I don't know about that. Just
I know
like
you want
sidestep
to.
it. Like there's a little hole in the floor and they're like, fall in the hole. Fall in it. And you're like, I'm just going to walk around it. And,
and there's the curl die. Into the mass men-at-arms play as well. Barracks getting prepared now behind all of that.
Ironically, this game will end as it began. Mass men-at-arms, 3 ages apart.
From the other party, yeah.
Balance, you know, we said both of these Sifs don't have souls. This kind of adds to it. Textile's on the way because CSO understands the only way you potentially win this game now is the Don Arty way. Villages are a weapon. I don't think they're going to be an effective one.
CISO even remaking the king now.
I mean, CSO looks like he's starting to stockpile for Castle himself.
Yeah, the timing with that is gonna be slightly rough, though.
I don't think Rough really does it justice. It's like you've fallen into a pit with 5 rabid bears.
200 grit sandpaper, Ruff.
You have to wash your hands with. Like, you know, you're having a shower, but there's no water, and there's just very aggressive sandpaper. Yeah, the kind they use to, like, buffer diamonds. Oh, boy. Sassy, the Kurotai actually isn't involved, by the way. It's vibing at home. He's waiting for the pack up, right? I think once pack up is there, he'll move it forward, and that should just be the GG push.
Yeah. There's a great spot there for the White Tower. I just don't think that CSO can get it in, like, anytime soon. He's got a good amount of food per minute, but he keeps making villagers. Like, just stop making villagers at one point in time. He needed the White Tower.
This is the equivalent of when a French player leaves room for a red palace at 5 minutes in the game. It's like, buddy, pal.
It's planned. It's projected.
Wait, you know what I realized? That's a perfect place for a Kurotai.
It is. You block out the landmark as well.
Oh, dive in. That should end the game. I think it's going to end before we get to see that. Yeah. Eco exposed, and game 1 goes to the Turks. Sassy, early lead.
Early lead indeed. First mark on the board here for him. Can see the military value lead here, and Sassy just taking water and making full use of that. Look at that food graph there as well. 7,000 food gathered for CSO, 12,000 for SAS. And taking a look at the overall... I love this graph. Like, total resources gathered just kind of tells you so much about how the game went there.
Yeah, and, you know, the big lesson here, guys, is APM wins games. CSO with 140 APM, because English players...
was playing one-handed.
Yeah, like, English players playing 2TC don't really have much to do, right? Like, I think about 80% your APM is producing villagers. Damn,
that's a big part, right?
Yeah, it's a rough one though, man.
Make sure you keep producing
to the point that you can't get castle. Whew. Brutal start to the series though, and Sassy, you know, showing you why Mongol is one of his signature civs, showing you why Mongol still has a lot of value on these hybridized maps. We've got another hybridized map in mind though. Next up, we're looking at Kawasan with a Chinese Abbasid showdown, one of the classic ones that many people will have flashbacks to from the first Road to Red Bull Wololo.
Yeah, China versus Abbasid. It looked really good. Wait, no, it was China versus Ayubit earlier that we had.
Yes, China versus Ibis. That was the Puppy Paw versus Happy Cat game.
You're referring to another game?
I'm referring to the fact that, like, historically, when Kawasan first came out, this was one of the most popular matchups, right?
Oh, yeah, okay.
In the early days, because people were like, oh my god, the berries are OP. And then other people were like, oh my god, Barbican is OP.
I think a lot of people also just played H3 in English there, because, oh my god, longbows are OP. I can kill ships with longbows.
Mongols as well, right? They're like, oh my god, I can just rush the docks. And then we got those, like, cheeky little bull-ups. But yeah, it's I think it's kind of weird to see right now, because a lot of the time Japan is like a #1 civ here. I feel like a lot of people lean Japanese and Abbasids. I think that's at this point the most consistent matchup we see on Kawasan. But we go to the classics, the original OG civs. Kawasan, Chinese in the hands of the Chinese player here. Sassy, now with the lead, takes the formidable Abbasids, a civ that feels like it can almost be applied to any map and look good.
There we go. SAS once again with CSO here. Both players moving out to separate pawns this time around, though.
Firm handshakes, no rush needed. I mean, they did get that spawn, right? I think in the game we had earlier from Puppy Paw and Happy Cat, they both spawned on the south side of their side, which lent them towards the same pond. This is a different spawn where they're staggered, so makes sense. They aren't going to conflict. By the way, you see that center, like that center unit the Bastards have there that people forget exists? Actually looks pretty broken on this type of map. With fishing, camel archers really can just destroy games.
Yeah, I mean, they can really easily hold Castle Age rushes, because they have so much base damage that armored units don't really affect them that much.
Wait, can we talk about the fact that Nesta Vs are so OP, they're just Imperial Age?
True. Wait, are Palace Guards Age as well?
We'll reassess that. I think someone's a bit too much on the GG hype. But it's quite interesting, this particular matchup, actually. because I feel like China doesn't want to have to build land units, but a good Abbasid player can force you to with the Ram shenanigans.
Yeah. Uh, it's not happening here though, right? Because Abbasid chose to go on water as well. Actually,
I think you can still do it, right? On a delay.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Sassy made the dock and made one fishing ship, and now he doesn't have any more villagers on wood at all. Now he's just gonna go for the fast feudal age.
I like this because realistically, what gives more value, a ram or a boat? It's a ram, right? Like, what does your opponent do at that point in the game to counter a ram? If he opens with his boat, congrats. You can do 6 damage every like 1.5 seconds with archer ship, or 1 damage every 1.5 seconds with springle ship, or you can waste 160 resources to do 85 damage, and you still need 3 more demos at least. It's just such a good trade. So CSO, knowing this, I think you're going to have to go archer range and add 3 archers. To see.
For CSO to make an archer range?
Yeah, because like I do think we'll see if he goes for it. Obviously, it requires that Sassy goes for that like type of play. But I think from what I've been seeing in practices, more and more players are starting to wake up to just how ridiculous that ram timing is on Kawasan.
I mean, the thing is, right? Because Sassy invested into all of these things so far, like his castle age, not castle, his feudal age timing is still going to be more than a minute short than what it usually would be. And I think China is going to have enough time here to also get their own age up in. So I don't think like this strategy from Sassy is going to work the way it usually would.
See what he wants to do with it. He could also just go on the land, right? Like we are seeing CSO has got a forward gold spawn, and the tree line is kind of forward spawning. So there are exposure points towards the main. But it is indeed going to be the military wing. It's kind of interesting to think how far Basses have come. I still remember the days when it was weird to do anything but culture wing on border maps.
Mm.
That was for the emplacement, right? With the cheaper tech.
That as well as just the overall cheaper cost on every tech, and the better transition to castle age as well. Because that's usually like the thing, right? Like Abbasid, they can't rush their age up, so at least getting it a little bit earlier kind of offsets that a bit. But yeah, I think the age of timing here is still going to be very similar. CSO hasn't collected any tax yet, which is odd.
No. I'm hoping it's still in Academy. I think Barbican isn't really a necessity anymore. Maybe he doesn't want to do a production building, but...
Yeah, I think Imperial Academy is just way too good, especially with this spawn here. Like, you're getting all your gathering buildings there in range, and then you just make archers.
And Sassy's made the move first. Second dock. He's moved on the east side.
He did. Man, if CSO just gathered taxes earlier, I think he would have been able to age up already.
This is pretty brazen out of CSO.
No, this is good. This is good. You need the double dock in order to defend that. But now, like, yeah, this age of timing is slow.
Yeah,
he can, but like, you want to have your own double dock as well.
He goes for Villager Rebellion. I think if you just drop a dock here, it's weird and kind of off the meta track, but you could get it up in time. But I think he's a little bit paranoid.
Sassy is going for stone.
He also, CSO 8 villagers on an Imp Academy. I think earlier we had a 6 villager and we called that a rush. This is insanely over the top. Like, he understands.
Oh, you need it. You need that, yeah. 100%.
Watch a ship coming out in the meantime on that pond. Remember, Sassy has safe eco behind this. Meanwhile, CSO is about to get idled out. So, moment of truth. Do you stockpile for the ram? Because this, now it's begging for it. It's double dock.
Probably is. Can you really afford that archer ship now in queue for CSO, and could soon get a Hulk in queue as well?
I think you just pull the archers back and build the ram out of vision, right?
Ooh, ship goes down.
There he is. Yep. Okay, he even commits the spears. He's going for a very aggressive timing here. Fishing boat being lost is unexpected from CSO. Mistakes definitely made there. And no counterplay. I think he just moved a villager out. CSO is going to try to dock drop the north side.
He is. I'm not sure if that's the correct investment, though. It needs a production building. Like, now you can... Right? You're going to be fine with just horsemen now, because you have military ships to deal with the archers. So just a single 1 or 2 horsemen would deal really great there. Second dock has come in for Sass there as well.
And keep in mind, CSO still doesn't see the ram. He's in for a rude awakening.
He's repairing with the villager.
Wait, the villager's being ignored.
Yeah,
CSO doesn't realize it.
You can't really click him, right?
Just hide and pop
There,
up.
now with the move around. Oh,
I mean, the problem is the Archer ship is
reacting?
actually absorbing the blows. Demo comes in from behind, but
No
denied
connection.
just in time. Drop now coming up. The CSO now going to start losing control of his home pond. Ram has already dealt with one of those docks practically. He's about to set it on fire. And we also now have the naval arrow slits coming in from Sassy.
yeah, that's gonna mean a lot of business here. First stock now is gonna go down for CSO.
Yeah, and you just don't have a great answer, right? Like, if you check the House of the Ram, you'll see what I mean. Like, 85 base damage on demo means that's not an efficient trade.
CSO's getting a Hulk out on the other pawn.
I feel like Sassy just focused on dealing with this and then come back for that, right? Because you can easily come up here and ram this as well.
Yeah,
In fact,
you should.
Yeah, I think he could have maybe just sent the infantry north, left this ram to do this, and then dealt with the northern pond as well.
Paris coming in on that ship.
CSO reluctant to go for a production building on land still.
Yeah, the stock's gonna go down. Ram just too tanky there. Demo in queue.
Sassy has got the Spring coming to contest this, so he will reclaim this pond eventually. In the meantime, the east side is about to be his. North, the low price of 200 wood. We have got villagers now being pulled. The units are waiting, though. He times this right.
They can't really jump out.
No, it's double archer ship, right? Villagers are going to pull away. It's a smart choice. CSO doesn't want to be in range for spears.
Attack the ram with the villagers.
Please, for the love of God. Archers pull out. This is just so stupid. It's costing him so much to repair this versus just dealing with the ram.
Yeah, it's odd.
Meanwhile, demo ship on the other pond. Nice blocker there, and a good contest.
Yeah, that's a big loss.
Sassy needs to pull away now. Loses one of the archers. Will get out of range just in the nick of time. Now, Sassy, he could just come back with like a double ram play here, bait the aggro into one, and that extra wallop might be enough.
That was quite the optimistic demo ship coming out there.
I wonder, does Sassy now just try to play naval overwhelm on the eastern pond, considering it's 2 dock versus 1?
He could. He still has 2 docks. He can get another arrow slits in and just play it like that. And we do see CSO going onto stone next.
So
maybe it's going to be another 2 TC type play.
That's what I'm wondering. Either that or naval arrow slits. Like, it's kind of weird, right? Because it looks like maybe 2 TC, but he's also floating for castle.
Yeah, I think that could just be Song Dynasty as well.
True, yeah. With the Barbican. Probably on the... I'd like to see it on the deer on the right side. Just secure some extra map.
Potentially also indirectly secure that gold there as well. Then you can get a TC behind the Barbican.
Ram's back. So he's going to come from the side. Nice clean up here. And Sassy going onto land now. Horseman queued up. CSO kind of has a problem here. He doesn't have a solution to this at all. Like, the timing could also block out the second TC. In fact, Sassy is already sitting on the deer waiting for it.
Yeah, we talked about this, right? Like, he really needs a production building really soon. He does have the archer range. Nothing's come out of it yet. And whatever comes out is going to have a hard time against the horseman.
Yeah, already being countered in this situation. So CSO, just about holding onto that pond, is going to pull away from the deep water fish, so less food income. It looks like we still might be trending towards that, either the Barbican drop or maybe castle. I think now with the units arriving, Barbican is going to be off the menu, though. Just nowhere good that you'd be able to drop it.
Outpost getting rushed up on the gold.
Sassy does already have the ram, though, right? So this outpost is pretty underwhelming.
The ram's been repaired.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the outpost, you don't care about it, right? You can just send a ram in. Maybe even a little bit of clown carring.
Oh, he's going for the docks again.
I have returned with reinforcements. This time, I'll have horsemen to back me up, rather, screen away. They might arrive in time. Maybe they'll arrive in time, like Rohirrim in Lord of the Rings Episode 2. Maybe they just won't.
Looks like now, this time around, we're actually... Yeah, there's been a an emplacement now on Orthodox as well.
Is it the age of the camels? I think the timing is upon us. Sassy getting ready for the unit that can dominate this map.
Yeah, 2 in queue immediately. And CISO, he's just going for Castle Age.
No, he's not. It's actually Barbican.
Huh?
This is a huge miss macro. It feels like he's missed macro because he just doesn't know what to build, right?
Yeah. I mean, he can, in theory, mass a lot of Shuganu really, really quickly. Like now you just drop double archer range and then you supervise 2 archer ranges.
Horseman.
Yeah, this Barbican's going up really quick.
Yeah, he won't even get 1 village kill. So clearly, the Horseman range increase was not good enough.
Yeah, needs more. Double that.
Yeah. Why don't Abbas and Horseman benefit from Phalanx?
Good question. It's a spear either way, right?
Yeah, like, I mean,
that's the reasoning behind it.
That stick is very long, is all I'm going to say, okay? Like, you should be able to reach.
Yeah.
Braham, look, they look so underwhelmingly intimidating. Look at this fleet. This whole fleet could surely destroy a bunch of wood that's being clubbed together.
Now there's the second TC. We got it, finally. Oh, and now the villagers going for the ram.
That one archer might be able to get some kills, though. Distraction on the water.
Oh.
And the sail to back away. Demo body blocks.
They're
cancel each other out.
Nuking each other there.
Yeah, but Camel archers are now coming.
That's a lot of ships, though, for CSO.
It is. For 1 pond, though. Remember, he's fighting for his eco. Meanwhile, Sassy has his basically for free at this point. In fact, he's starting to stockpile resources for Castle Age.
Yes, he's getting really close to it.
Archer, in the meantime, is going to have a little bit of a party. Demo.
Oh, Demo, stay still alive.
That's not going to work out.
Oh, it's working out here.
I mean, for Sassy, right? Like, I thought maybe he'd try to get the counterattack, but the Spril ships were just attacking the wrong target. So CSO does have his pond, but can I just highlight that this is one of the messiest ponds I've ever seen on Kawasan? They're just they've traded sides, basically. Sassy has the north side, and CSO has the south. In the south pond. Reminder, Orange did start on the north side of the map.
No, it didn't.
Didn't he?
No.
Maybe
made a single dock there to contest later on, but that got taken down.
No, I mean as in the north side of the map spawn. As in Orange, northeast. Not pond. Like, he began on the eastern pond, and he's the north side player. But you wouldn't believe it, because it looks like the way they've set up, it's like Sassy came to that pond from the north and CSO from the south. It's very confusing when we're on, like, a diagonal spawn, to be honest. Camel ride. I mean, these camel just haven't really done much so far.
Well, I killed a single villager there. That's value.
Might get more.
Probably will, yeah.
Camels are bulletproof. Don't test that in real life.
Try it. Make a video, go viral.
Kraken is going to end up in an Egyptian pyramid, Egyptian prison.
You can tell already.
All hail the camels. Villagers and the fishing do get found. Ah, yes, the classic counter to Springle chips. Camels.
I mean, you'll go viral. You might just not like the attention you're getting from that.
I mean, we have already identified today that camels are smart enough to build siege weapons. I wouldn't mess with them.
Abyssite is wild. Age Up's about to come in. Has enough resources to just pump out a huge army now.
It's probably... Do you go Golems here?
Just Golems.
Yeah.
Like, you just get boot camp in, suddenly Golems have more health than Knights, and just flop.
And the mesh already being queued up. Preservation Knowledge does get queued as well, and there we go. 6 Golems queued up, even as in the Lancers. Understandable considering CSO has to start moving out. Well, not everything. We are missing the siege weapons. That clearly those first crossbows should start building soon. Gotta get everything if you say everything.
Blacksmith coming in, CISO. Still kind of far away from Castle Age, and there's so many units now in the way from SAS.
I wonder, do we just see Sassy rush for relics as well? He has good map control for it.
Definitely can, definitely can. Has the resource for it. Just drop 2 monasteries even. Get all the relics in.
Love the fact that he's also playing berries in the center, a very big advantageous area. And you
Yeah.
can't just rely on fishing alone, right? It's
He's
not
got the
much deep
outpost
water
forward.
fish.
He's got the outpost forward with fortifications as well.
It's kind of sad because, like, in this type of map spawn, you would have benefited from Ford Raxes, right? But if you do that, you miss out on your golden ages.
Yeah. Age up now coming in for CSO, but he doesn't have anything left on land, really, military-wise. It's all on water. 6 ships there.
Clock Tower is going to be coming up fast. CSO at least has the walls on the west side. The granary transition is halfway complete. He's got 3 granaries up and I think about 20 farms around them. Okay, the numbers were very much overstated.
It's still only 1 archery range.
But we can supervise it.
We can make them stronger.
What we can do is we can rush their training so they're even worse at killing lancers and golems. Camel,
He's
once
just
again,
running
proving
away.
he's bulletproof. Finally goes down, but the golems now forcing the idle time, and the CSO behind this needs to get some more resources in the bank. He's got good food income for the moment. But that's when he can access it.
He's got enough stone for sprinkle emplacements. That could help by enough time. But it's already 14 golems.
I was about to say, I think we may be holding on to hope that isn't going to be there much longer. And the monks are now being queued up, so Sassy going to look to insulate his economy in a different way. He could even consider just adding a springald and starting to snipe down all those boats.
He could. And there is a springald on the way.
Yeah, we might be saying farewell to CSO's sweet little army on that pond. You know,
Get some
sometimes...
wall up.
Well, it tries.
It stands. Wait, actually, no, it's not connected to the
No,
water.
it's not. You ever feel like when you build this many boats on one little pond is the equivalent of owning a yacht and keeping it on an enclosed pond?
A what?
Like
oh,
a
no,
yacht,
you're going with... Yeah,
right?
yeah, I understand what you mean with the yacht.
Your yacht. Yacht?
Yeah.
Sorry, is it yacht? Yacht? Like,
You're
how
not
do you
going to
want me
call it
say
yacht here. Chat,
What?
is it yacht or yacht?
Yacht.
I don't see an O anywhere near there.
Look, mate. We created the language.
Yacht?
Yeah? God, I bet you say aluminum as well.
We say yacht.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot you're German. Let me fix that. Yacht. There you go. Is that enough?
Aluminium.
I forgot. Everything has to be more phlegm-filled.
Eat.
CSO has started to get the defense force together. It looks like Sassy did take the approach of claiming both ponds here.
Yeah. Mass stocks getting spammed up. Springles will have to fall back.
At that
You know,
point,
they're the water counter, right? They're the water counter. You can clearly tell.
yeah, like clearly you should have the technology to set up little floaty boats or rafts to put the springles on and then just push them out to sea.
Give them a wooden shield.
I think they should just be able to go on little rafts so that you can 360 no-scope them, you know?
Dude, CISO somehow has been exploding food-wise.
I'm baffled by it, man.
Dude,
Actually, you
it's a
shouldn't be. It's
2TC China, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still like, every time I see this, because it looked so over, right? Like if Sass just pushed it in, I feel like this would have just been over.
But now,
Instead,
Nesta Bees is here to play, and no quick access coming in from Sassy. He's going to lose this fight. I don't see how you break through this quick enough.
yeah, and this is the issue that we had the last time this matchup came, right? It was just a Chinese player not making units. Now the Chinese player is making units.
And crossbows
Instead of
at
just
that.
going fast in. Yeah.
Yeah, which was the big thing, the big sticking point for you last time is crossbows are how you win this. Nestabees is at least going to go down the backside of the Golems, but Sassy already paying a high price to try and break in here. He's going to have to reset.
Sass can't mold about crossbows because he himself calls them a core unit.
Now, isn't Sassy one of the people that just believes in spearmen?
Maybe?
I mean, he kind of has to, because that's also that feeds the logic of why he thinks Keshik suck. How dare this unit counter my unit? Villagers now rushing up on the tree line. Looks like a few crossbows are still looming around, but not enough to do significant damage here. And CSO, all of a sudden,
He's
almost
alive.
has, yeah, and he almost has what he needs for Imperial.
Yeah. He lost a good amount of villagers, but he's China in Song Dynasty. He's got the full farm transition pretty much done. He's got a very good amount of food income. He's vibing.
Yeah, when you play the Chinese, it's like, oh no, my neighbor died. Anyone want a house, right? Like, there's just always so many more villages coming down the line. And you have to remember, Sassy, he's going to get 2 ponds eventually. Theoretically, he should be able to poke this. I think
Surely.
he slowed down. Like, has he just stopped building Springles to counter this?
He's making more now. CISO needs gold access again. He's been pushed off gold for a while. He finally got access to it again. It's crazy how this economy right now is like 1,000 food per minute. Granted, he still has some water economy.
All right, hear me out. There's going to be a rant from Sassy about how Springles should be better at countering Navy.
I would actually agree with that.
It's kind of dumb, right? Because like, theoretically it works. The problem is you get baited in range, and then they just chase you down because Springles are so slow.
Yeah, and they take so much damage as well.
Like Springle chips do what 35 base, and Springles only have 10 armor from.
Yeah, only 10.
Yeah. But if you get siege works, if you just go Imperial Age, you'll be fine, Kraken.
You need roller shard triggers.
Aha! I've countered you. Wait, no, unfair. Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. Demo almost works out.
Many closer.
I swear, I'll kill. Oh.
I'll use my bolts, I swear.
You know what the dumb part is? It's like a 500 resource investment, and it can't even get a trade against like 1 boat at half the cost.
Yeah. That's fair.
Are we like helping Springles get buffed here? This feels weird. I think this is the opposite of what we usually do.
Just need a rework of him, man. Give him a different purpose, give him different interactions.
What we need a troop cannon.
A what? A troop cannon?
A troop catapult. Yeah, so you like fling units into the enemy. That's how you counter siege. Yeah, under nest of bees. And then you still die to the nest of bees, but you sure shoot them. They're like, well, I can't believe that psychopath.
Of range.
Yeah, I can't believe that psychopath threw spearmen at me. Like, if the Warhammer universe has what we need, Crackety, it's called, I think it was a goblobber. It's a catapult that launches goblins.
Sounds accurate.
Can't be any less accurate than trebuchets.
Work.
Is that how you just get rid of the customer complaints? Wall's coming up now, so Sassy, he's been like, okay, this is getting out of control. I need Stonewalls to stop the Zerg, and now I just want a Sacred Site victory.
For customer complaints, please refer to the Goblobber.
Like, I'd like to file a complaint about this department. Sure, if you just like to just sit on this catapult, we'll get to you shortly. Here.
Stand where the marked X spot is on the ground.
Nice, we hit someone at the back of the customer complaints crew. Double kill.
You're being demoted from the position of customer to goblin.
I think that's the people that buy Age of Empires 4 and ask for an English variant, actually. Oh, this is a long time to wait for a Sacred Site victory for Sassy, though.
Yeah, and CISO, he wants to go Imperial Age. And I don't think Sass really has what it takes to stop that. The question is, is CISO going to get enough, like, gold? Oh, yeah. If he gets it up here,
oh, yeah,
then he's going to be fine.
And if that don't work, there's always that trade post to get 10 gold. No, okay, stop.
Great Wall Gatehouse coming in.
Yeah, I really like that about Kawasan, that the trade posts are designed in a way that it is a desperation play to have to trade.
Yeah, and this Great Wall Gatehouse is going to be in such a great position. It's going to take down the keep. That's going to be very important to push through the center. Because that's where no stone walls are, and you need to, like, kind of get to the sacred sites.
We'll have to see if there's enough time. Because the other thing I'm a little bit worried about is CSO is still on water here. And we have to be real about what's coming, Crackety. Something that you can only get in Age 4, and it looks like it's a little bit too big to float so easily.
Bao-chan. Yeah, I could make a hole in the walls. Granted, though, Bao-chans actually don't do that much damage to stone walls.
No, but they do kill everything around it.
Yeah. The keep, though, that's going to take a good amount of damage here from the Great Wall Gatehouse. Could get repaired, though.
This is a very reasonable landmark.
200 damage each volley. It's fine.
Yeah, like,
you can repair that.
If it was a keep, it would do 1 damage, but, this is fine.
You buffer that out.
No Baltrons yet. CSO is just going to opt for the mass ram spam. And I believe those are, in fact, ridiculously healthy clock tower rams.
No.
The other one. There
There's
we
some.
go. How reasonable.
555 health.
I still look at this and feel like it's just kind of broken. This is before Siege works as well, by the way. So you can get that
This
number
is
even
fine.
higher. It has more health than a Gilded Knight in Imperial. Like, what else does it have more health then? Like, it's always going to have as much health as a standard outpost when you get Siege works. Good luck killing
more
it.
health than Sultan's Tower.
Finally. That's what the Ibards are missing. They need Clock Tower. We solved it. Crossbows are going to get chased away. The Rams are a bigger problem. They should be able to clear up the keep. The rewall does come in when there's more Rams nearby. There is a decap going on, by the way. Crossbows are going to retreat.
Oh.
Please tell me it does not like this.
That would be amazing.
Wait, no. Pull the Rams right, send one in. See if he notices. He seems a bit distracted trying to dive into the base right now.
Oh, the
Looks like
Palace
CSO.
Guards from CISO in Sessa Space.
Wait, what? Oh my god, yeah, he's on the wood line right now. This is the bigger problem.
It's under attack, yeah.
What?
Oh my god.
The
And Elite is
absolute
about to come in as
massacre.
well.
It's coming in now. They're elite up. And Sassy doesn't have the ability to just dive this base right now, right? The Warrior Nest of Bees is holding him back. Meanwhile, at home, he's being held at the throat by CSO.
CISO, he's got so many resources in the bank, but he just needs to get more units out now. Needs more production buildings, probably, I want to say.
Feels like it. Bauchuans are on the way now. It's happening. His yacht is about to be unleashed on the lake.
Oh, please don't. Not the yacht.
Dive comes in. CSO does not have elite crossbowmen here. But the Palace Guard are very good against the Gulen like this, especially with elite tech as well as the extra health. But the flood onto the farms does come in now. CSO is not going to be faced straight away. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a nice little buffer there of food. He'll be fine for a while.
We can feed the people for a bit. Hand cannon
Yeah.
is now also being queued up. There's still an attempt to contest on the water. Sassy, the timer has resumed, but it's still 5 minutes away. Grabs being built. Sassy,
The
what?
crossbows they don't react. And now suddenly there's no springlets remaining. Nest of bees.
Just burn the ram as well. They literally kill the siege as he builds it each time, please. I can't believe he just done that. CSO still has more eco after that pull as well.
My god. Where'd my springlets go?
Huh? I guess I should just imagine it's like I should just build more, right? The villagers just come back again. Oh, looks like that force is gonna get cleared up. And oh my god, he almost got it. The sacred
Oh, so
site.
close.
Villager pulls
Pausing
safely
the
down.
timer though.
And he could actually go in on the south side. Like if you look, Sassy has a huge
Chance
gap in his
over the
wall.
Yeah.
This could be big. He just needs to clear up the army on his
The
farms.
keep is
which
gone there as well, right? I don't think Sassy rebuilt
Yeah.
that keep.
It-
Oh,
it's
he's
now being
rebuilding it right
rebuilt, okay.
now.
But like, if you just send Rams in again, bombard instead, so CSO is going for the premium.
Constantly repairing that keep in the middle.
I've got to say that the pauses on these sacred sites has been critical to CSO to potentially win this, because look
Yeah.
at what it's bought him. It's bought him time to get to hand cannoneers. This is how he breaks this game open.
That keep just in time. So many villagers means that it's going to go up at lightning speed. And he really need that. He's just completely out of gold.
It's not just the gold, it's also wood. There's a lot of wood now to
Yeah.
secure, because he's running out at home, right? I think he has like maybe 2,000 wood left in this corner, which sounds like a lot, but at this stage of the game, it's not.
Another thing is that now Sass, he's going to have a difficult time getting over to that sacred site there, because the Bauchans could potentially block him out.
There was a wall attempt from CSO. I'm curious. I do think Sassy's wall was the one that completed there. But if it is CSO's,
Yes.
there's no way.
I mean, there's bombards now.
We still don't have elite army tactics, so it's not the complete game breaker for Imperial yet. But CSO should be close, right? Like, I think he could afford to go for it now. Especially with the new gold access he's found.
Yeah, with the Imperial official there, for sure.
I wonder, like, does Sassy... I don't know if there's a comeback if this gets decapped. He's nowhere near triggering Imperial Age, and his army is about to be completely eclipsed.
I agree. I agree. if we get something like Yuan Dynasty in as well,
Which he can
that could
afford.
make it even harder. He
And-
can, yeah.
By the way, new Imperial Palace effect, broken.
It is.
You see
everything.
Yeah, I think they may need to revert that if I'm being totally honest. Or maybe
Keep it. It's fine.
Chinese main right here.
It's fun.
For
You
China,
have some
maybe.
fun.
You know that whole thing about me trying to hide what I'm doing? A bit hard when all my villagers snitch on me.
Well, why have villagers then if they're just gonna snitch?
That's true, hit the delete
Get rid of
key.
them.
Is this where you're like, maybe your villagers wouldn't snitch on you if you treated them better, you know?
Yeah, exactly, man. That's why you don't get fresh food stuff. Starving your villagers out like that.
Dude.
Aim the premium.
So I asked them to gather berries from the enemy's base. What's the problem? Ancient techniques now on the way, though. CSO, this is where the Chinese eco just reaches a whole new level.
And the decap has come in. Sass, he's now queuing for Imperial Age. It's gonna take a bit for it to get there, though.
Yeah, and
We're
he's not
getting
that much map
ancient
control.
techniques from CSO in the meantime.
Yes, yeah. It's a really big buff because Yuan Dynasty is usually pretty quick behind it. And then it ends up being, what was it, 12%, I think, increase on everything.
It's like 4% for every...
Yeah, so if you're Yuan, it's 12%.
Yeah,
right?
he only reached Tang and Song, so it's 8%.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, from the natural flow now as you go Yuan Dynasty is Chinese.
You should. You definitely
should.
should.
Yeah. I'm predicting the future, Crackety. I've seen too
Alright.
many Chinese games. They all do the same thing.
No way.
They like moving fast. Keep going up. This is a very peaceful keep, despite the deaths. This people think about massive villages.
This
Just
is not
don't
a
care when they
peaceful
die.
area, though.
I feel like this are the two civs in the game that, like, you're probably most numb to the idea of losing villages with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, I lost 40 villages. Yeah, that's fine.
Anyways,
Let me just get carpal tunnel as I re-queue villages.
that's what your shift button is for.
And we have now got pyrotechnics coming in, so CSO about to have the army that can just get the win. Castle has been lasting a long time, but we now also have more Palace Guard leaking through to the back lines.
Wololo shot triggers also coming in, so CSO is gonna have the advantage when it comes to siege for a little bit, until it comes in for SAS as well. Great Wall Gatehouse is soon gonna go down. That's a lot of trebuchets right now. You can't repair that for a long time.
Especially when you can't get that many villages around it. Back up, now complete. This should be the moment to just look to send it for CSO. Bombard to the front line could easily just start dispatching this keep.
Yeah, definitely should start doing that.
Palace Guard, catch me if you can. Spoiler alert,
Oh.
you can't.
Gold
Okay,
on the top
so-
side, expired for CSO.
I hope those guys are getting their wages docked, by the way. See the ones there that are not even doing the repair duty?
Yeah, there's no gold remaining there.
Guys. It's starting to look a bit gold star for CSO, actually.
Very much is.
Needs to make a move soon. Bombard has finally decided that killing this castle might be the best idea.
Good thing. Should he be able to push to the middle? There's gold behind the keep from SAS.
Mistakes made there, though. Shot trigger's not in. Sass overextends. Loses one of the Springles. Bombard's starting to do the business. Clock tower Springles means that they do not die quickly here. And the front line is brutalizing
CSO not
this.
reacting.
Still ignoring. Nestabees are starting to move up as well. Bombard doing a lot of damage, but is it going to be enough here? Sassy needs this hold. He does not have a Sacred Site victory behind this. He actually needs to find a wave, starting to dive towards CSO's base.
Oh, that's a piece!
Big hit
Great
coming
hit.
in. And the hand cannoneers can clean this up now. Looks like a few Ghoulims are going to try to make their way in, but the Nestabees once again ignored.
God.
I don't think that's gold. That's just a Nestabees. Has the power one, though.
Bombard needs to be careful, though.
Castle is still alive. Sassy's starting to run out of stone at this stage.
Oh, those hand cannoneers taking a lot of damage from that keep.
Keep in mind the food is not good behind this from Sassy, though. Look at the food income. He doesn't have
It is
replacement.
not good. He doesn't have any farms.
I mean, maybe like 3 or 4 right now. Possibly. Maybe.
I don't think even that.
Oh,
He
God,
just
you're
went up
right.
with Culture Wing. There were raids happening at the same time.
Sassy still
Sassy,
keeping
he's behind
100+.
20 eco.
Yeah, and CSO has decided, why am I, like, Springles counter bombards? What counters clock tower rams? Nothing. Has he got siege works as well? I'm really trying hard to get this nerfed, you know? Like, on the Rams. No, there's no siege works.
Imagine, though.
I've watched it. It's actually dumb. It reminds me of, you remember the old Ram meta where you built like 30 of them?
This keep is
kind
going
of feels
down.
like that. Definitely.
There's no two ways about it. That keep is going down.
This is over, I think. Like Sassy, he's getting Fertile Crescent now, but a farm transition at this point, you just don't have that type of time.
He invests all of his wood into siege, so there's not a lot left for the farms. Granted, Fertile Crescent makes it cheaper, but not cheap enough.
Especially when you're about to lose access to the tree line you need.
And the middle is the one part he doesn't have stone walled.
And it's the quickest way to his base as well. So castle goes down, the floodgates open, Sassy reduced to a mere 20 military. Some of it is on the water as well, which can't assist him. And the Rams should be able to clear up all of this for production.
Yeah. And at this point in time, no way out. CSO clawing his way back in this one. After it looked like he lost water on both sides, able to, first of all, keep water on the bottom side, but also go 2TC Song behind it all.
And a game that was getting uncomfortable, right? Like, yeah, you got taxation in the late game. When you're trying to spam Pass Guard and Hand Cannoneers, if you just look at it, he was down to his last gold vein. Like, Sassy done a really good job of stripping gold from the map in that regard, but I think CSO was very optimal with how he utilized the limited resources he had.
Yeah.
That's going to be, once again, a massacre on the tree line. At least this time, Sassy notices early. I just don't know where you send them to safe. Medical centers is nice, but you ain't got nothing on English healthcare.
Now the Imperial Palace coming in because now CSO wants to know where the village is hiding.
There won't be many of them left soon. It looks like we have got a farm set up in the west corner from Sassy, so the snitching could not come at a worse time, possibly.
All right, we got to pay close attention to CSO's line of sight.
Yeah, check his line of sight. This is broken. Imperial Pass up. Press the button. It is a good button. It is a strong button.
Can we even see it through the...
Yes, you will see it. It's disgusting. All right. CSO's like... So they buffed Imperial Palace's vision specifically because people were only going this for Yuan Dynasty. I think this is proof that they're still going it only for Yuan Dynasty.
Okay, he's not pressing it. Man.
Mark my words, though, folks. It is absolutely ludicrous. Like, the entire map lights up. So, I think we're moments away from a GG. I think Sassy just processing the defeat at this stage. I mean, everything's been exposed. There's no comeback anymore. So, CSO is going to get us deeper into this best of 5. Once again, a reminder, this is single elimination, so they have to sweat it out. They're just shy of the point where they'll get that double elimination buffer. But before they get there, one of them will fall eternally in this best of 5.
CSO, I mean, behind this, he's up to 143 villagers, right? Like, even should Sass somehow get, like, a buffer back in, CSO can just keep flooding throughout the entire time.
And, like, in this type of game, like, maybe your recovery arc is,
I can trade.
He's
got it.
Did he just do it? Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
It's vile.
You see a lot.
I shook my head when they made that change, but yeah, the problem is like there's no recovery arc through trade either.
The villagers in as well.
Yeah, I've got too many of them. Here, you look like you need villages. Let me give you some.
I'll just use them as anti-siege.
It worked in his own base. It's surely going to work in Sassy's as well. Yeah, let him have them, man. He needs them. He needs some villagers. Come on, be nice.
Have a bit.
And back in we go. Wow, what a great defense. Let me just go ahead and remove that as well. I mean, I'd want to join the Abbassids at this point. At least if I joined them, I'd get healed as a villager.
Some good treatment.
Well, they've got a new duty. They're done with the kills. They're done with the game. Game number 2 to CSO. 1-1 on the board as we go deeper into this best of 5.
And another game equalized now. All right. A little bit of a longer game here, but it was a very even one. Look at that. Total resource gathered. Pretty even overall, I want to say. Like, the main discrepancy comes towards the end, right? Like when one side starts idling out the villagers.
Yeah, and it shows you how kind of different Kawasan can feel as a map. Because I feel like when you're playing this matchup on land, right? Like a Dry Arabia-esque map. Abbasis usually look like a lot better in the Imp Plus, right? Because they can get the trade wings online, but Coruscant just doesn't allow for that, right? It's a center
Yeah.
trade post spawn, so you never get value out of that play.
Look at that military value lead as well.
It's insane.
Like SAS was leading for such a long time, just wasn't able to fully capitalize on it.
No, you know, you saw how aggressively it switched once the age ups came in. Like we talked about Sassy, this tech up is going to feel like a death sentence for him. Proof in the graph. Like everything just declined immediately afterwards. But I really can't take anything away from CSO. Like we had him pegged to just be dead in the first 10 minutes. I think we said at one stage, I said it feels like about an 85% win probability for Abbasis. It was that dominant position. But what a player, man. Finds his way out with the Chinese and keeps the Chinese dreams alive. I think Louis is still doing well in the running, but Asia has already had a few players culled from the Wololo running here. And I do love the fact that we're getting more global representation potentially, right? I'm always big on this, the idea that China, I want to see South America do well. Because let's be totally real, AoE 4 is a Europe-heavy game, and I think we need a little bit more global presence.
Yeah, I agree. I agree for sure. And CSO is a great representation.
He is.
For China.
I think he gets slept on a lot because Louis is the golden child, but he, interestingly enough, has a positive win rate against Louis.
Yeah, CSO just kind of has like his on and off days, I want to say.
Yeah, like you see him sometimes, he looks like the chosen kid, he looks like the Asian coming of Beastie. And then other days, it's like, okay, who is this guy again? But CSO, I think, kind of has that. I see CSO as a more aggressive variant of Louis, if that makes sense, right? Like CSO strategies usually seem to revolve around a more early timing in the game, which is why I'm impressed with the way that he played this late game.
Yeah.
All right. I think we want to check in on the draft, though, because now that we're going deep in the series, I'm curious to see what we've got cooked up next on the map draft from Surfshark. Regions. Ottomans once again making an appearance, Crackety, and this is a funny one, actually, because if you remember...
Oh, that's Jean.
Yeah, when the expansion first came out, this was considered one of the best counters to Jean.
It is for sure. One thing I want to say, though, is CSO and Louis Jean is special. It's special. Like, they're some of the only players that are really actively able to make that Civ work.
Yeah, I think the thing that really surprised me, I've said it time and time again, I think Louis MT is the best Joan player in the world right now. And, you know, he was the first one to really ID that the range form Joan isn't bad, right? Even before the buffs, he found ways to make it work. Because the logic is, if you think the game's going to go later, you basically have a very tanky and effective Screamed. You have anti-siege. It's phenomenal. The other thing that I think they were first to identify is that Consecration can look really busted on Siege Workshops. It's insane how good that is, because you're essentially getting the high armory effect of the Rus as a small little perk on your hero unit.
Yeah. I'm getting confirmation at the moment that apparently there's issues with that replay, but fortunately, it looks like game number 3 has pretty much just ended, so now we're able to jump into, I think it's going to be the live game.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be heading to Dry Arabia, so we'll get confirmation of who won that one. Apologies, folks. It happens sometimes with custom maps. Ask Microsoft why, would be my advice. I imagine that was a win for Otto. There you go. Yeah, so Sassy, Turkey Slide on the Turks gets the win. That puts him up on match point, but now we head into a potential decider game here. CSO has an opportunity to draw it back, and it's going to be an Ibid Delhi matchup. A matchup that could get us to 5 games.
It very well could. Dry Arabia, Ayubids versus Delhi.
I feel like Ibids is, I want to say 60%, yeah, 60-65% favored maybe here.
I want to say so as well, yeah. The thing is
not
you can't, you can't just go mass Camel Lancers and A move.
No.
That doesn't typically work, no.
I think what the interesting part to me is we used to see the Desert Raider, a little bit of harassment move in, and now things have evolved again. We're hopping into it though, folks. Game number 4, Sassy on match point after his Ottoman showdown on regions up against Zhone. But now we head to Dry Arabia. CSO from the Chinese region is going to take to the Ibids. And Sassy, feeling confident on the green flag civs, follows it up now with a Delhi pick.
Looking at the sacred sites, pretty evenly distributed here. Sassy has a great spawn though with 2 back berry batches for him.
That is kind of wild. A lot of open ground, though, right? Not as easily wallable, but usually Delhi don't care because we often see them go for an outpost defense instead of a wood wall defense. And I think this matchup, you know, we're talking about like in the lobby, maybe like 65% favor to Ibids. I'm wondering if the number has gone higher because I've noticed a lot of Ibid players going back to the Growth Wing build in Feudal Age against Delhi. It seems to be hitting hard.
Growth Wing could work. Could 100% work. I think like the couple of Desert Raiders still provide a lot of value early on.
Definitely. Maybe we see the Fabled Trade Wing. We did get treated to that on land. On land, rather. In theory. I'm going to keep coming back to in theory, Trade Wing is OP. Doesn't always work out that way. A good spawn actually overall for CSO, by the way. He gets the gold and the berries next to each other, and he gets a tree line nearby, so you could actually bridge the gap on the backside there, and that means he could only be hit from one side of the spawn.
Looking at the spawn overall, I mean, CSO, does he have many areas to fall back to? Like, if you go up to Castle Age and you need to mass units, you typically want to delay fights. He has the back gold, the back berries, which is nice. Other than that, though, I guess you could get some, like, cheeky walls into the backside where you can, like, hide behind.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Is I don't think you play for the wall up straight away, but once you're in castle and start to secure a bit, you could even wall from the west side towards the deer, towards your base, right? And you've got deer, berries, double gold, past the initial one. There's a lot of food back here. It's definitely not the type of spawn I think you wall 5 minutes, 6 minutes into the game. But mid-game makes it very hard for the Delhi to harass. So it really comes down to the opening, and I imagine the opening is going to be the standard one. It's very rare to see anything but Ghazi as a beginner for Delhi. It's just such a powerful unit, and I think we will be seeing that. Obviously, Tower Victory just has to be the main. It's very rare we see Dome of Faith anymore. Oh, what's the sheep hole, by the way? Because I think that's really important for Ibids here.
No double scout at least here, so looks to be pretty even, I want to say, so far.
Yeah, it's not a Corvinus game. 14.
Yeah, 14 for CISO, okay.
And, oh, wow, this is kind of crazy,
10,
actually.
okay, slight lead.
Yeah, no, a big lead. Look at the difference. Sassy's on the berries, check CSO's base. He's been gathering sheep. He clocked 7.
Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be economic green growth then for him, so he can make maximum use of that, right?
That's sick. I love that. That's really, really smart. We don't see it very often, but that just shows you how big of a scanning rotation advantage he had, that he's actually still got more sheep, even though he's already been collecting for 3.5 minutes.
Check again on the sheep, I want to say.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Go check CSO's base. Okay, so 15. And we said 14, right? Yeah, so so now... So
okay,
13.
I just heard a lot of sheep belts there for a little bit.
Oh, really? Okay, so scam at the end. But check CSO for... What's happening?
That's 10 right now behind that scout. Like, that's a lot.
Did he just luck out in the corner?
I think he did.
Did he get like one of those quad grid spawns?
He's up to 15 now.
We should probably kind of explain the way sheep spawns work for people. No one knows. Okay, but serious answer. Yeah, but serious answer is like, it works on a grid format, right? But that means sometimes you can get the convergence point on a grid where the sheep spawn all towards one corner of it, right? It's like you can basically walk in one screen and find 8 sheep sometimes. I think Sassy got that. Either that or his dad works at Microsoft.
I mean, overall, still pretty even, I want to say, for the most part, with the sheep.
Yeah, but once again, really impressive from CSO, considering he did not touch those berries at all.
Yeah.
He's going to move him now. Remember, he got an extra 50 purse. That's extra 300 food safely in his base. We have got the stables drop coming in. Sassy, we need to check on, because I have not seen... Okay, there we go. Stables now on the way. I think CSO just goes 2 horsemen and a desert raider straight away, right? Which usually deals with the opening Ghazi super effectively.
Oh, and the barracks as well.
Okay, now that is different.
So
usually,
spear horseman?
Yeah, I think so, which is very different because usually we see the archery range because it has double value. Later in the game, you want archers. In the meantime, that can build your desert raider.
I had a little bit of a deer lame there.
Screw this deer in particular. You know what? Sassy just pegged himself as the hunter from Bambi with that move. But this is like the adult version where Bambi goes off into the woods, gets trained by like Rambo in the wild. Comes back with a machete and a rocket launcher.
I'm not sure, but does it also feel like to you like CSO wants to really stick it out in feud late here?
I think so. Like it's so very rare that you see Spearman being committed to by Ibids. Like when you want to play a flirtatious feudal, yeah, it's all in. Because like when you want to play a flirtatious feudal, as I call it, you go for archers because they scale well, and you go for cavalry because they don't die easily, right? It's just something to keep your opponent in check. But this is a go ham approach.
Something as well to take note of here is because Sassy went for a blacksmith early on, he didn't immediately have the archery range prepped.
Yeah.
It could be coming in soon. Yeah, there we go.
And I think that this is the thing we really need to keep an eye on is the biggest mistake I see Ibid players make when they want to play this long feudal, blacksmith timings. Delhi forced that earlier, and I've seen a lot of times the Ibids should be winning the fights, but they fall victim to the fact that they didn't mirror the blacksmith hex.
Yeah. And there's the blacksmith now from CSO, so he's following up with that.
I love CSO's approach. Like we were highlighting this in the post game for the last one, right? It's like compare CSO and Louis. Louis is more cozy about the idea late game. CSO is, you know what? It's kind of like Lucifron versus Vortex. If I had to kind of make that sort of comparison, right? CSO is like a Chinese Vortex. He's a very aggressive player.
Yeah, he certainly can be. Something to also keep in mind is that CSO plays a lot of Dali, or he has a lot of Dali experience.
Yes, I think it's one of his most comfortable tips.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to play the matchup. Second blacksmith? Okay, never mind, got cancelled. Never mind, got put down again.
Never mind, got built again. I mean, he might need it. Now that it is a feudal pressure game. Sassy. Gonna try to march in. Spearman there, though. And he has scouts, so he knows about the blacksmiths. He's a little bit slow on the pull away. Oh, needs that final wallop, but damn, that horseman. That is sick. The horseman was going to block the charge in by the Ghazi, so that was a good reaction by Sassy to not dive.
Yeah.
So now getting phalanx. Realizes, actually, I might need bigger pokey sticks.
I like that CISO still has like the majority of his horsemen forward. So if the archers alone move out, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
I also just love the fact that we're seeing Spearman utilized, and it's actually looking good for Ibids. Like, if you listed the units they build the least of, I think the only thing they build less of, on average, is scouts.
We're getting early phalanx.
Yeah. Because, like, once again, it's Spearman focus. But genuinely, if you had to list all the units that Ibids build, I think the only one they build less of is scouts.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, like, truly mass Spearman, you need a really good economy.
And that is not what Ibids are renowned for. At that point, you might as well have picked the Bastards.
It's all about the tempo play. And for the tempo play, you want to have those heavy-hitting units.
And I also think like the late game is more gold-focused as well, if you think about it. Because Mameluke's Bravery leans you towards Ghoulims and hand cannoneers instead of spears.
Yeah. So on the retreat.
Sassy needs to move for the Sacred Sites. And here it is. Marching out.
First move out.
He might try to contest this. Steeled Arrow is on the way fast, and he will have it ahead of Undermesh being tech for Sass.
CISO actually already has the first pierce damage upgrade.
Yes.
Not pierce damage, but the first melee damage upgrade.
Which is interesting, because CSO tried to get an edge with Bloomery. What a read, man. That's kind of wild. Like, so, oh, sorry, are you saying he has it? Okay, I was looking on the other side. I thought for a second Sassy had a defense on the way. But no, it's going to be heavily delayed. So this could be a really big edge for CSO. I think the only thing that might be missing is a single Desert Raider for that aura debuff.
Really quick walls, though.
Very tight ones as well.
I like that. Yeah, that Sacred Site is going over. No two ways about it.
Nice pincher, though. Love this from CSO. You mentioned it earlier for the Archers. Instead, he's going to find something else. Something more expensive. And Sassy's slow on the reaction here. He's A-clicking into it. So that's going to be 2 Ghazis down. Or should have been. Horseman bail early.
Did the damage. Granted, could get healed up again. But the Scout, though. Scout's gonna go down.
So he realized it at first. He was moving away with them in formation. That would have lost more units. So makes the right choice. Could have been a little bit of a better trade if he got that final hit on the Ghazi. Then it's a Scout for 2 Ghazi.
I think now, can we check CISO's base? Because I think now the next play for him should be like Castle Age. He's getting pretty close to Golden Age Tier 2.
And he's got the food and gold for it. Yeah, we're on the verge,
Yeah.
2 away.
Only 2 buildings away. So if he gets Castle Age anytime soon, upgrades are gonna fly in.
It always feels weird when you play this long of a Feudal Age as well, when you don't have the eco-tech, right, for your food.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, Ciso.
Oh, not paying attention there. Sassy gets some free damage. Archimass is outnumbered, though. Bold that Sassy would even hang around. Want to back away from that. Sassy, we mentioned the idea of the outpost spam, but he actually went for the full wall in the corner.
And it looks like Ciso is probably prepping for Castle Age, I want to say, but then he keeps reinvesting.
You've got to wonder, when does this end? But after what we saw recently where Killjoy went for like 50 archers, I don't mind this. Like, if you get up to 40 archers and upgrade, it's a huge boon for the Ibids. The Horseman, a little bit more debatable, but...
Oh, Archer on Archer fight. Horseman not there, though.
Sassy's trying to bait him in range. Spearman had pulled back for the time being. The attack speed should make it easy for the archers to clear this up. Deli start to poke away.
Oh, but the Horseman arrive. Suddenly, not a desirable fight anymore for Sassy.
And this is big. Golden Age 2 just came in. The defense armor is going to come through in a few seconds for CSO, so this front line is going to get stronger against the Ghazi. Going to be a retreat away. Scholar is going to be sacrificed. Horsemen overstaying their welcome will get punished for it. But the Ghazi may look good in numbers, but health bars are looking ugly.
Spearman numbers getting really low, though.
This is going to turn on him. Spearman count down to just 3 in total in the game. This is where the Ghazi can go for it. And this is where CSO could lose the fight.
But CSO has got double the archer count. He just needs to fall back. 2 more spearmen.
Wait, hold on a sec. Look at this. CSO, he baits the aggro over. Those Ghazi are wasting time on the Horseman. That's giving the micro away, but is it now going to be enough? Ghazi count is low. Archers are in retreat.
Got enough.
I think this works. Like, look at the Horseman again. Every time these A-clicks are hurting Sassy.
Yeah. And CSO, just with the Archer Mass, able to take some great fights there. What are the villagers doing?
They're vibing right now. They're like, yeah, we won this game. Let's go, boys. It's that guy that gets out of his seat and starts cheering before he's won the game. Archer's going to mop up the loss of the Ghazi. Sassy basically has nothing left. I cannot believe this. Ibids, in the weakest age, dunking on Delhi in their strongest.
Absolutely unfathomable right now. Yeah, the army is gone. Sass doesn't have the advantage in that regard anymore at all. And CSO didn't even think about Castle Age behind that.
He also just didn't think about Desert Rays, right? I thought at least one because the Aura has a very big range, right? But
yeah,
didn't even need it, which is just baffling to think about here. And remember, throughout this whole game, Sassy's only had 1 Sacred Site, right? Which kind of negates some of the Growth Wing, but doesn't eclipse it.
Ooh, some more forward walls coming in for CSO now. He's also rebuilding his own Horseman and Spearman mass. Still leading the Archer count by a lot as well.
I like how earlier we were saying that this wall-in should happen when he's Castle Age for the extra food, but we're 13, almost 14 minutes into an IBA game. Usually they should be Castle at this stage, but CSO has resisted temptation at every turn. Wonder, does he consider it now, though?
What is Sassy's next plan? He's floating a lot of food.
He looks like he's going to target him, but he needs to pull across the gold if that's the case, and he's yet to do that. Imp, sorry,
probably
Castle.
just reinvest. Yeah, reinvest into
Imp would be bold.
more Ghazis.
I mean, you know, Ghazi Imp, pretty OP. Oh, whoops, we've got the bug.
Yep.
I'm glad he noticed that before Horseman showed up.
Didn't scout that resource before he put the walls down.
Yeah, I think it's, isn't it that you have to actively have vision in the area so the fog of war, like, just griefs you, right?
Yeah, the thing is, like, the walls don't automatically segment anymore when you don't have vision on something. It's in order to deny players from scouting resources with walls.
Yes.
Which is
Much
good.
needed.
Yeah. And it also punishes players for just walling in Fog of War. Like, that's not even possible in other Age of Empires titles.
Well, I think as told, the way it usually works for a lot of games is like you could walk, your guy will walk out all the way until you got vision, and then like if there's something there, they'll like cancel or whatever, right? Things like that. So you know, it's to help as well. I think I'm not sure if it works for like people's docks and things like that you can't see them anymore. I'd have to
that's a lot of archers now.
They're blobs. Horseman once again, the body blocker. Ghazi just not on it. Wasting time on this front line is what's losing them the fight every time.
And a couple of loose spearmen every now and then here and there, adding so much damage in as well. And with the amount of archers that CSO has, like, he's able to just do so much damage to these horsemen.
This should be it. If he clears up this army, Sassy has no safe food at home. There'll be no reboom. This will be game. CSO knows it as well. He can see the numbers just don't make sense. Like, why are there not more Ghazi or more archers at least? The lead really has built. Double archer count easily eclipsed the effect of Tower of Victory. And Sassy, I think this is going to be his last stand, and us going to a game 5.
Holes getting cans. That was loud.
Yeah, Jesus, that's a deafening feeling. You might as well have just mistaken that for a GG. Deer is being gathered on the front and the left flank. If CSO just pushes now and reads this for what it is, it will be game.
Some little walls.
Yeah, you're not used to watching Delhi play like this, right?
Usually it's the military making the walls.
Oh, it's also just usually you have the confidence to say, I don't need walls. Right, most civs you're up against, like, the way he's playing right now is more reminiscent of an English pick. You know? Where it's like, oh, this isn't safe. Let me just get some walls up. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. I don't think you'd even have 10 minutes, though. Here we go. Here's the march towards the deer. CSO feeling it. Ghazi, once again, have to engage unwillingly, knowing that they're cannon fodder to this. It's such an expensive cannon fodder at that.
Yeah, they're just walking back and forth, but honestly, when you're walking back and forth, just at least get a couple of hits in.
Yeah, you might as well,
it's
right?
Be worth a bit more.
Reinhardt just holding up a shield, not really able to do much else here. Was a burn through attempt on the wall. That's going to be cancelled now, but this is possibly one of the most underwhelming Delhi archer counts I've seen at 17 minutes in a competitive game. It's not often you see them this beat down in an archer spam.
Yeah, it's not the kind of archer numbers that Marinelot would have.
Just want him in chat right now, giving his opinions. Ghazi still trickling out, but CSO is
archers in the triple digits.
I think he also likes to have a ridiculous amount of wood to just then suddenly spend, right?
And 2,000 wood floating, yeah.
Well, CSO is kind of starting to float it a little bit here, but that's for a target. Castle Age is on the horizon, but immediately puts that 1,000 wood back to work. 12 archers back in queue.
How to get more archers in, yeah. CSO pretty much completely stopped making horsemen. Like, he's only got a couple in queue.
Yeah, he has given a small opening to Sassy. Like, I think if he just kept the archer count going, it would have just been an absolute dunk. Sassy's now going to get, like, this false sense of security, right? He's like, wow, I've pushed him back. I am unstoppable. Little does he know. That's because CSO's holding over 2,000 resources in reserve.
Yeah. And once that comes in, like, chances are at this point in time, we're not in Golden Age 2, we're in Golden Age 3.
Oh god, it's already on the way.
Wait,
it's
really?
advancement wing.
Huh. Why advancement even? That okay, well, not
Timing,
necessarily
I guess?
needed.
Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily needed, but it's not gonna hurt.
So I guess we'll tunnel in this situation. Desiree is kind of okay, not crazy. Maybe actually, you know what would have been sick here? Mastersmiths. I can't believe I'm saying it, but this is the way you play Mastersmiths.
Oh, you could. Yeah, you could. Getting all the upgrades immediately.
Yeah, like you've already got everything.
Yeah.
I think Mastersmith's castle needs a buff, and I think the buff is that Sultan's Mameluke should also research.
Maybe also make it so that the upgrades, the previous upgrades, aren't a requirement.
Yeah. Oh, I've been hoping for that, but I'm starting to wonder if that's like a weird technical limitation. So just I'm
very
not
well
holding
could
my
be.
breath.
Very well could be.
It's kind of weird that H3 gets marching drills for free by default, and Ibids choose a specific wing and don't get it.
Yeah. Well, you want Malians to get marching drills.
That's the problem, clearly. They already have it.
Make the Musafati warriors even quicker.
When they stealth, they just like, the sonic music starts playing.
Max them out 2 tiles per second.
That's what Cataphracts are missing, by the way.
Give them a global Shunshin.
We need a unit that has an ability to like stand on the spot. You know what? We need a Spanish Civ that has bull riders. And they just start they start charging up, and then when they finish charging, they just go at maximum movement speed.
Oh, the age up, it's finished.
I think this is going to be the GG push.
And the upgrades are coming in quickly.
Say hello, honey. It's time to die. Sassy up to 38 archers again, but 63 from the Ibids. Time is not on his side. The Delhi, they were starting to save for Castle Age. They just weren't as quick.
A little bit of an early move out, though, from CSO. Is going to lose a lot of his archers.
Not enough,
The
though, I
upgrades
don't
aren't
think.
quite in yet. Yeah, it's definitely not enough, but definitely not ideal for him either. But now when the upgrades are coming in...
5 seconds away. And
That's
now
going to be
let's say...
upgrade 1 and
hello
2.
to my little friend.
Suddenly the Gaziers don't look as tanky as they used to.
No, the Gulum's going to make it even look worse. And the Camel Lance has arrived. Now there's also that debuff to worry about. There's also the risk of exposed eco. And I don't think Sassy even has a full wall, right? The front of his base is still open.
Not really a wall, more like a funnel, but a funnel that's not going to stop CSO from coming in there.
Yeah, you know how to say the whole bull comment? Toro, Toro! Right now you are aggroing the bull. Ibid will happily run into that closing. And Sassy, I don't think he's got the farm power behind this to even think about Castle. Not that Castle would really even save you here.
There we go, Archers reacting.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
that's the
every
one way
single-
he could win. If Archers just don't attack.
One volley, one kill.
But Ghazi are OP.
Surely.
It's only 40 Archers. Man
The
up.
strongest.
Hamlet's Bravery's not there yet. I expect that's going to be coming soon from CSO, and that's where this really will snowball.
Yeah. These Gazis are just weak-willed, honestly. Like,
Yeah,
you should just consider it acupuncture at this point in time, and GG gets called. CSO giving us a game number 5.
Finally, we get a 5-game series, and what an unconventional way to do it. We mentioned the Ibid should be favored in this matchup, but nobody would have expected. What was that? I feel it's 20 minutes of feudal age from the Ibids. Well, 20 minutes in, he goes castle. When Ibids are averaging, what, 11-minute castle ages? Unbelievable.
Looking at the APM, feels like CSO was leading back most of the game as well.
The A-click strategies.
Look at that military value lead. It was there slightly, right?
Yeah, so Sassy, I can't believe he lost this game, Crackety. Look at that. He had a military lead for 1 minute. Oh, you don't say that about the Delhi often, though. Like, this is a Civ that's meant to
really
have
don't.
it in their favor.
Yeah. That's kind of the issue when you just go for only the double unit composition. Meanwhile, we had CSO making a little bit of everything, and it really worked out there. Just having those couple of spearmen here and there, they did so much damage to the Ghazi Raiders in the fights, but next up, it's going to be Holy Island, and we're going to be seeing a game of 2 very, very strong civilizations for that map. Juji's Legacy for CSO versus Roost from SAS.
Now, that is an interesting one we do not get to see very often, right? In the map polls we've had recently, Juji has been a top-tier ban. Roost has sometimes seeped through, but I think in that collective time, we've maybe seen on Holy Island like twice. This used to be the de facto king of Holy Island, but I feel like since then, Juji has taken that crown away.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Juji just overall being really, really strong in so many different aspects. Like having that passive economy, especially on a map like Holy Island, you just get so many resources, right? And the age of timing is fast as well.
It's very potent. But I think we're just seconds away. Guys, remember, this is still single Elim. So whoever loses this, their journey ends here. Will it be Sassy or CSO thrown in despair? Who will keep their dreams alive of making it to Spain? We hop into a deciding game number 5 to find out.
Game number 5. Holy Island, a classic here on EGC TV.
Well, I'm going to check in on the Juji and the Roost a little bit. The interesting part is all the bonuses for Roost are not what I'm going to be focused on in this particular game. Not often you see him.
Early Paddle Scouts can also just be really, really annoying, but Roost in theory has the tools to deal with that, right? Like Knight's pretty good there.
If you got a decent Kremlin placement as well, just very hard for you to get in early. I think usually if you're going to do something here, you do the Chuganu over Palace Guard to kind of harass, right?
Looking at the spawn here, there are some really interesting possible positions for the Meditation Garden. I get a lot of gold here in the
Oh
middle.
my god.
With
Yeah.
food as well, where you can get like, I want to say like 24 food and 75 gold per minute.
Maybe
You can go over
just edge
there
it.
with just food and wood.
Okay, that's the one in my
safe.
eyes.
That's a pretty safe position. Or you can go towards the middle, where you can get gold, double stone, and berries.
I feel like you go, maybe you pro this side, so you get the berries and the double stone, which is great
The
for
stone
emplacements.
is, yeah, the stone I feel like is pretty important.
Yeah, it's not the Gigabuster spawns where we get, you've seen it before, right? Where you get like 75 stone a minute. Those ones are
Those are insane, yeah.
not even remotely reasonable. But
2 minutes per emplacement, that's fine, surely.
well, the most important thing for the Roost is going to be this opening ship, because you have to remember that's usually where the Roosts have been dominant historically in water maps, is the timing for an aggressive ship is unrivaled considering they can convert from a fishing boat into an attack boat.
Yeah, that's what we typically see, right? Like they only go for like 2 fishing ships, and after that, straight up to feudal age. Not that quick.
Well, I wouldn't put it past them, you know. I have heard usually are broken. Look at the spawn as well. It is one of those ones where you've got the back spawn of the tree line. That might make it harder for that idea of some like Chuganu to harass early. Might give more value over to Roost Knights a few minutes into the age up. Scamming shouldn't matter too much. It's nice, but if you're forced onto land, I feel like if you're forced onto land, unless you are pretty deep into the game already, and usually your opponent's a bit chilled, you shouldn't be able to get back with a land recovery. I think there's maybe like Chinese and Juji might be the exception to that rule.
Pretty much.
Maybe sometimes Hatchery if they've reached Imp when they lose water, but yeah. There's not many civs that get away with it.
Yeah, Hatchery certainly, like if they can get relics, then they're gonna be fine. The issue is that usually when you lose water and you don't like anticipate it early enough, your opponent's gonna reach castle age before you.
Crumb drop now on the way. CSOs is going to be slightly delayed, but we usually see this out as Juji in Chinese, right? They can make up for it with the build speed. In fact, how much bounty did Sassy get? Kind of curious on that. Probably, okay, 160. So he pretty much got what he needed to get his tech up, which is good. Like, it's nice if you somehow by some miracle get wheelbarrow as well, or at least the lumber upgrade, but it's very difficult to do on a map like Holy Island.
Yeah. I'm wondering now, where do you put the meditation garden? Should be coming in soon now.
You ever feel like in this type of situation, instead of pulling a fishing boat, it might just be better value to prep a transport ship?
Yeah, I would say so. Overall, oh, it's a very safe one. Oh,
wow. What?
That's a little bit too safe. He doesn't see that. He legitimately doesn't see it.
Oh my god.
And Sassy Scout is blocking him right now from it as well.
That's so sad. It's insane, right? Like, you know, the idle time will maybe miss out walking to and fro the difference, maybe 30 resources, but you'll make up for that in the first minute. Unbelievable. Second dock up.
That's gonna be annoying.
Boat time. Scout is gonna have to retreat away, so Villager doesn't take enough damage here. Fishing boats are being targeted. With double dock, CSO should be fine.
Yeah, double dock has enough ways to garrison there. Now he's feudal age as well. And suddenly, Sass is only on a single... Oh, he converted the second ship as well. Sass doesn't have any like ship economy right now.
That's wild.
Wait, no, mind.
No, he has one. He has one. I was about to say that. That is unhinged.
I thought he
game.
converted it.
And he has got the demo on the way as well. So very big edge potentially there. CSO is going to open up the archer ship. Now that's surprising because I feel like in this situation, most players will just go straight to the Springald, countering like, you know, the first unit that arrives. But this will give him the tick mark against the final piece of the triangle for the Roost here.
Yeah. Needs to wait for the Springald ship though. Behind that, Sass already got the demo ship in queue.
Fishing boats will just go for the garrison. That's it, accept the idle time. Nice little bit of micro there. CSO is going to go for shoreline fishing. And Sassy has to be careful. He doesn't know if a demo's coming out, so it's difficult to dive here. It's going to be a Springald. Rallies on the backside, so it doesn't go for a forward spawn to hit into the galley straight away. Demo is going to march in, but this is difficult. Bigger hitbox against an archer ship.
Yeah, look at
Very,
that.
oh
Already
my
down.
god.
It's so low already.
I feel like we'd be back to Roos opening being broken on water if the hitboxes weren't so stupidly big.
Yeah, that's true. It's
So
just not
balanced.
possible to micro with them.
How many times have we watched a Roos player go in with like nine demo ships, and
And all of them are lost.
it just does nothing? I feel so bad for this Civ sometimes. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Oh, we have got stables coming though, so it's gonna be Night Harass on land, but that is gonna make you a bit weaker on the water now.
Right now, economy-wise, looks like SAS managed to scale into 1 or 2 additional fishing ships. So economy is fine for him for the time being.
Spear ships and archer ship on the go though. Demo ship is gradually being repaired here. You just can't tell. The fires are simply just aesthetic. It's not that close to death. I like how when
Fire is a planned fire.
I do love how when demos are almost dead, the fire goes out. It's like Charmander's flame on his tail, just kind of smoldering, you know?
It's so weird, right? Because it's like, oh yeah, this ship is so dead, it's not on fire anymore because the fire is its purpose.
The fire of life, the embers have been removed from the world, tarnished one. But God, by God, that is so annoying. Actually, you're like, oh, it's just a fishing boat.
Surely this one isn't gonna explode on me.
I mean, I'm waiting for more players to use the fishing boat bait to just win games. You know, when like they bring it in, like, oh, it's demo, it's a demo. Shoots it with the archer ships. Like, why is it not dead?
I'm waiting for more players in the meantime to use transport ships as meat shields
Right.
and water.
It is insanely effective. Demos, it takes 4 of them to kill them.
People just don't do it. Like, as soon as the transport ship is in the front line, people can't really A-move anymore.
Yeah, well, it's also, I think it's especially good in the mid game because in the mid game you're very heavy into springles, right? It's like, you can't tell a springle not to attack another boat.
You can use it to block enemy springles as well.
Yeah, but it's like you turn and they just fire. It's like, bro, I didn't want you to shoot that. You know who I think will start using it? English.
Ooh, we got a single knight. But Ciso already got the spearman in. He was scouting. Like, his scout's on the opposite side there.
He also has an outpost on the gold, so he didn't spread himself thin. He didn't have to rush spearman. It didn't make him weak on water. Yeah, like, I do think that transport ship play, by the way, English will start doing it. Because with Admiralty, you can basically just keep the enemy springles out of range with transport ships.
True.
Trust me to find the trolley build. A little bit of exchange. Sassy does have the springle count in his favor. CSO has not gone to demo ships whatsoever yet.
Definitely has the gold for it.
Maybe he just finds it unethical to blow people up. I don't know. It's kind of wild. Usually you see around now is usually kind of lean into like a 4 or 5 demo pump, right? To kind of clear the battlefield.
Usually I also have a lot of spare gold just because of the meditation garden. Not the case here.
Okay, this is getting kind of wild. Sassy, usually we expect knights, but archers as well.
That's gonna be kind of weird considering that CSO could just make Jugunu as well. And he has the spare gold for it. Now, finally, first couple of demolition ships coming in.
And we have to remember on the Chiganu factor, that scales really well into the big blob here. Sassy, it kind of feels like he's inviting the demon. Let's see, demos. Is there a creep-in point? I think Sassy's position's really good here. It's just preventing that sneak around we sometimes see, where you take 2 demos and hide in the top corner.
Yeah, I mean, not that you can really do that against Roos, because you're gonna need 4.
True. It's never enough. Chiganu now have started to be spammed. CSO getting the appropriate reaction. Fishing boat count looks like it heavily favors CSO, by the way. Can we check that? Okay, so we're at 12.
12?
And like what, 5 maybe for SAS? Yeah, 5. Okay. And then the fishing tech, I think I saw one of them get it. I think it was CSO. So
yeah, Sassy doesn't have it.
I think CSO got it.
CSO does, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's a really big deal then.
I like
Especially with the land assault side of things. Like Sassy is spending a lot of food on knights, but he doesn't have the scalability for it now.
Oh, and look at that. CSO did make the right play and is now also scaling into Shugunu on land.
I love this as well. It's a double-edged play. Steeled arrows on the way. This affects the galleys and the Chuginu.
Yeah, and with the outpost there as well, like, this play from Sass has just been completely countered out. And he wants to aggress on water at the same time and on land, but in theory, Sass can just A-move on both sides. Demolition ships, getting sniped
not
out.
paying attention. The Knights aren't really reacting here. They just walk into the wood line without fighting.
He literally just A-moved. He literally just A-moved.
This might be over. Demo's now coming in from the side. Archer ship tries to defend it. Will be able to hold, but it comes at a high price. Yeah, so both won on water and land.
That's when you realize that you're not Vortex.
No, I think Sassy confidently walked in his mouth like, I can do this. Anyone can do this. I see Vortex do all the time.
Military and I micro the water. Because truly, my opponent did not expect me to make a land military.
Reminder that Sassy, on average in this series, has had about 80 extra APM than CSO.
Yeah.
I think we need to check if that's meaningful APM, because that, if anything, if you didn't know that looking at this game, you'd assume CSO is the one with the higher clicks per minute.
Just gotta make the clicks count more.
It's not about how many A-clicks, it's about where you A-click. There's a move.
It's about why you A-click.
Well, CSO's looking at A-click. The Chuganu are flanking on the west side. The scout has spotted it. Meanwhile, on water, Sassy once again distracted. Archer ship count up to 5. An easy defense there. Scout did get spotted by Sassy on that flank. And it might give him an early warning to the Chuganu that are coming on land.
Turn around.
Hey, you're too close to the production now. It's too risky.
Yeah, you can't go that far forward now.
Knock, knock, Mavadaka. Who's here? Only CSO, and you do not have a defense force.
Outpost getting rushed up. No, that's not an outpost. That is
you
not
can
an
hide in
outpost.
that. We're going to have problems. I don't know, hide under the lumber wheel maybe, but that's a massacre. Chuganu in, villagers have been found. Militia are going to be ignored. And this is malicious intent. CSO defending on water, winning on land. How the hell does Sassy come back now?
They don't know. To be fair, he does have more Springle ships here. CISO needs some demo ships.
Price on land is just too high though. Look at the massacre in that tree line. Even if he now somehow turns this into a wind on water, he may just lose it on land.
Militia getting called.
Against Chuganu though. No undermesh either. Villagers are running back. He needs to gather. This ain't gonna work. I think this might be it. Vodka's PC wants to give up. It's just too many villagers dying. It's making him a little bit deflated. Villagers back at the tree line. He doesn't realize that the Chuganu are still there. And this is not the win on water he needed. Sassy is losing it all.
The Chuganu just having free fire contests right now with the villagers.
Making them squeal like piggies. I don't think he realizes that. He just saw it. He just pulled back the villagers. He's about to lose the rest of the fleet. The boom shakalaka on the side. Barely anything left on land or water for Sassy. Now trailing by 20 eco.
Just like that, CSO able to win the most important game in the set, the match point. GG comes in, and CSO will make it past the round of 32.
Asian representation remaining high as they get towards that round of 16, but the Turkish hope has now been quelled. Sassy will fall 3-2 to CSO of Team Elephant, and what a performance coming in there. Holy Island, a map that really tends to kind of dissect who has the moves, who's able to deal with multiple locations. And there it is. The theme continues. A 50 APM advantage for Sassy, and still CSO was the one who looked in control of all fights.
Yeah, I mean, those last two games, I gotta say, they were really, really good. They were really good. Like the Ayubit game from CSO. Not something that you would expect for Ayubit to be able to outmass the Delhi in such a significant way. No. And then here, on Holy Island, the fight, like the reads, the scouting information, making the units in time, and yeah, Sassy at some points just thinking maybe he's gotten into his opponent's head, the A move there with his military, just not working out because CSO saw it coming.
Exactly. Just great reads. I love the defensive format by CSO. It's the value of those early outposts where you just force your opponent to show their hand first. I think that's really what mattered here. Defender advantage utilized phenomenally by CSO. But we have another potentially phenomenal set, folks. We're not done just yet. We're spoiling you, which is why I think it's important that you, A, subscribe to the channel, because we have now got 3 more weekends of intense Red Bull action. And B, make sure you check out our sponsor, Surfshark, who are back for a 3rd event in the row. Take advantage of our code to get 4 months extra on what is already a heavily discounted product. But now, the product of action here. Garnath versus Lash. This is a really cool one. I usually say that Lash, you probably felt it too, Cracky. He's on the verge of breaking through. Like, he has a very good orderly approach to AoE 4. It is just shy of the other people that seem to play hard meta style.
Yeah, Lash, he's got his own playstyle that he likes to really stick to and doesn't really want to diverge from in most situations. I feel like sometimes he really needs to, though, because I think that's for the most part just the kind of thing that's hindering him. Game number 1, it's going to be Dry Arabia, Ottomans versus Byzantines, and we're going to be jumping right into it. A matchup that we've already seen today. How is it going to go now between Lash and Garnath? We'll jump right in to game number 1.
Let's find out. Remember, this gets them into a more safe territory. Round of 32 is the last of the single eliminations. 3D Clan's Garnath opens with the Ottomans. Lash's response will be the Byzantines. But from what we've been seeing in the tournament so far, this isn't 14th century Byzantines on their last legs. This is them shining bright over the Ottomans. Ooh. Let's have a look at some of those quirky details, because the interesting thing actually with the Ottomans is we've seen some different mutations, I feel like, recently. A lot of people moved away from the Madrasa. But in the last week, I want to say, Crackety, everyone has just kind of given up on Sultani Trade Network. I feel like 9 out of 10 games is back into berry mode.
Yeah, I want to agree, especially now that the sheep have been nerfed as well. In many situations, you just need that food.
Yeah, it's a permanent safe source, right? And considering sometimes Ottomans just have to give up and go fast castle, it makes sense why you'd lean into that. Byzantines, on the other hand, did get a few nerfs. Not sure if it was enough. I still think there's no logical reason that those olive groves should be cheaper than standard farms.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, especially when you consider that putting up an olive grove is actually a lot of work.
Yeah, so much work that, like, after you're done building the foundation, you discover that you built it on a bunch of rocks that you can then go use.
Yeah.
Not a bad deal. 8 stone back on that 70 wood investment. I don't know, man. I just want to put my head in my keyboard sometimes when I think of that. It's odd as well, because if it's appropriately nerfed, I think we see more Hippodrome play from Byzantines as well at that point. But right now, Grand Winery, just king, let's say about 95% of games for a reason.
Yeah. Do we have a military? It doesn't look like... Okay, we don't have a military school from Garnath so far. So he's just going to go straight up to feudal age.
I'm curious if he will be a Madrasa believer. Garnath has some really kind of unorthodox strategies, I've noticed. He doesn't really play by the meta. I mean, this is the guy that... I still remember him picking Mongols on Gorgelot and going for the double TC production when no one else would do it. It just felt really weird. So definitely an out-of-the-box type thinker, but what do you really expect from someone who's part of the B's 3D clan circus?
Yeah. I mean, Garnath, he's also just a very creative type.
Oh, yes.
All right, we are getting that twin minaret Madras.
I always feel like spawning on the west side is an advantage for Ottomans because of this detail, right? Because you always can inherently put your Madrasa on the retracted side with the berry spawning closest to the TC.
I'm going to say I really like this so far from Garnath. I actually believe that military schools at the moment for Ottomans are highly overrated in many situations.
Thank you. Finally.
Yeah, and people just get people are just getting too hung up on that, like making the immediate military school or wanting to have every single military school that you can, like 3 military schools in feudal age. It delays your timing way too much. I want to say that, like, you want to go for it on a delay, like for example how Ayub would go for additional TCs on a delay after reaching castle age. I think you should treat the military schools like that, because having a couple of spearmen early on, not worth the delay when you want to go for either aggression or even a fast castle age. Maybe for fast castle age, it's kind of nice having a single one for Spearman, just so you're able to, for example, lure deer in.
Yeah, and that's the big thing I want to highlight. I see way too many times people go for the military school, and then they send it to the enemy gold. And I'm just like, deer, just go deer straight away, right? Because like by the time you get on that gold, you aren't changing anything on a passive produced spearman. Most of the time, you might harass your opponent for 10 resources, but then when you return for the deer shove in, you've been lame, right? So it's a trade-off, but I think it's just better to get more eco value. I definitely agree, though. It's weird just how often it's the go-to. I feel like at this point, it's habitual, and it needs to be something that people consciously reassess.
Yeah.
And that's cool. Straight away into the stables. It's also weird to see a military school in Dark Age if you're against a civ that like is going to build a counter. Like, for example, here, I'd hate it because you know Byzantines are probably going to go longbows, right? Did you know that transport ships temporarily increase the move speed of units when unloading? You'll never see it, but it does work.
You'll never see it.
That's why we're leaving it on screen so long, because this is the only time you'll ever know that detail. Did you also know Varangian can build transport ships?
They can.
You'll never see it.
You'll definitely not see it.
I think we just need to let Varangians swim, you know? That's the way.
Did you know, it's not being written here because of a specific bonus for the Varangians, but did you know that Varangians give bonus armor to transport ship when they're inside?
I don't know if I knew that one. I know that they, for some reason, get bonus armor near a wonder, which is never matters. Sapahi already the way, so Ottoman's going for an aggressive opening, but Lash already has the response. Limitane are going to be there. And the feudal upgrade already on the way.
Yeah, so these Sapahi aren't really going to achieve a lot here. At least for the time being. Actually, Scout pulling the Limitane away. Oh, okay, Lash realizing.
It'll be a poke attempt around the backside. Smart choice as well.
Fortitude's getting activated as well.
Yeah.
For the bonus attack speed.
That might have been a moment to try Akratoy, but the Sapahi are just so tanky, right?
Yeah, they do have a lot of health. They got like 155. Normal horseman is like, what, 120?
Yeah. It was a smart read by Garnath, because if he went into the berries, it would have been a pinch and an attack back, but like 3 gold workers just can't react to that. This is overly zealous, though. There's an opportunity for Lash to just stab him. Instead, he ignores it.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. I'm confused as well. Fortitude has been activated again. Oh, if you lose a villager. Ridiculous. Yeah. Just fight back.
Yeah, just stab him. Like, when you're like playing one of those games, okay, you know, this kind of feels like the equivalent of a knight being chased by a villager and being stabbed. He's like, oh my god, he's hurting me. He's hurting me. Just keep running. He's hurting me. It's like, no. You hit pretty hard, especially if you activate Akratoy. That +2 will melt these guys.
5 Longbomen just came out for the Byzantines here for Lash. So that's his first couple of...
I think you're a big Garnath fan, mate. No military schools. 7 minutes.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
He's your
like,
boy.
If you want early aggression, you don't do military schools.
Steel Arrow also now on the way, so an easy way of kind of offsetting the Limitane Longbow defense. Lash, he's just going for wolves.
Oh, no. Oh, it's one of those. How did he not have that scouted? I don't really believe that, honestly.
So once again, I think it's based not on the black. It's based right now. The bug is that it's based on if you just don't have active vision there, right? It's like if a unit doesn't see that area, this type of wall will happen. Yeah, it's a really big problem. Like, I like the idea. We talked about earlier. I like the idea of it being like, if it's black on the map, you haven't revealed it, makes sense. But the bug, the way it's working right now, which is unfortunate, is like if you go to vision, you'll see what I mean. And I can give an example here live, right? So it's like with this vision, like for example, if this villager wasn't here, he wouldn't see the gold right now, right? But he scouted it. If he built a wall across that gold, it would just middle finger him and say there's gaps.
Yeah. Forgive my lack of current bug knowledge. I've been down with the flu since King of the North.
Yeah, you got your own bugs to worry about.
Yeah.
So Undermesh now on the way. Lash will have some pretty tanky Limitane for that. Second Berries is really exposed, actually. Like, he has got the ones in the corner, but the south side isn't a very good option here for Garnath.
Oh,
Lash, rather.
Yeah, but you really want to go for the one to the east, because that's the large berry patch as well.
Yeah. Just don't wall to a gold vein. I feel like I'm doing him dirty, man. But like
Oh, first military school. Like it that it's on a delay. Just go for it slowly after you already have some military out there.
slowly.
Double so as well.
He did go for
Yeah,
it slowly,
it
and that he waited until 9 minutes,
Yeah.
and then just went ham.
Lash has got a huge military up already. I mean, that's the thing, because in theory, this is only 17 units. But there's 10 longbows in there as well.
I don't know, man. I think we're in alternate history land again. The Byzantines are not going to fall in 1448, I think it was.
Yeah. Oh. Sapai already activate the Fortitude. That's gonna be a village down for sure.
I love how it's just very presumptuous to do it, but works out perfectly. No way anyone's going to be able to defend quick enough there.
Yeah.
Oy, oy, oy. What does Garnaf do with this now, right? Like, this is not an army that's desirable to take up into Castle Age, not compared to Lash's.
And for now, he's just trying to annoy Lash on all sides. Lash, slowly but surely, he is getting those walls up.
I mean, if you build Lombos, you're basically playing England. You might as well wall like England, right? So
Yeah.
we'll get the berry safely. No, please, not on the trade post, please. Okay, that one you can't blame on like the new bug.
Yeah.
That's always been a thing.
That's not World's Edge's fault.
Maybe this is all part of the plan. He's like, please do funnel your Sipahi towards this location.
I mean, the archer count is starting to build. It's just not as big as the archers plus the longbows, and also there's almost 20 limit pay.
Yeah, the Sipahi is starting to look more like the Sipahi because they're going to be a joke in this fight. You went for the Michael Jackson, like moonwalking away. I was more thinking they're just a giggle, mate. Chases on.
And the meta's
What?
down.
Frontlining with the meta, not ideal. Garnaf, a mistake made with the formation there. And now he can't fight.
Oh, could the villager go down as well? Has wheelbarrow, though. Oh,
Yes, but
he's
he
getting
also
stuck.
has enemies on his own side. Just got hazed by his own
Outpost
archers.
getting rushed up.
Against 20 Limitane. This will only end well. Oh, sorry,
I mean,
15.
Gotta activate the shield wall.
They're
if
just
you want
waiting
to
on the
survive.
side. Like, you guys have fun. When we need it, just call for us. Oh, boy. This is rough. Kara Siphon's now on the way. Lash was looking for this.
Interesting.
I just don't know what Garnaf has to deal with this.
Not a lot. Not a lot. I'm actually surprised that Lash isn't just going straight up Castle Age.
Yeah. It's definitely a very unorthodox approach, but, you know, he has got a fallback plan. If this doesn't work, I think you can tech up pretty quick.
I want to say
especially
it's
the olive
still a
rows.
mistake. Like this. Oh.
See?
Reaction.
Kara Siphon. A little bit slow from Lash
Shield wall.
there.
Shield wall. Shield wall. There we go.
Right, activates it now. We'll keep the Sipahi at bay. Lombo Archers should be able to win this fight. Bit of a weird front lining there. The Archers just trying to get in range. Lombos don't even need to be this close right now, but he wants the metas. One down. Second one's still alive. But Garnaf just doesn't really have much of a front line. He's wasting all this time to go up for the Cairo Siphon. So Sipahi aren't just running it through on the Archer mass. It looks like he did have enough Archers to repel this, though. Lash now has to leave. What a messy fight.
Yeah, it definitely is. Behind this Lash, he's getting his farm transition in. Able to get another batch of Lombos out soon.
I feel like these messy fights favor Garnaf more, right? Like, you know, we've talked about him as a more unorthodox player, and I think that's the zone he wants to be in. Lash, I said he does try to lean into the more orderly, metarized approach.
I feel like it's, like, once again, like his play style. And if you want to really consider meta, I think Lash kind of steps into some mistakes a couple of times.
Do you think he's like chasing the optimal meta, but missing certain things within it?
I think sometimes he just kind of tunnel visions a lot. Where
Like
it's like
feudal
the
all-inning it.
answer. Yeah, that potentially as well. But just like when the answer is right in front of his eyes, and he kind of still makes like the suboptimal unit because he thinks, because I have this many more of it, the suboptimal unit should win. But sometimes it just doesn't.
Now, if it was always Archers, I could kind of forgive that. But
if you make 50 archers against 3 mangonels,
You win.
you're still not gonna have a great time. Yeah, I mean,
No.
you can actually win. You can win, yeah, but realistically, you shouldn't.
If you build 80 Yumi against 4 Nesta Bees,
That sounds good. Sounds like fun.
you can actually win. Garnaf now looking to win the race. Tech up begins already for him. Lash could have been there so much sooner, but in paranoia, he added in a lot of additional units here, slowing down his timing.
I think it's fine, though, because he's got... The most important thing for him is he's got the olive groves. He's got a very good amount of oil income right now, passively. His food income is pretty good. So he's going to be able to just sustain army production here for a long time. The most important next thing that Lash needs to be aware of is Siege. Siege is going to come in eventually, and he's going to have to deal with it.
I'm wondering, actually, if Garnaf needs to kind of tighten a belt on the map as well, because you have to remember the Relic Rush is real with the Byzantines when they reach up here. Grand Winery gives them that ability, and there's not that many Sipahi to kind of block it.
This woodline's getting kind of thin.
Veterancy queued up. Garnaf committing into more archers here. The first knights are also now on the way. So love this. Camps on the Relic that realistically should be easiest for Lash to grab. Won't be in this game, though.
No monk in queue yet.
No, Garnaf, I don't think it's worth going Imam at this point, right? Just go Mosque. Play it natural.
Yeah, you don't need the Vizier point at least.
Veterancy's all queued up, so entire army will be upgraded in an optimal time, and looks like for the most of it, Lash did use Dialecticus for the veterancy on the contracts at least, but it looks like the other units didn't get the same treatment.
To be fair, the contract upgrade is also quicker, baseline.
True. That was ludicrously quick. Can Lash actually fight this?
He can.
Yeah.
100% he can.
Kind of interesting is just inviting it in. Maybe this is kind of like lay the bait, lay the trap, let Garnaf go beyond the threshold.
I mean, Garnet has the vision, right? Yeah, Garnet must realize that that is not a fight that he can take.
He hangs around.
Still taking it.
That's wild. I don't know why. Archers, and also once again, the meta to the back. Goodbye.
That's
now,
100 any resource down.
Any belief you could take this fight should now be gone.
Yeah, 100%.
Instead, he waits for Lash's entire army to get in range with the archers and loses so much on the retreat. That is brutal.
It is. So many units down. Now it's 32 to 63 military. Garnet, he's going to have to fall back all the way to space and hope that the Mangonel is going to come in time.
What timing for Lash, because now he can start to move out for the relics. Also a perfect time because he would have got raided on that tree line if he's hunkering down at home much longer than this. Garnaf, well, with food access about to be a running risk, I'm wondering if he can actually get a front line together quick enough here. He looks like he's trying to go Imperial.
It does feel like it. I mean, we've seen it before, right? Like the fast Imperial Ottomans can be pretty good.
Montana with the pinch.
Mangonel's here now.
You don't have a true front line, though, to protect that Mango, so he needs to be careful not to overextend here. Garnaf
Yeah, he definitely can't overextend. But he does so anyways.
This could backfire quick. Limitane start to move in. Varangian as well. First crossbows have arrived. Lash.
Garnet doesn't have +2 pierce damage.
He's also attacking the front line with the Mango. This is big. This is the breakthrough. Lash. This looks like a complete wipe.
Oh, gets a good shot in now, though.
It's too much, though. Varangian are in. Here we go. He'll wallop it down. So backs off a little bit. That stagger. Nice dodge last second from Lash. Mango is going to go down. Garnaf has nothing to stand his ground with. This game should be over.
Yeah, I mean, now Lash can't just go for the forward Siphons here. And once you start taking down those military schools, Ottomans are kind of just falling apart. There's no leg for Garnaf to stand on. No second TC, no expansion, no fast Imperial inside as he now has to reinvest more into his military.
Varangian spam behind this is a big problem because although you've got crossbows coming, nothing really answers the longbows right now. Garnaf is going to try to sneak out on the north side. The berries in the west side corner should be running out soon, and the other resources to the south of the base are now blocked. You do not want to have to go for a farm transition at this point as the Ottomans.
Yeah.
wonder if Lash senses it. Does feel like it's
Just
a
looking
little
around
bit
the base for now.
Yeah.
There is a lot of hesitance, yeah. I want to say, like, at this point in time, you just need siege. Like, you're at the production, you push them all the way back. Now's the time to burn down those production buildings.
We'll force a reaction. Now that you see the army, like, if this is all you're seeing, confidence should be swelling.
Yeah. Like, we're reaching that point where you actually just want to run it in.
Limitana have scout north side. It looks like instead of running it in, Lash is going to run it to the economy. And that's going to be a lot of idle time, actually. That's like, what, 30 villagers up in this area that won't be able to work.
Garneth trying to protect those units.
He's going
Another
for a keep
mangonel is on its way.
Okay, he's not going for it. He's genuinely just going back onto the gold. You can't be here, though, Garnath.
And he's going back again.
I don't think he realized it. I think he missed micro that across onto the gold. There's no way he should be able to
And
get
he's
this for
going
free.
back again. What?
What is going on right now? Crossbow's arriving. Mango goes for the smash, but the Lombo's getting the trade out here. Meta is going to go down. There's no front line. Once again, no protection for the Mango. Garnath now on the ropes.
And numbers from Lash, they aren't really going down at all. More reinforcements following in the middle.
Second wave is indeed arriving. Mango just trying to eradicate what's left of that Lombo formation. Villagers once again pulled over here. If Lash just rallies to the north side, this game should be over. I think it might already be. Fran can get access again. The one Mango goes down. Garnath about to be single digits on the military, and this game about to be done.
Yeah, there's no way back now, because now the reinforcements are coming in from Lash in the middle as well. 56 to 8 military. Woodline getting denied now.
Look at that little cut through. Perfectly done so that Garnath can lose even more economy here. And there we go. 1453, the Byzantines never fell. Here in 2024, the Ottomans have no answer. Look at that escalation immediately in Age 3.
Yeah. Oh, man. I like the idea, actually, with the Fast Imperial. Like, he got there relatively close, but then it feels like he couldn't decide if he actually wanted to commit to it.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Lash, we worried he was going to have hesitance, but he understood, he read it correctly. He did go for the push-in, and that forced the recommitment. I've seen this matchup a few times where Ottomans get away with that tech up, and it can lead to a recovery arc. But Lash had the game sense to chase it on in. A little bit of hesitation when he arrives in the base, maybe something that Garnath can look to exploit deeper in this series. But I think there is enough killer instinct there for me to have confidence in Lash's ability to make it deeper. The question is whether the draft is going to favor him for that, because we need to look deeper into this. Gorge is going to be up next, and it looks like it's going to be a Delhi-Rus showdown.
Interesting. Okay, so not something that we see too often nowadays, mostly because Rus just tends to get banned most of the time.
Practically all the time. Like, I'm kind of surprised it's been sneaking through as much as it has here with the current pool.
Yeah.
But this matchup,
Should be Rus favored, I want to say.
Yeah. Because I feel like you have
so many archers down. Yeah. Like, sure, Delhi is getting like 15% more attack speed in, but Rus is getting like 15% more archers out.
Yeah, it actually balances out perfectly, right? 20% wood, and then 75% of the cost is onto wood. So balancing all things. Keep in mind that Rus will probably, like, they can go 2 TC still. I don't think it's necessary here.
I think you can.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty safe, right? It depends on the spawn, but in most situations, you don't get punished on the stone early enough to get the stone that you need for the second TC.
Mainly because there's an obnoxious landmark that feels more like a Castle Age landmark. It kind of stops you from doing that. Let's see if the spawn works out well for Lash in this one, though. It's time for game number 2. We're heading into Gorge. Garnath with a comfortable regular pick in the Delhi. But somehow, Rus got through the bans.
Do you think maybe they should make the Kremlin like a keep landmark in Castle Age?
I would rather we just have less keep landmarks in general. I don't feel like they're a positive experience in AoE 4.
Do we need positive experiences in AoE 4?
True, we do come here to suffer, right? Like, I, as a caster, have come to I could have went Battle Royale as a growing ecosystem, but I like to suffer.
I would imagine like this being like a question from a survey that like a game publisher would ask us. Why do you feel the need for positive experiences in gaming?
Yeah, follow up in brackets. You do pick English a lot.
Are you maybe more interested in microtransactions?
Oh, what's that? Double reduction for Delhi now requires you to spend $5 to get unlocked scholars?
Get the credit card. I'm playing versus Beast.
You want to keep in feudal age? Pay $20 a day. Mom, I can do it. Marine Lord's gonna mold.
That's the worst timeline.
There's one out there where exists. Didn't Age of Empires Online have something like that?
They did, not during the game, but like, come get the credit card. My enemies men at arms fight with fish.
Okay, in all seriousness, if I could buy a skin that replaces swords with fish, like if I could buy a skin that replaces the lances that French knights have with baguettes, I'd drop $15 in a heartbeat.
Towards the end, they were getting wild in Age of Empires Online. Like, you had men at arms with like pool noodle armor or something like that.
I mean, I think I saw the other day, someone was like, you know what, I just pay for a good blood and gore cosmetic thing. I don't know, man. I think we're just missing out on the easy money here. Oh, speaking of easy money, how are we doing on the bounty here? Lash did go for the triple. Wait, what is that wood spawn? I've never seen that before.
Which one?
Everything about it. The corner double spawn and the starting wood line.
Wood.
This is the okay, so this, you made the Beastie Cutie reference before. Usually Gorge is like Beastie Cutie in September last year. This is him in the subathon after he had to shave his head.
There are planes there. Just a lot of very, very plain planes.
But if Lash finds that corner, we're getting one hell of a good high trade house.
Ooh, yeah.
That is wild.
Is this EGC TV Gorge? Yep.
Yeah, we got tired of you guys walling the map. Good luck with this. Like, look at the center cliffs as well. He's even got those full divots on both sides.
Yeah.
This might be the coolest spawn of Gorge I've ever seen.
All right. We don't have the cow valet this time around. Oh, that's a very far forward Kremlin.
Yeah, because like, what have you got to defend at home? Like, look at his wood line.
You're not boosting any wood income. You're not boosting any. Yeah.
What wood?
True.
It's not a Kiljadi spawn. It's not one of those ones where you can walk around the back, but it's not far off.
Anyways, without the cow valet, I think it's time for us to play Bet the Bunty again. What do you say?
I'm gonna say he's probably like 225.
I'm gonna say, because Garneth only went for single scout, 265.
I feel like you might be right. It's 4 minutes in the game, right? With a hunting cabin.
What's it gonna be?
All right, we'll know soon.
Yeah.
By which point we would have forgotten our numbers and won't care anymore.
Observer told us he's got to check. We're getting the confirmation soon.
It's like we're deep in the night.
Just as much as you guys.
We're deep in the night. Vodka's half a bottle of vodka in. He's seeing double digits now. Like, we shouldn't ask him to check numbers. So Kremlin dropped. This is wild though. Like, it's not.
It's an interesting one.
It's sad because you wish that the sacred site was closer, and you'd be playing like a pseudo Chinese at that point, right? Blocking the sacred site win condition.
Or maybe this is like the all-in feudal age now. But then he definitely wants a wooden forest on his wood line, then, right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed by that detail.
I think it's coming in now. I think he just spent the wood for it.
It's so expensive though, right? 175 wood at this stage. That's your first production building.
Yeah, it is, but okay, he did go for it. It pays itself
first
off
production,
so quickly,
baby.
though.
Yeah, but I feel like you can't do it straight away because then you miss out on that initial night timing, right? And especially if your opponent's going Gazi.
Your opponent, he's not even making Gazi here, interestingly enough. Double blacksmith.
I love these two because these are just such weird and wonderful builds, right? We had Garnath playing your ideal Ottomans. We've now got the old school double blacksmith opening before stables, which is so unorthodox, by the way.
usually you kind of do want to get that really early stable in because you then get the opportunity to decide, like, have an influence on where your opponent can place their secondary TC if they go for it. Not that it's coming into play here. There's no second TC for Lash.
Lash will have all info on what Garnath is up to here. So seeing the double blacksmiths, he should feel good about the night opening. Garnath. He's already putting... What the hell? He wants that Kremlin gone.
Yeah.
Look at what he's prioritizing here.
It's the immediate siege engineering. That's interesting. Especially when Lash is going 1 TC military. What is that wall?
Wait.
There... Why?
Sir, like, if we just go a little bit further, like...
Huh? What?
So I get the sacred site, you get the cliff. It's a fair divorce proceeding.
Okay, this is an actual German wall in order to get more tax money out of the government. They're making it longer.
I mean, I'm glad he's actually doing the wall to the west side. Otherwise, this would be a French wall, right? Because you could just go around it.
Oh, man.
I mean, if you could... So this is kind of cool, actually, because if you think about it, with the Kremlin placement and then the natural TC placement, you kind of have this entire north side to yourself.
You do. You definitely do. And there's, like, second deer pack there as well.
Oh, the wall. Sir, kind sir.
No,
Excuse
other
me,
way.
sir. Excuse me, sir. Wait. You can't be here, sir. I am now Delhi. Oh, God. So, you know what I said about this being a French wall? It's about to be. Garnath can just walk around. He's found it so early. First Gazi gets through. Scout gets through as well. Just, like, the door's open. Just invite everyone off the streets at this point.
Did Lash prep the archer ranges yet?
Yes. First archer now on the way.
There we go. All right. 3 archer ranges. There we go. 2 sacred sites are going to be on their way over to Garnath now. Knight's not going to be in time from the looks of it.
Yeah. Garnath is starting to get small wall syndrome. He doesn't like that his opponent built a wall. He was attempting to build his own.
Only 1 spear. 2 spear now.
But he's being ignored.
Just focus on the scholar. Just focus on the scholar.
He really wants this. And he is going to be able to get it. He might even get away with the 9 time. Oh, goes
quite,
down.
Getting the scholar, definitely good choice there.
And now
Scholar,
Garnath
there's 1 remaining. If he gets the other scholar as well, I don't think he's going to get it, though. There's now enough spears. Yeah.
It's also, like, this is the annoying thing for Garnath. He just has to sit there with his entire army because he's half capped, right? So it's like, it's actually beneficial from that perspective for Lash. But, you know, it's not your typical game where it's beneficial because you got 2 TC. This is still 1 TC versus 1. And we have to be real about the quality of the Delhi army as it scales here.
Yeah. I'm looking at the gold income right now from Lash. I'm thinking that maybe he's overcommitting a little bit to the knight play. Because in theory, what your main army should be is not the knights, but the archers.
Especially considering walls are going up from both players, so you know it's going to turn into one of those kind of weird and funky games.
One of those.
One of those. Also, I say about Gorge, there's 2 types of games. Those with no walls, and those with all the walls. You don't get in between.
Sending all the military over there now. Has the army value lead for the time being, but that's only because archers are weird and they don't really count towards army value at the moment.
Everything's weird with the capture age. I think it's, like, if I remember correctly, isn't it the...
He's getting the decap, nice.
I think the wood doesn't count, if I remember correctly. It's really weird.
Yeah, the food counts, the wood doesn't.
And don't get me started.
And olive oil unit doesn't count as all. Yeah.
Garnath is playing a lot more pocket eco right now. It's kind of rough, right? Like, Lash doesn't have the map control. Like, he played for this Kremlin placement, but he hasn't been exploiting it in any way. I'm starting to wonder if this gold spawn just forced a reactionary Kremlin, not one he originally wanted. As we reach deeper now, though, Lash is getting into the archers that we wanted to see before. Question is, has he already given over too much of the map?
I'd count.
Wait, hold on a sec.
The wall isn't finished.
Sorry, budget cuts. We didn't concrete it. I like the part where he attacks the wall, kind of like a, hey, listen, just to let Garnath know there's a gap. Ball play. So finally, Lash is playing with those pocket resources that I was concerned about. mean, surely, like Lash. Now that he's adding in Spearman, I'm kind of losing confidence, right? This is playing harder into that attack speed advantage for Delhi.
Couple of idle villagers should be moving out soon to berries. The archer count isn't building that quickly for Lash and Garnet. He's got a very balanced army composition right now, and a good mass as well, which makes things pretty difficult for Lash. He's now getting his own spearman in as well. Like that he has the vision over there on the villagers, just doesn't quite have the means of actually getting there.
Well, I'll be knocking at the door now. A lot of torches to commit here. Lash has got time to react. Just not sure you can. Maybe
We actually gotta know what's the situation with the bounty. Do we have any updates on that?
It's 400?
Right. Yeah, he was at 325, so with the boar he got to 400.
Rich boy. Okay, now here's the key thing. Lash has broke through the wall, decapped the sacred site, but you also have a scout in the southern corner. You know that Garnaf has exposed economy. You've got 8 knights. This is your time.
One knight, making its way over there. I dislike that he's going in a straight line. Like, you want to really hide that knight. You want to really be sneaky. But it doesn't look like Garnaf actually paid attention to that, so that knight is going to cause a lot of idle time. Decap has come in.
Back off towards the Kremlin, not something that Garnaf really wants to dive. In the meantime, the knight has now arrived in that corner. Say hello, honey. And I believe, is that no textiles?
Doesn't look like it.
That's going to be a problem. Doesn't realize it yet either.
That's 2.
The longer this goes, the less likely he is to notice. Remember, those pings do eventually
3.
stop.
Oh my god.
4.
He noticed at the 4th villager and probably gonna lose a 5th maybe. Nope, knight. Okay, no, knight.
Shifts away.
He's gotten tired.
Knight's like, all the berries, dude. When they come back an hour later, he's just going to be very fat and covered in red, but it's not the villager's blood anymore. It's just all the berries he ate.
Oh, spearman. Spearman. Oh,
I think Lash is getting a little bit distracted here. I'm just not sure what by at this point. The knight isn't moving anymore. He will try to recommit. Numbers
coming
so
in.
big, though.
That's a lot of Ghazi Raiders, yeah. Villagers getting ready to jump into the Gremlin.
Did Lash skip production?
He did for a while, because suddenly he queued up 10 archers again.
Yeah, but also villagers.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the most painful experience. You're like, nice, I've now got like a 4-worker lead. And then when you look back afterwards and just realize what it actually was. It's not a situation where it's a lead.
You could consider it this way. It's a 4-worker lead, and he saved 100 food not making villagers.
That's true. And then Garnaf, what a noob, had to spend 130 gold to get like that per minute from each sacred site. That sounds like too good of a deal to be true.
Garnaf is sneakily getting the walls off on all the sacred site.
I feel that this Kremlin has been a very underwhelming detail in the game overall.
Yeah, I mean, the Kremlin's just a great point, right? Because he can always fall back to that. And Garneth can never really aggress that. Garneth, by the way, he's making a ton of spearmen. Like, this army right now from Garneth is actually huge.
Yeah, but that's the problem with the Kremlin in my eyes. Is like, it's a fallback point, but it's not blocking the win condition for Garnaf. So
it's not, yeah.
Like, he can't kill you, right? But he doesn't need to. He needs you to come to him.
And Lash should be going up to Castle Age soon. He has the resource for it. The question is, once he goes up to Castle Age, isn't he kind of just like letting himself
die? Yeah, he's just walking and going, kill me! Right, it's kind of a rough one because the Ghazi already kind of contest your main army quite well on their lonesome. And there's not really many places Lash can hide. Like, the reality of building a Kremlin this far forward is you don't have anything to defend the main.
Yeah, I mean, I guess something that Lash could do, immediately prep the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms do take bonus damage from the Ghazi Raiders, but it's not that bad. And you can really use... Yeah.
Right, yeah.
The issue is when it comes to gold, like, he doesn't have the gold for upgrades immediately.
It's also, I think food is deceptive. Like, his income looks good right now, but he just exhausted the boar. The deer are on the west side. He's on berries on the east. After that, it's farms, right? Like, there's only one food pocket you can now access.
it kind of feels like he rushed the age up a little bit too much, because the age up is kind of like an attack me button, pretty much, when you're playing up against the Deli. Lash just pressed the attack me button, so now the enemy AI should start attacking him.
No. He's tech. And now it's the tech button for the Deli, right? Like, I actually think Garnath is just going to try to mirror Castle.
That's so weird.
Right? I mean,
Yeah,
he has
like,
5 scholars, so the research speed isn't
just
too
all
bad.
in. You're Deli. He's not playing the Deli game right now. He's playing something
The
else.
Garnath game. But the Kremlin's OP and scary. What if it kills 2 of my archers? Lash is going to come for the Sacred Site. And yeah, confirmation in. Garnath is going for Castle. And...
House of Learning.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't make sense.
Garnath's one of those players, but I think I've seen this from him before.
Nor taking this fight. This also doesn't make sense.
I mean, if you think about it...
Mass Militia, and that's Castle Age Militia as well.
Gazi need to pull back. Spin with the frontline opportunity. Instead, he's just going to wait it out. He's trying to protect the Sacred Site win condition. That is going to force a commitment. Lash now going in. Archer is spreading out for it. Sacred Site kind of griefing Garnath a little. There's still a little bit of time left. It's only half duration. The militia can exist for a long time here. Garnath has to give way. But half give way. The Gazi didn't get the memo. It's going to be really
now, the veterancy on the Archers. This is a good fight for Lash now.
Lash
Really good fight.
Though. Finally comes
He's
in
not
for it.
decapping, but it doesn't matter too much. He just sent a single one back later. But right now, what he really needs to do is reduce the army count from Garnath.
Here we go. Just a reminder, this is Red Bull, Wololo, El Reinado, baby. Don't you forget it. All of them trying to make it to Spain. Can Lash be on the verge of making the top 16? Garnath, that military lead has fully evaporated.
Observer pulling the wool over ahead right now. But Lash, got a kite. Kite. There we go. Still has the veterancy. Is able to do a lot of damage here.
I mean, that's all Gazi gone, right? Knights in the meantime did do some raid damage. Garnath hasn't gone for farm, so these exposed weak points in the flanks are going to be a liability. All cavalry has been removed, only 10 of them left over to run away, and the archer count still healthy at 27.
Has a good amount there for sure.
Oh, it's a 10 eco lead. And also, keep in mind, Lash is finally going for an eco advantage. Relics is the target.
Yeah, and double Sacred Site decap. Behind that Lash, he's the one getting the passive gold income right now.
Like, high trade house, what did it give in the end? It's a very depressing high trade house. Probably like
140.
90? Dude, I was so close. 140?
Really? Like, sometimes the trade house is so deceiving with how much it gives you for how little trees it is.
You live in your
Surely
land
once
of
he
delusion,
gets to once he gets to 500, it's gonna be like 120, 500 bounty. Just trust.
You live in a land of delusion, sir.
Let me live there.
Is always so
Rent's
nice,
cheap.
though. Yeah,
It
in your
is.
land of delusion, do old sheep still exist as well?
Actually, it's not just 100 resource that he's getting. He's also getting 350 food per minute with the deer.
I knew that was going to come up. And that's enough to sustain some villages forever. Look at Lash with the forward fort here of realizing he doesn't need to add in 4 extra farms now. What a player. Homeblade's on the way, though. Like, I think that was the interesting thing, and Lash has realized it, because I think he did glimpse the House of Learning. If he had massed men at arms, and Garnath had done the same, Delhi would just win this. So that early info could allow Roos to make a pivot. And we have got Boys Fortitude on the way.
With a whopping 1 knight.
Woohoo!
I mean, guess the horseman transition or
The
knight?
warrior monks, my friend. They can leave
Nah.
the extra 25.
But the question's gonna be what he's gonna make, right? Like, it's 100% not gonna be cavalry archers. So it's gotta be either horsemen or knights. Knights, I want to say, you shouldn't, because crossbows are gonna be a thing. We're getting,
Please,
we're getting
horse archers.
elephants.
Just do
Getting
horse
elephants.
archers. Wait,
We're getting more elephants.
well, all I'm gonna say is Team Elephant should sign Garnath. All right, we've had a Team Elephant player on today. He beat up Elephant. He didn't build them himself. It's kind of interesting though, right? Like, there's no reason really to build war elephants.
There is. You're
Really?
playing up against a cavalry civ.
True, but like you don't see a reason, is my point.
Even against men-at-arms, they count men-at-arms as well. They count archers. And they're
Nice little
just in
raid there.
general a very solid meat shield.
Solid hit there. That's for you to find a few villagers, and if you guys are left over. I mean, keep in mind though, you're building war elephants now into spearman archer mass, right? And crossbow. There's some crossbows in there as well.
This is fine.
Horsemen are on the way though. So Garnath with the soul read here. Lash is gathering stone, by the way, and it looks like he's planning a keep drop, or just over gathering. At this point in the evening, either is a possibility.
Re-TC?
Ah, yes, the classic 22-minute free TC ruse. Because
TC
22
thrice?
minutes into the game, you realize you should have went 2 TC.
Go for the good old TC thrice play?
Yeah, because then when he dives and finds the TC, he'll kill one and be like, haha, I've stopped you.
No more outbooming me now.
Exactly. We're both only
I
one
have
TC.
foiled your plans. No TC thrice.
Exactly. And now we are perfectly balanced because I went House
Second
of Learning.
elephant.
More Spearman coming though, like he's kind of just running this into death.
Oh, Dumba.
Can Dumbo lead the way?
It's not Pumba, it's Dumbo. I somehow mixed up Dumbo and
Wait, did you
Pumba.
say
into
Dumba?
I said Dumba.
Yes, this play looks very Dumba.
Oh.
Well, that guy's not quite looking like Hannibal so far. Actually, I say
Gareth
that. A
isn't
whole
using
army
it.
just ran away.
How many monks does Garnath not have garrisoned right now?
Oh!
1, 2, 3, 4.
There we go. You've joined in. It's infectious. Men at arms switch up again. At knights.
The fake walls.
As you were. As you were.
As you are, good sir.
Like the villagers just intimidate and say, look, we could kill each other, or the knight's like, we do have better weapons, better arm. Fair point though. Go about your day. Mango in a choke point. The elephant.
Big shot.
He doesn't care.
Frontline.
Crossbows trying to take him down. And the Warrior's Blessing is going to come in. This is actually really big. It does actually buff the damage on the Mango as well. Breakthrough starting to occur though. The Mango is going to be bailed on here. So Garnath, can he get the cleanup? It doesn't look like it. Lash continues to retreat. Looks at one more pound here. The backline, I'm wondering, is it enough for Lash to be able to hold? There is a decent number of lances in the mixer here. And the elephant is absorbing an insane amount of fire.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising to me that Lash chose to focus the elephant not just with the crossbows, but with the archers as well.
A fight that absolutely made him look dumber here. And now it is going to be a dive underneath the Kremlin.
It feels kind of dumber when you realize that you need 800 archer shots against the elephant.
At that point, he's not an elephant, he's a porcupine. Oh, but this looks like it's going to be game. There's a massacre on the tree line. He doesn't even know.
He realized he sent the spearman over, but he didn't evacuate the village. He's down so many villagers.
And the Sacred Site time bomb continues. This game looks like it has reached a foregone conclusion. Garnath almost in cruise mode, but Lash says no. It is the Thrice TC build in the northern corner to try and recover the game.
TC Thrice it is.
Thrice, but no rice. Barely any food left on the map. No farm transition either. So at this point, I'm not sure if this is your saving grace or just basically someone robbing the last bit of food you have.
Oh man, another Mangonel now coming in. Lash, looks like he never went for farm transition behind this. Garnath, with the deli, actually getting the farms in ahead of the ruse.
That's usually not a good sign. But the good news is,
like
he's
30
only 1
farms.
TC.
That's something.
Well, the time bomb continues, and the other issue is if free TC is your recovery, that does take a bit of time to work. He's gonna need to sneak a decap at some point.
Yeah, I mean, 6 minutes remaining, right? Doesn't have too much time left over. It's this is a fake second layer of walls.
If I don't know what the walls are meant to do, neither does he. We had to look away from that villager murder. It was simply too violent to broadcast. Yep, look at that.
Keep coming in from Garneth.
He's identified the strong arm position, right?
Oh,
like
no, Lash is pulling everything back.
What?
The main army from Garneth is going through the middle as well.
Yep, he's moving in. He's like, oh no, the Kremlin. Anyway.
And in the meantime, he's going to get the keep up.
Hannibal on his elephant leading the way. He took a detour into India this time around. Lancers are going to look for a little bit of poke. They're going to see the full reaction of the army. And now it's going to be a pivot around the backside. And cavalry is already marching towards the double TC on the back.
On the gold as well.
Once again, it's happening.
Villagers.
Lash doesn't realize. Finally, but...
Now. Big losses.
The problem, right, is like that type of damage. Okay, he only got a few kills. Yes, but now Lash has to once again reinvest. Once again, slow down his army.
36 villager kills total. It's climbing again. 38. Where are they dying?
I think he chased him to the back corner. There's also something happening on the west side. He's just everywhere at once in this game. And the keep. It's the keep.
No.
Oh my god. Garnath starting to swell with confidence here. Triple mango defense from Lash, but only works if you've got a front line to hold there. Lancers get a freebie, they just walk in. Would have followed.
Oh no.
I don't think this back line's going to hold. The elephants, just too tanky. There's just simply no answer to them. Mango tries to even it up, but I just don't think it's going to make a difference anymore. The mangoes are now being taken out, and that has to be game.
Yeah, I mean, so many villagers went down. The economy, the 3 TC play, it would have been really great if only those villagers didn't die all earlier. But
I find that's usually the way OE4 works, right? There's just so many eco losses over time. Delhi, proving why Gorge is their home ground.
Yeah. GG gets called. Equalized set now.
Looks like we are going to be going deeper. So nicely played by Garnath to even us up here. We thought the Roos would be favored going into this, but between the wild spawn and also the wild approach from Lash, I feel like we were completely off the reservation.
Yeah, I mean, this was in general just a weird showcase of Delhi, where they didn't just all in feudal age.
No.
When they could have. When they definitely could have as well.
But elephants.
That was great. Yeah, I mean, the elephants were great. I thoroughly enjoyed my stay there with the elephants in that game.
I'm just kind of like depicting that in real life, a situation where all the archers' arrows just bounce off pointlessly. But we might see a lot of arrows in this one. Next up, we've got Holy Island. English versus Juji. And I don't know about you, Krakedy, but I'm starting to get convinced there might be something to this English pick against these currently dominant civs on Holy Island.
We've seen it time and time again where the English, that Admiralty, you rush that in and suddenly your opponent can't really do anything to you on water. And being the English, it's also kind of tough to do something against them on land.
Yes, and it's also the flexibility English have, right? Like, at the moment, we're seeing a lot of Abbey of Kings. That's just a free knight to raid with. You could even potentially go Council Hall, add in a few Lombos on a delay. That forces big reactions. Lash would have to add in Outpost, but Outpost would not be good enough. He'd then have to add in Horsemen, and that's where you can get that edge to tech into Admiralty you were mentioning, because it is admittedly a very expensive tech.
It is. And yeah, that's where the king comes in, as you said. Buys you time. Time is what you need, but we'll check that out in just a little bit as we're getting ready for our game number 3. Even serious now, 1-1 in our best of 5 here. Lash versus 3D Garnath. 3D Garnath, a player that we've not seen too much of recently. He doesn't really ever step into like the spotlight, but he's a very, very solid player. So let's jump in. Our game number 3.
Everyone just ends up looming in the background, the shadows of B, but not this time around. It's Garnath's time to shine. Let's see if he can do it. Game 3, English in the hands of 3D Clans. Garnath. Lash, full-on meta mode. Juji Legacy, arguably a top 2 civ on this map, in his hands.
Both player, as is customary. Wait, actually? Lash?
Hello?
That's
You're right there,
late.
buddy? That's very late. He's already got 150 wood.
Yeah, his opponent's already on water.
The timing on this, though, maybe it adds up to a perfectly timed fishing boat. I'm just not convinced. I feel like he's going to have surplus. But, of course, we can check in on some of the perks here. Don't focus too much on the farms. We realistically shouldn't be seeing that out of the English unless we get an insane late game. But the ships is a really cool detail here, actually. On one side, you have the faster working docks. On the other, you have a nice discount for the English that tends to add up rather fairly fast.
Yeah, having that 10% cheaper production on the ships we can see there. It's a very nice bonus. Some civilizations like the Japanese, they get like these huge overbearing bonuses where they only pay 45 wood for their fishing ships. That's nice at the beginning of a game on a map like this, but once you have like your set count of fishing ships, you kind of like don't need any more for a set period of time, or at least you don't actively produce them for a set period of time. Meanwhile, the English bonus is active all the time for every ship you make.
Yeah, I think it's like, it kind of forces Japan to this weird style where sometimes you want to expose your fishing boats, so you have a reason to replace them from a good trade.
Yeah.
It's like, please, attack these. Wow, I killed your boats.
I need to get the value, man.
I mean, at what point did we just start frontlining with fishing boats, you know?
True, soak up some volleys.
Yeah, transport ship's still better, but maybe. But a few more sheep coming in from Lash will be helpful if it comes down to a land transition deeper in the game. We're looking for that meditation garden placement for Lash, though. It's really important on this map, and that is the jackpot.
God.
He got the overlap between the gold and the berries.
That is an insanely filthy spot, and this one's not bad either. You can get like 75 wood per minute here.
Is that legal? That should not be legal. That's insane.
Barely.
Nah, we don't care about that. Dude, the berries are just giving up on keeping their own personal space, right? Like this is the equivalent of just being stuck on a train that's clearly at capacity. You don't get room.
God, that's so much. That is so much. So many resources there. And Lash has to go for it. If he doesn't, then I'm screaming. Actually, I'm not screaming because I'm sick. If I wasn't sick and he wouldn't go for it, then I would be screaming. I need to find a sound clip for that too.
just play the crackety Nesta Bees walling clip. That should get you the emotions he's feeling. Yeah, should see soon. I mean, it is far out towards your opponent's base, but the reality is you shouldn't be worried about disturbing the peace. Garnaf shouldn't be able to invest in additional units to block that. I mean, he could, but it would definitely cost him dearly elsewhere. I'm curious if Garnaf's going to try for that very early Admiralty build we've seen a few players doing. It does look very strong when it's been coming out.
Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see that. Just because I think it's really strong. It's something that I would go for.
I think it's what's going to lead to a resurgence of English here. And I think that's something that players are now looking for, because the nerf to the king has already got players thinking twice about the auto 2TC fast castle build. I still think it's broken and works, but they're at least thinking about it now. I know, English players having to think. I never thought I'd see the day. I'm making enemies today. I can feel it. And this is a peaceful start.
Nothing really going on yet. Yeah, we're just waiting for the A-drops to come in. And there we go.
That's what I've been waiting for. Now, just stand here, Garnaf. Just stand here. Drop a sheep somewhere. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Just leave the sheep. Just leave the sheep. Oh, you got it, though.
Oh, that's a good one.
And I think that clips the gold. Yeah, it's all in range.
It does. It's all in range. That's 75 gold. And that's a large berry as well. So it's like 46 food per minute.
It's 48, right? 148 resources total.
Yeah.
I want to vomit. Oh, Garnaf, he is going to disturb the peace. He will not stand for it.
Yeah, okay. Interesting, interesting.
I mean, in fairness, actually, look, no, this isn't bad. Look at where Lash's gold is. The gold that he's gathering from actively is there as well. So this makes sense now. That's kind of crazy. Maybe 5 longbows?
Galleon. The question is, can you afford the Lombos and the ships at the same time?
Yeah. Or on a delay, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't think one archer ship should kill you if you're Garnath. You should have time
Like
to
Lash
react
can
to that.
also just make an outpost and like 2 minutes, he's got the emplacement.
Yeah, but it has to be a forward spawn outpost. And yeah, then you need the emplacement. So that's the importance of the stone. And so part of the reason we usually see people prioritize it for both land and sea to get that defense online.
Yeah. Galley's making its way across. Garnath actually has a good bit of a lead when it comes to the fishing economy.
I think Lash is going to have to shower after this game. I'd feel dirty for this spawn.
There we go.
Could you imagine you just get this type of broken spawn? You're like, this goes against everything I believe in. I resign.
No. You can't do that.
Archer ship
It's
coming
illegal.
in. Fishing boats with the swerve. Garnath. Ooh, what?
Ooh,
He
barely.
gets away with that. Now, this is actually how you lose fishing boats when you go back one by one, by the way, because they're absorbing the entire blow on their own. Fishing boat. Ooh, does get in just in time. Streamer ship is now here. So that should force Lash away, and we have got a reaction on land. Horseman now coming from the Juji.
Good call, good call.
The everlasting name of Longbow was that.
So expensive. That was just so expensive there.
It's like, by herd, Lombos count as Juji. Yeah, within limitations, buddy. So, 90 resource loss there. Garnath, he can't afford to add in more, so he's just got one Lombo on his own. And Lash already now has one horseman with a second one on the way.
Yeah. Lash needs to reinvest on water. Only has one of each so far.
Stop disturbing the peace.
It's nighttime. Quiet down. People are trying to sleep here.
I feel like, ironically, the Juji need the British, like, Bobby noise. Like, oi, 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 oi.
Oi, mate, you having a laugh?
You having a bubble, mate? Well, I don't think Garnath is having a bubble bath here. He needs to do something about the water. He's going to chase this back. Demo is also pursuing. Lash has got a second arch ship on the way. Man, the sail's used very early here. An easy repel there. Demo going a little bit too early. Streamer ship is going to stand its ground. Second one comes out, so that is going to be a forced retrieve by Garnath. And meanwhile, on land, it's an absolute mess. Demo connects. Village is also in peril. He's actually A-clicking at them. The horsemen do not care.
Oh.
He might lose more in the
Group
retreat.
together.
Skrill needs one more shot here, and I think Lash is in range for it there with the censorship.
Could go for it.
Believe.
Here we go.
He gets the shot. Overwhelming lead now, and Lash doesn't just want to win
has
water.
800 food?
What? Is he trying to go castle?
I don't know. Maybe?
Because, oh my god, I think he was. That's why he's rushing up with the rats with 4 people there to try and protect the gold. But the Chini already on the way.
How are we gonna see the nameless guy White Tower rush with all
This
villagers?
is over.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
I mean, he wishes he was a nameless guy right now. Garnath doesn't want his name on this one. A swift third game to get Lash in the lead. Ignore that scoreboard. It's actually Garnath who now has his back up against the wall.
Yeah, 2-1 lead now for Lash after that one.
Brutal affair there, man. I said I think English are low-key just on the rise on Hurley Island. That wasn't it,
That
guys.
spawn, though. Yeah, I mean, that spawn. And also, you just don't go council hall on water, right? Like, not nowadays.
I think the king's just too
valuable.
good. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, I mean, because what's your opponent going to do? If he racks Spearman, you can potentially on a delay go archery range. It's a huge advantage. Like, no one ever wants to build spears against English. It just feels like a death sentence.
Yeah.
So, yeah, kind of a brutal one. Garnath going to have to mentally reset. Come back swiftly on this one. So just checking what we've got up next. It looks like we are going to be heading to Frisian Marshes. We're going to be seeing an HRE Chinese showdown, an absolute classic.
HRE versus Chinese. Yeah, that's a classic for sure. And a matchup where I personally think HRE are typically favored.
Yeah. But it's just so
In
much
many
food to work
situations.
with. It's
Unless
the
he
Zerg
claims
factor.
Marine Lord. Yeah.
True. But, like, I mean, do we need to just put an asterisk and say Marine Lord next to everything? I feel like we do these days.
Marine God also always tells me that, no, it's fine. With China, you just go 2 TC song, you're fine. You're out eco.
He says everything's fine, though, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't work. I tried. No, it doesn't work, Marine Lord.
You're like, the house is on fire, we're dying. It's fine, it's fine. I mean, this is we need to stop.
Not fine.
We need to stop bigging this guy up because he's sitting in a castle right now waiting for an opponent. If we keep making his head any bigger, he's not going to be able to leave even if he wins. So let's keep the fluffing within reason here. Let's praise what we're seeing in front of us. Lash on match point, a phenomenal game for to absolutely dunk on Garnaf. He needs a swift and quick recovery. A statement to be made here. We head into Frisian Marshes. HRE in the hands of Garnaf. Lash to the Chinese. Can Lash close it in 4, or are we getting another 5-game series just shy of the double Elium format?
All right, here we go. Game number 4, Frisian Marshes. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it, man. HRE, broken Civ.
Do we need to open your YouTube video?
Yeah.
But Chinese get 20% crackety on everything.
Everything. I mean,
everything. And
why
taxes.
20% when you can have 40%?
But taxes.
Taxes are nice. Taxes are nice.
You know how like
everybody has to pay him.
You're on a mission to get HRE nerfed, and I'm just on a mission to get.
I'm
China
trying,
nerfed.
man. I'm trying.
They were working together.
Yeah,
Like, both of these civs are gonna be dead by the end of the year, thanks to us.
I don't mind. I'm just gonna say I don't mind a China nerf if it's accompanied by an HRE nerf.
I'm fine with that. Nuke them all.
Yeah.
Next patch, Young Dark number
Trade
1.
offer.
But it's an interesting matchup, actually. Like, we're not going to see any Rax aggression. I think that's right from Garnaf because Chinese can mirror that quite well in the Dark Age.
Yeah, you have the production advantage.
And then it's like they can just rush up an outpost, and once that outpost is up, your whole play just flaps. It just falls apart. So we did only get a 1 scout on 1 scout opening, which is really surprising on Frisian, considering how many sheep there are out there.
I mean, for the Chinese, it makes sense because you have the bonus line of sight, so you already have like an inherent bonus there. HRE you would expect to go double scout on a map like this.
Definitely a little bit perplexing. Garnaf's still got a decent boon here. We have to remember that the sheep does not last as long as it once did. So while 19 sheep is a lot of food, it is 20% less than what you're used to.
Yeah, which is kind of wild when you think about it. Like on this map, you used to like 15 minutes into the game still be on sheep. Now it's probably going to be more like 12 minutes.
Yeah, like in this state, it's kind of about 1,000 food less, right? Which means 10 less men at arms in a Burgrave rush.
Probably more even.
Depends if he gets more, right? I think he's at 20 now.
Yeah.
But
sometimes you get like these things where, these kind of spawns where you have like 24 sheep following you scout. Doesn't look like it happened here though.
No. Not going to be one of those games. Nice gold spawn for the HRE here, actually. Garnaf gets it close to his tree line, so you can actually just kind of wall to the TC if you think there's any pressure coming.
Everything in range of the inspiration.
Exactly. The only thing you're missing is berries, but who cares? Like,
yeah.
If you're HRE and your berries, usually you kind of state that something's gone wrong with the game. China should be an Imperial Academy. No reason to go for a Barbican. Sometimes we do see a Barbican drop in the enemy base on delay. I think most notably Puppy Paw has been doing that a lot on this map.
Yeah, the thing with the delay typically tends to be that if you don't get the timing quite right, and if your opponent just sneaks a couple of villagers out, then it can kind of hurt. Meanwhile, when you go for it straight away, you typically are quick enough to constrict your opponent so that you can kind of avoid the opponent sneaking villagers away.
It makes sense as well, right? If you do it straight away, the scout is still looking for
early
sheep.
mill. What?
He's going to get scout doing it.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising. I guess he just wants the mill for the upgrades, and instead of putting it on the berries, he's just going to put it on water.
Which is wild.
I guess it makes sense. I'm just surprised by it.
I wonder
if
you don't
want to go on berries at all.
No, is it like a layer of not wanting to reveal that he's going for the eco-techs, make it look like a raw fast castle?
I don't think so. I think it's just like a weird efficiency play.
Okay.
Where he doesn't want to go on berries at all, so he doesn't plan on putting the mill there in the first place.
Imperial Academy is going to go up on that tree line. Love that he gets it really deep on the tree line to make sure that it's buffed all the way through to keep giving that extra gold taxation. Wheelbarrow is on the way in prep for Garnath. Now, only 3 on gold right now, a lot on wood, so it looks like we are going to get some feudal pressure coming out from the HRE. And there's the Barbican. Okay, so this is just a hunker down and play it safe type build. Hasn't secured the stone, so I think maybe we're looking at either a feudal matched aggression or a fast castle build from the Chinese.
Could be. Sovereignty in general just gives you that passive scaling. We're starting off with the barracks and the archer range, okay. So feudal age aggression it will be. I don't particularly like this against China, just because it's so easy for them to defend with Shuganu.
Yeah, not just that. Like the initial men-at-arms diving against hand cannon slits really bruises you up. I feel like I've seen a mutation in this build where you don't do men-at-arms but do spearmen instead that I quite liked. It's just, as you said, with Chuganu on the table, it just doesn't work in this matchup. Look at that. This is your moment, Crackety. It's on the screen. Did you know that prelates inspire villagers to gather 40% faster while gathering and carrying 40% more?
Yeah, it's that kind of thing. Did you also know that buildings within influence of a town center gain the emergency repairs ability?
What? But did you know that Chinese villagers don't care about repairing because they just build a new defensive landmark even quicker? Who cares?
Did you know emplacements are 25% cheaper and outpost side ranges increased by 25%?
But did you know that my docks as Chinese produce 10% faster and there's so many ponds that I could build docks on?
Are we just gonna throw stats at each other, trying to get the other Civ nerfed?
We are. All right, this is modern politics. Instead of arguing about what we're flagging, we're just like, throwing mud at each other. It's like, yeah, but your Civ gets this.
My Civ isn't broken, your Civ is broken.
Ah, wait, I just won. Your Civ has Chuganu.
All right, we're just gonna say that whoever Civ wins this one has to get nerfed.
That's true. I'm okay with that.
All right.
I mean, Garnath is trying to all-in feudal Chuganu spamming feudal Chinese. I don't know about this.
I'll say HRE can do anything, man. They don't care. They make like 20 units and they still get a faster castle each time.
You know what I'm going to say?
This thing doesn't work right now. Like, the Zhu they're eating those archers for breakfast. But to be fair, like, Garnath can maybe just sneak out. It's kind of crazy. The men-at-arms are way faster than the Zhugu.
It's like, hey, come back here. No, I think I'm just going to go. I can hear my mum calling. I think dinner's ready. No, stop. In the name of the Chinese law. We got him.
Oh, men-at-arms.
I love that. He actually micros it back. This is the min-max from Lash, but that archer's somehow alive. Undermesh is on the way, by the way. Lash, he hasn't read this right. There's no blacksmith, no steeled arrow.
Should come soon, hopefully. I mean, with the taxation, you would expect there to be... There it is, yeah. Ample resources for it.
Yeah, it's like, it's very broken for the Chinese with Imperial Academy because you don't have to miss out on efficiency. You just add an extra taxman and supervise the tax.
Yeah.
So fish is being gathered on the side. Lash did scout it earlier, but with Chuga new comp, you don't have a quick way of intercepting this.
I'm surprised that Garnath hasn't invested into a second prelate at this point in time, just for the fish. Like, it's worth it.
Well, you're going to do it on a delay anyway. Let's be totally real. Once he goes castle, he's going to build a prelate out of that TC.
Yeah. So you should just go for it. He has so many villagers and gold anyways.
Glimmering Tech coming in, though, so trying to prioritize around men-at-arms. This is just basically HRE men-at-arms spam without requiring H3.
And you need so many Zhugu against that in order to be able to keep up with that. I'm not sure if Lash is ready for that. He's only got 2 on gold. There we go, more villagers going over to gold. You need a lot of gold for that Zhugu spam now.
Luckily, he
increase
has that.
It from 20 to 30.
Yes, he does luckily have that beautiful Imperial Academy to give him a bunch of extra gold. Wink, wink. Chuganu are kind of insane. You know what they are?
Wait,
they
no,
are
the
like
they made the gold
olive
cheaper.
Hmm?
I mistook something. They made the gold cheaper. It's 30 food.
Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah. It's
30
30,
30,
20.
20.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing as well. Like the tax rebate you get from producing this Jiganu, they kind of pay for themselves the most. Jiganu mass and defend. Men at Arms say, I don't care. Kind of feels like you want to attack the backline archers, but you're forced to do this. A-click back underneath the TC. Villagers are now going to be in trouble. Garnath looking to punish this eco lead that Lash has built in the raw numbers.
Yeah, villagers are going to have to evacuate you for the time being, but Garnath is losing his entire military mass for it.
Yeah, he needs to leave the archers right now. He realizes
Imperial officials as well, though.
Wow, and this is brutal. Look at what he was doing behind this. He was prepping for rams, but he just lost military mass.
The archers. Can they make it out?
I think Lash just stopped himself from intercepting there. Okay, he baits him back into a fight. Garnath, ambitious that he wants to take this. He's
Lash is in a really good spot.
Yeah, like, and Garnath is half in feudal, half in castle, right? Like,
oh my god!
Oh, what? Where did you come from?
Oh, this guy.
I think we need to name them Shinobnu. I don't know, man. They kind of snuck up on that one. 1 minute arms. Shubanu. That's it. That's the name. The buff that Japan needs. So a villager lost there, but remember, Lash has been building that lead with Song Dynasty anyway.
Did I just hear that correctly? Give Shinobi. Shinobi. God.
Shubanu.
Give the Shinobi from Japan the fucking weapon from.
Don't you just make them throw? You just make them throw shurikens, right? They're just Genji out of Overwatch
as well.
Yeah, they're just Genji, man. Well. I mean, that actually might finally make me build a Coca Township.
Oh, that would actually be great. I keep saying, like, they should give us, like, something for Castle Age for Coca Township.
Yeah, and I think, like, I think
like
you should be able to build Shinobi out of castles as well. I don't know why you aren't. It's like,
yeah.
I mean,
or maybe
if Chinese are allowed to build Shiganu out of archery ranges, why can't I build Shinobi out of castles?
Oh, this men-at-arms number. How are there so many men-at-arms again?
Fishing.
How are there so many men-at-arms again? We're up to 14 again. In the blink of an eye.
Cast the nets, baby. Oh, looks like the two Chiganu are like, mission complete. Time for mission number 2. Wait, there aren't meant to be men-at-arms here. Target the innocents. Target the innocents. Wait, is that textiles? I think that's textiles from Ghana.
No, it's not. But he does have the armor, right?
Yeah, okay. That was underwhelming for 2. I'm not impressed. I think Lash is going for a tech up, which is kind of scary here, considering how quickly you can get the veterancy.
And it's very scary considering how Garnath is also going for a tech up, but he's got 17 men-at-arms. Gonna be 20 soon, and if he goes for Burgriff Palace and just gets the upgrade in, and just keeps pumping, I feel very scared for China. We would need, like, immediately a ton of crossbows.
Yeah.
Oh, and the sheep just ran out as well. And Lash is on berries instead of on the deer, which are right next to the berries.
This is tough, man. Like, he hasn't gone out onto the pocket ecos because the marching drills, right? Like, he can't mirror that. Regnet's now on the way. Garnath.
Yeah.
About to be in cruise mode on this game. Still don't like the lack of the prelate.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that as well. Like, you want to prep that, right? So you immediately get 2 in. It's just so worth it.
Good spread as well. Like, they're so close together. It would be an easy snatch and grab.
Yeah. They form like a little bit of a Wario W.
Yeah, relics for the win. That's what the W is all about. You know what this is? That's actually a graph. That's going to be the graph at the end for who had the military lead. Like, you know, kind of pivot up. And that one at the end, closest to Lash's base, is Garnath's military.
I mean, 23 men-at-arms versus 41 Jugunu. The men-at-arms just look so favored there. I'm not sure if he expects that. Yeah, but...
Just cue the nest of bees, Crackety. This is a broken show and tell of everyone's
He's walking
hands.
forward.
Ambitious.
I'm scared.
Lash has just been like, Alexa, play Don't Stop Believing.
Oh, man.
Or is it Don't Stop Breathing? Because I think he's going to struggle to not die here. Men-at-Arms getting the upgrades in right now.
Is he supervising the blacksmith? Upgrades come in.
Step back, Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, you're not doing damage.
Okay, well, that's cute. I love the way you tickle me, but when are we really fighting? Maybe the villagers could do more damage than the Chico knew.
Fight
I mean,
me.
he's something. there's no wooden goal for Nestabees either. That's the one answer he may have had.
Gold kiting has stopped.
Yes, he's like, finally, you are in range of my guns. Swords beat guns?
Huh? No way. Able to kill the men-at-arms now, though. +2 Pierce Armor isn't in yet.
Ganaf's on the eco. He needs to get these kills. This is what will win him the game. He is picking up the relics behind this, so first wave is survived, but this truly is the German zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, and he's idled more than half the economy from Lash in the meantime.
He's still idling him. And by the way, you forgot about us. And these poor little men-at-arms will look like hedgehogs before they die.
Yeah, first crossbows are finally coming in, but with the amount of idle time, Lash on 50 food per minute. Not able to really mess up right now. Meanwhile, Garnet has been completely unaffected. He's just going to keep massing up.
Two-handed on the way. So I don't need maces. You aren't building anything that would make it relevant. And we have got to plant the deer now. Unfortunately for Lash.
Sees it.
Yep, the timing could not be worse. Wait, please kill them. Death to tax. Oh. That's a very German thing. You guys have very high taxes. I don't blame you for that.
Yeah.
I'd want to end them too.
Supposedly they're getting lowered soon. They say that always.
Yeah, taxes are much lower when you're living in a cardboard box.
Exactly. That's gonna be the
Villagers.
big
Oh my
move.
god, dude, he's targeting all the villagers.
Yeah, and look at Lash. He saw so many villagers. 21 have gone done so far. So the entire benefit from Song Dynasty is gone. Meanwhile, Garnet, he's got the benefit of having the inspired units, right? Like the inspired villagers.
This has to be so tilting, right? Like, he's just everywhere. There's always 1 men-at-arms extra leaking in somewhere.
Yeah, first Nest of Bees is now coming in. But that's also just a slow unit, and Garnet already has 2 relics in behind this.
Ambitious to believe you can get relics in this situation. I'm impressed he got one, man. Credit to him.
Yeah. This next one, though, that's not happening.
It's like, you know, it's like...
his Brellin's faster as well.
Oh my god, you know what this monk is? It's like
Wait,
when...
where's the Brell going?
He's going for the far off one. So this monk right here is like when everyone else doesn't realize the buffet's open, one guy leads and everyone just follows, right? It's just like, oh, goodies. Oh, Lash, dude, there's not even a Wololo to be had anymore. It's like, just get it further away. It's like, thank you for keeping that relic warm for me.
I'll take that off your hands. Yeah, full relegatory. Oh, and the knights are coming in now as well. Crossbow number at least is starting to climb. But Lash's economy has been so battered right now. And it's kind of tough to tell if you're Lash right now just how many villagers he's lost. He might not know just how dire the position he is in right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so mean.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, but Lash is wise to it. Okay, don't tell me he's got to stop just before.
Nice spread.
Oh, thank God.
All right, but look at Garnaf's position. If he realizes what should be happening now, he should be probably checking the fishing, right? Like, you know, Lash is playing deer, but after that, where does he get food?
The Muffin Man.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man. God damn.
Lash wishes he had a Muffin Man making some deliveries right now because that food is not up. That's gonna go. I think it's gone in about the next 40 seconds.
Lash is getting still now. I think this might be for a second TC. Farms are coming in now.
Nice. So you won't have to worry about the gumdrops. He'll have some food. Knights are massing up though, and Lash. I mean, this is a bold way for Garnaf to try and break mass crossbows. I'll give him that.
He's got the archers, right? The archers can just focus. Okay, no mind. They can't focus him down. Not really. They look the same. They're identical twins. The crossbows and the Jugadu. All right, you tell me which one is which. Without selecting them, without selecting any. Is that a Jugadu?
Shoot them all. Just kill them all.
Or is that a crossbow? That's the crossbow. The Juganu has the bigger gun.
Does he?
Sometimes, I don't know. It depends on how they hold it towards the camera.
Doesn't he have the more girthy gun?
That gun has girth. You know that
yeah,
gun is
it's
business.
length versus width, right? What's more important? Walls. Walls are more important,
Stonewall.
Lash. Finally
Yeah,
realizes this might be a good time to ignore the men-at-arms flood. Because so
Villagers on the
far...
run.
Oh, God. I mean, so far, Garnaf, he's just been going very obtuse into the mass melee. There's no way he'd build siege. Oh, he doesn't need siege.
He just overrun.
We've got him, boys. It's Mass Chigadu. Get him! There's the beast. Turns around for the flurry.
The
Knight
man.
is the MVP on the gold. But the Knights over here have already done the damage. And there's just not enough military left. Call it what it is. Go game 5.
You buff up, you go again. Take a swig. You're gonna need the energy.
Bringing up to crack open a Red Bull. We're going deeper into the night.
So, nerf HRE?
I'm kind of on board with it. But then there was the I can't tell crossbows from Chuganu, so I think we have to nerf both.
We nerfed the graphics.
True. You see, the reason why Lash didn't win this is he gathered all that stone and didn't build a keep.
You know what we need? We gotta take those fancy leggings from the Landsknecht and we give them to the Shuganu so we can tell them apart.
I do love that. Like, when they get upgraded, it's like, congrats, you now get leggings. Ooh!
Oh, nice. Love that fashion. Slay.
I do love the logic actually of Landsec. There's a reason we didn't see Landsec in this game. Let's be totally real, right? Like, what you don't need is a unit that stands out that much that they just get shot straight away. Dude, that's the equivalent of a modern military being like, we need to camouflage in this environment, but then you accidentally ran your snow Arctic whites in with the reds. So you're just going around in Norway wearing pink. Oh, God. All right, final game on the horizon. It is going to be Kawasan. Mongols versus Abbasids. Garnaf, Mongols definitely a comfort pick, but I got to give it to Lash. The Abbasids are built diff on this particular map.
They are built diff. Mongols, on the other hand side, though, I mean, they're also not bad. They're also not bad. They got their kind of kinks going on, right?
Yeah.
Their little quirks.
Can I just say, like, I absolutely love 6 hours in Crackety. It's very, like, it's the NA equivalent of 4 hours in Winston. All right, third Red Bull. Let's keep going. So, actually, I might go fourth Red Bull. This ends up being an hour-long game. I don't know what it is. Recently, when I've been watching Mongol Abasa games, they should end in 15 minutes. They take an hour. So, yeah, it's a very weird matchup. But let's see if it's weird but wonderful. Time for our final game of the day. Remember, there's so much extra action to come. This will round out the end of the single elimination format. If you make it past this point, you have a buffer, a loss that can be tanked because we will be into double elimination here for Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. But for now, we need to cull one more. Lash or Garnaf? Who will keep their dream alive?
Man, what is this spawn for Mongols? Dadu is a mile and a half away from the cold ETC. They're different time zones.
I think that might become Lash's base.
Are we robots? Are we robots?
Let's leave quick.
Yeah. Fixed. Hello.
Ha! People wanting to flame our casting. What was worse?
Here we go.
The AI casters or the real us? Checkmate. All right, we're back. I was going to say...
buggy after a couple hours.
I was going to say, actually, with a Uvu this loose against an Abbasid player, if Lash's name was Dragan, you'd probably see Abbasid archery ranges around this.
We're going to see the usual kind of like Abbasid approach of just fast feudling here, right? Lash already on gold. So we'll probably just be that normal military wing rebuttal.
Makes sense. You don't want to fight directly into the Spearman mass. You do get the military wings for free to counter this out. And like, what does Garnaf now do with the spears?
Not a lot. Nothing really.
Wait, this is the Ottoman military school opening logic. You can stab the villager on the gold once and then walk all the way home.
Something that I hope Ghana does at least, like something that we've seen like plenty of times is when the Mongol player groups his Khan together with the spearmen once they approach the gold mine, and then they're too slow to attack the gold mine, so there's no bounty gained. I wish Ghana just quickly goes for it, like hits it with the Khan.
Oh yeah,
before the spearmen arrive, so he gets the bounty on it.
That's true. We do see that a lot. I mean, even just use the maneuver speed to get in quickly.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people hold on to that first arrow, and it's kind of redundant.
It's
right?
50 resources. It's so worth it.
Yeah. And here's the thing: Lash doesn't need any more gold. He could actually just cancel it right now.
Yeah.
I'd like him to, because this should be military wing, and then if it's an outpost rush, this is one of the best civs in the game at countering outpost rushes. Right? You already have siege engineering.
Yeah. So just the lead right now. I've got a feeling though that that's not gonna happen.
No, I think Lash. It's like he's that guy, right? You know when he's rolling the slots is when he's like, just one more roll. Just one more roll.
No Khan nearby though.
This is
in time.
This is a vile spawn, by the way.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Didn't get the bounty there.
Okay, so we got 81 gold. It's 100 for the lumber tech, right?
It is, but maybe this is for fresh food stuffs.
True. That would make the most sense. Maybe boot camp.
This outpost. This outpost might go up, right? Like it's 1 minute.
Yeah.
The units are going to be out for 7 seconds. If the villager survives for 7 seconds, the outpost is going to go up.
Like, what have you got behind this? Really, is my concern.
I mean,
maybe you go
double
dogs now.
gold. Oh yeah. You mean like what?
Yeah, like
what
what is the real relevance? Because your opponent is going to build a ram, right?
I mean, the ram's an investment itself as well. Like you're investing 100 wood, your opponent's investing 200 wood.
So maybe don't build the dock, because if you build a dock, the ram has additional value, right?
You could build the dock, but instead I think you just commit on land, like hard commit on land, and you just go for archery ranges then, double archery ranges.
I kind of like that.
Double produce.
I think that makes a lot more sense than now trying to play pawns against the Abbasids. See if he goes for it.
Okay, middle has been dropped, so this is for fresh food stuffs.
Yeah, we do also have to think about the logic that although 200 wood for a ram, 100 wood for an outpost, how much idle time with the villager, right? It's a minute to build up. That's already 40 resources missed out on. God knows how much from walking as well. It's actually a lot closer.
7. Yeah.
Sorry, what are we counting this time?
Counting the seconds until the outpost goes up.
Oh, okay. Just give yourself like a little shiny star for being so accurate.
Ah, I'm getting a good noodle star.
I'm smart, but I'm all out of stickers. Deer stone now in the way. I like this. I mean, you're not going to silver tree here, right? Like,
yeah,
we might be deep into the degeneracy, but I think Garnaf is switched on. Silver tree is not a winning play on this map.
Second outpost. Okay, no, that's bad. Wait, where's that? Okay.
On the tree line, right? Like, it kind of makes sense on the tree. Oh, whoopsie.
I wanted to go for a dog. Yeah. Run away!
Like, what were you doing? Nothing? I'm perplexed.
No.
Yeah. You mean the deer, right? Yeah, the deer was dead. Because, like, camels learn to build things, deers are learning to.
The deer were telling me to do that.
Is that your defense in court? Bambi told me to do it. Sent satanical messages. Spearman, try to deal with this, but it just doesn't work. He'll get the second outpost, so a nice retreat point.
Don't trust the pigeons, they're working for the government.
That's true, they are robots. We just found out earlier, I kind of exposed myself. I mean, so you remember that part where you're like, the ram's not a great trade here?
Yeah, it
kind of worked out all right.
Gonna flip the script on me.
Garnaf's like, oh, really? Watch this. Archers. Just need to clear out the spears, right? Like, they could get turned on so low on the HP bars, though. So Ramsdale is alive. Archer is going to get targeted down, so good micro there by Garnaf to get one. But it's not that bad for Lash. Remember, he built an archery range. He's got more coming, and now he's playing double pond.
Yeah, obviously, with the cheaper price, can definitely go out to both. But Garnaf, he's getting his archer ship in. So should be able to deny that from coming in. He sees the villager coming out there right now as well.
I think when you see the reaction of the archer ship, you cancel dock and you walk over to the ram. The ram can just win you this pond.
All right, the ram. It's probably already on its way over there as well.
Wait, is it really? Okay, please tell me it's on. It's going to the other side. You can hear it rumbling.
Oh.
So it's going to secure. And the
Ah.
timing!
No. It's going back again.
Wait, it's because he sees the other pond. He doesn't realize it's a 2-pond play from the Mongols. You wouldn't expect it.
Okay, that's hilarious.
When you're almost efficient, and now you're just completely inefficient.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still double dock versus 1 on the east
I
side.
tried a
corner,
camel archer.
which is kind of crazy expensive. Good counter to the Khan, though. I think that's the thought process, right? You can kind of just chase him down to a certain degree. Maybe,
Yeah.
is he maybe worried about Keshik play? Because you at least can get the unease, so just a few spinmen can win, right?
I mean, if there are any spin remaining, right?
I mean, credit to him. Game sense, right? Like, he's ahead of the curve there. Hey!
Villager.
Where do you think you're going?
Hello.
Afterlife.
To the after show party.
Looking forward to Age of
Oh,
Myth,
the
these
Ram's
little
going back
spirits.
to the other.
It's like, wait, there's a dock
I
here?
see another dock here. Let's
No
go.
way.
Oh man.
That Ram is on a
This is
journey.
Yeah, there's some wild movement back and forth right now.
Yeah, I reckon if we zoomed in on the Ram, you'd probably be able to hear like the exhausted breaths of the people who've been pushing everywhere. Like, no, not those noises, Crackety. Wrong stream.
Oh no.
Yeah, like you're tuned into the tennis, mate.
I'm just saying, once you imagine like a ram, you got these tiny wooden wheels. Imagine getting stuck on like a pebble, and suddenly the entire ram just stops.
What if we had like cow?
Oh, okay.
Well, that didn't work out.
Don't mind me.
What if we had like cow tipping for Rams? All right, Dog is gonna go down. Nice clean up there. So Lash now has food secure here. And now we turn our attention west side. The question mark is whether Garnath's Keshik defense is going to be good enough.
Yeah, he's not making any archers yet. That's so odd.
He heard you. It's the
Thank
Garnath
you.
way. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what?
Well, you'd only need one in the influence.
It's like maybe the scout will see 3 and feel good about everything, right? He won't realize I'm going to outnumber him here. Cocks the shotgun. Holy crap, dude. This army is actually quite scary at this point in the game. You don't say that usually 9 minutes into a game.
Usually not about the opposite.
The one camel, right? This is like for these guys, like Egyptians kind of they bow to cats, right? Not in this timeline. It's camels. How do you reach it as well? Like, congrats, you have archers on the way. I already have archers. The Keshiks are going to go for the dive in. Okay, movement speed arrow use. Camel archer is going to tug down the spears here. This
Or not.
is this a good trade?
It's getting targeted down by the spears.
Oh my god, dude, Lash didn't finish off the injured ones. What?
Yeah.
And now they're going to clear up the Ram. Please, Mr. Ram, can you... No, that ain't going to work. I can't believe this. If Lash had targeted down 2 of those Keshiks, I think he would have got the dock on fire.
He also just didn't have his entire military there as well.
No. And now we've reached the classic Abbasid feelings in this matchup. I'm just going to wall myself out, and we can go later in the game.
This is fine.
Yeah, I'm Abbasids. Late
We're
game.
both fishing. This is peaceful.
He uses Town Bell.
That's heresy. Oh, maybe it's like one of those situations, remember, where like Town Bell is the same button as like packing, unpacking buildings.
Or like when, your key bindings are set to like toggle through siege on a button and then it just doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird how that works sometimes.
Yeah, it's just the normal things, really. Welcome to AoE 4. So more Keshiks on the way.
Having your
Garnath,
hotkey selected doesn't mean they're actually selected.
just get a bigger keyboard. All right, here we go. We found the ultimate counter to Mongols. The thing that stopped them every time. Walls. Actually, historically,
Not
that
again.
didn't work. Like, your wall... Like, so here's the flaw in history for AoE 4. Mongols would usually beat walls by just circling them 24/7 until they gave up. Can't do that with map edges.
If If South Park ever taught me anything, then in history,
It taught you something.
in history, Mongols used pogo sticks in order to get over the wall of China.
In fairness, this is what I've been saying about Mangadai that they're missing.
Pogo sticks.
Yes. They need springs on their hoofs.
I would pay for that.
And curly tails. Another cosmetic we need.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think we're just too grounded in history here. Like, what if we just got like an Age of Warhammer?
What?
How's
that gonna work?
I want like warriors riding pigs, man.
Warriors riding pigs, alright. Get some orcs in there as well.
Imagine if Zhone could walk over to Pumbaa and tame him. It's like I don't want a horse this game. I want a Pumbaa. Alright.
I mean, to be fair, we kind of need like the wildlife variety, right? Like in the game.
That's true. Like,
Don't
look
just
at this
be
right now.
wolves,
Look at that
maybe get
beautiful
some jaguars
falcon.
in again.
Look at that beautiful falcon that can block projectiles half the time. Magnificent beast. When is America getting added to the game? When are we getting eagles?
I want a skin for that where that's gonna be like a phoenix.
Yes. Why are
And
we?
I want to pay $50 for that skin.
Why are we fixing the game for Microsoft? Like, they should pay us for this. All right, defense coming in. Lash has got the Spearman Archer together. A big mistake they did away from Garnaf. I don't know what that commitment was. The brace hurt him badly, though. Can he clear it up?
It's a lot of Keshiks going down, but I mean, the Spearmen are going down quickly as well. But it's in the reinforcements, right?
Yeah, there's only a
The
handful of
archers are
Keshiks left
falling as
over.
well. That's surprising how well that worked for Lash, considering that
I mean, he should have
typically
been
doesn't
dead,
work.
but he still might be. I think Lash has big problems here. The Spearman production is basically running through the archers. Keshik numbers are shrinking, and that is indeed a frontlining scout to save the day.
That scout just tanked so many hits.
I can't believe he got away with
TC
that.
now getting Garrison.
This is working. Garnaf's
It
dive
is.
has failed.
But
Maybe?
behind that, Garnus is going Castle Age.
Where the hell? I can't believe this.
I don't know how he's getting the resource. I'm as perplexed as you.
I mean, Lash comes in with a "you shall not pass," but it turns out it was a bait all along. The big beast is coming. Wait.
Or is he reinvesting?
How do you feel about this?
I don't like the reinvestment now from Garneth into Keshik.
It's so hard to end the game in Feudal Age from this position, right?
Yeah, like you just lost the fight. But your macro, by mistake, was perfect to go up to the next age. And now he's reinvesting into units after a lost fight. That doesn't make sense.
I mean, it's like, in fairness to him, you'll always eventually, like, in most cases, you'll eventually lose that fight in enemy base. But it was a good trade. But now, by the time you get back, your worst nemesis is going to be back, the wall. And Lash is going to have a substantial amount of archers to defend with. Like, that lead that Garnav had doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, this is weird. First pasture is now being dropped as well. Yeah, I don't like this this continuance in the feudal age now from Garneth. It looked so good when it looked like he was about to hit Castle Age.
I mean, he's going hard on it as well. Bloomery, Spearman. I guess the
Yeah.
Spearman is to aggro the enemy spears.
Or for the
So
one
there's no-
horseman.
Is Lash the masturbator? Quite possibly. I mean, in fairness, it is Abbasid's favorite thing to build in Feudal, right? I feel like Horseman is the thing you want to try to justify when you're playing Abbasids. And what am I watching right now? Feudal berry gathering in the center from Mongols. I didn't have that on the bingo card. I will now add it. An entirely new row to my bingo card just for this.
That's a novelty if I've ever seen one.
I mean, maybe Castle Imp, I get it, but this early. It's not that early, but age-wise, this early. Has got the Yam, so it does benefit him in that regard. Is there just a growing risk that Lash goes Castle here, though?
I'm not sure. Like, he just pulled more villagers over to gold, so maybe that's the plan now. His food income looks good for the moment, but he's gonna have to go out to the berries at some point now as well.
Lash.
Point that is contested. He's going to the deer, double outposts.
Bad timing for it as well. Keshix getting a little bit overzealous in their positioning. Lash, very committed here. Might be to an asylum though. Dive comes in onto the villagers. No reaction yet. Lash just commits to the fight, but it's going to cost him. Spears now move across. Now force the Keshix back.
At the outpost.
And
a lot of villagers that went down though.
I think Garnath may have overextended a little here though. He doesn't have the Keshix anymore. The Archer count not looking great. It's a delayed use of the arrow. Lash is now going to retreat it slightly. Spearman mostly trading out. There's not many heavy cavalry units left here for Garnath. And with a double outpost, Lash will hold.
All the Keshix just went down like that. I can't believe Garnath just threw them away like that into the Spearman. And now he doesn't have the Archer advantage. There's double outpost there as well.
No, he's still in range of it. He's just kind of being ignorant about this. Also, the Camel on Ease is making it harder for the Keshix to do damage. It's more just absorption. Finally, Lash realizes he's wasting time on that. Does start to target out the Archers on the other side. Spearman now arriving to get rid of Last. And all of a sudden, we have Garnath with the macro for Castle again. But guess what, Crackety?
Don't tell me he's going to reinvest.
It's feudal push time, baby.
I swear to God, Garnath. 3 Keshix getting queued up now. Oh, man.
I mean, at some point, this is just the metaphorical equivalent of bashing your head against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, just give it a rest. Just go up to Castle Age. Your economy, even if it's by mistake, was good there. It was well positioned.
Even just horsemen, right? At least you get mass there for the dive in on the Archers better than the Keshik here. I don't know. Lash is getting way too many stays. And we have to remember, like, this is deeper in the day for them. I mean, actually, no, you know what? I'm going to call them out on this. For us, it's deeper in the day. It's only a 5-hour day for you guys. All right? But things are slipping on both sides, it feels like.
Yeah.
And that's my favorite kind of Age of Empires, Crackety.
The messy kind.
Yeah, none of this I followed PC Cutie's build order perfectly for 20 minutes. What I want is...
Build orders ruined the game.
Yeah, what I want is I opened his build order, but I only know 10 words of English. Those are my favorite kind of games.
Make units.
What is castle? Sounds like feudal.
Up to almost 10 Keshiks again. I wonder what's going to happen once those run to Spearmen.
They just jump over them. They're pogos, right?
True.
Flash, Archer advantage.
Use the pogo sticks.
They're overextending again.
Keshiks on the other side might be diving onto the deer villagers.
The spears are really far back here, though. Lash, reluctant. And, yep, they did dive in, and they pogo bounced right over the villagers. Finally, they're going to turn around. Garrison is going to be forced there. Archer's trading out now. The Keshiks and spears are like, you guys got this. Go team.
We're not your meat shields anymore.
All right, strike is over. They're back into action. So after all this time of Garnath mismacroing into castle and then out of it, I think Lash is just gradually going to macro into it.
Yeah.
Wow, will you look at that, Crackety? Castle Age.
Culture-wing, oh my god.
What a strong idea.
Would go for that.
I didn't realize we were allowed... I thought there was a gentleman's agreement on that we just stay in feudal forever in this game. What if this... in theory, this could give Garnath what he needs.
Do you think so? I mean, right now, Lash still has the military lead, and Lash still has 10 archers in queue. 5 now, because he's got 5 archer ranges. Double outposts also, with fortifications.
He's doing it. The bait has been laid. Is it going to be a cruel tie, as in tie for the win, or a cruel die, as in you're dead?
It's going to be a cruel try.
And maybe fail. Think about this, actually. Cruel tie always seems really good until you remember composite bows is just as equal of a DPS increase, actually better.
Yeah, I mean, Cruel tie also just seems really good until you forget about it, and it's sitting in your base, and your army fights without it.
Yeah, or my favorite is until you move.
Yeah.
Right. Usually you remember it first, and then your opponent's like, oh no! And it's the equivalent of like a giant boulder coming towards you, and you just stepping to the side. Yeah, we don't go to the Prometheus school of running away from things here. Well, armies are rallying.
Caching upgrade is coming in.
Lash will have to hide behind the Mongols' kryptonite, the wall. He actually needs a very long time to get this army upgraded.
Yeah, upgrades only now coming in.
Can't wait for the pop.
I mean, these outposts are going to buy a lot of time. Like, it's only Kashyyyk burning them down.
If only you could go to the east here and burn through a wall. But instead, he wants it gone. Well, the Kurotai is going to be firmly placed.
Yeah, heal up all the Kashyyks now.
Okay, so we've spotted an issue in Garnaf's plan here. It's a lot of archers, and veterancies might take long. But with this many archers for Lash, building mangoes is a quick affair.
That's true. Mangana already out, and now Golems on their way as well.
Mango's just going to let Garnaf know that he exists.
Oh, God.
Oh, if only there was a landmark that could heal off the damage of one man. Yeah, I think that may have been a mistake revealing.
Yeah, revealing it pretty early, but is the landmark going to follow?
Composite Bows is coming. This is the big deal. You need to force a fight before then. Mango gets into the choke points. Archers begin the tickling. The Mongols do slightly
come in.
Stagger formation as well. It's kind of ugly, right? Like, you want to commit everything in. Also, Kurotai not in range either. It's finally getting on back. Attack speed guys get activated. Spearmen reveal themselves now. Mangoes with the wall up in. And the archers, they're actually targeting on the Kashyyks.
The Kashyyks once again running into the Spearmen. And the Mangana is getting great hits in.
Lash has defender's advantage here. That attack speed means he's buffering up against the attack damage of the Mongols. The Abbasid archers should be able to win this. The Spearmen and Kashyyks have traded each other out, and there is no way Garnaf can remain here much longer.
Even more archers are going down now.
I think he's just kind of resigned to the fate now, right? Like, he's not even trying to dodge at this stage. It's going to be a fail. It's going to be a fallback, and that Kurotai, that's not Mongol property anymore. That belongs to Lash.
It's trying to get out now. Has that insane movement speed, at least.
Grab it. Grab it right now.
If you can. How much movement speed is that with the upgrade? Like
1.1? Yeah, 1.12.
It's as fast as a man-at-arm.
Okay, so we will be able to grab it before they get back to the base. It's going to take a while. Wait, he's unpacking the Kurotai.
Round 2.
Really? We've been here before.
This is the moment in time in a fight where the opponent takes off their shirt.
This is Magnus Mitbo on a climbing wall. Shirt is off. He just got like a buff.
Face me.
Mango just
You
rips.
want some of this?
Mango just rips off his wheels. Fight me! No, guys, please, I can't move anymore.
I'm not going.
You're going. Lash. Now going for the relics, actually. So this is a weird thing from Garnaf in that he kind of had full map control. He could have been playing relics to buffer this timing, but he put everything behind that push.
Yeah. And I'll Lash the one to even protect the relics here with the horsemen.
Finally, Garnaf going into it. Little fun nerf to Mongols because Mongol players don't have a soul and we hate them. You can't double produce Monks.
Until Imperial.
Totally reasonable.
Makes sense. I don't remember last time I want to make a monk in Imperial Age. For Imperial Age's sake.
You not done your herbal medicine builds?
Not recently.
Oh, hello. We are migrating for the Gould. Ooh, Lash has a unit there, by the way.
He does.
This could backfire quickly.
Very quickly. To be fair, there's still the water there. I think Garnaf has like 1 or 2 ships out there. At least 1 archer ship. And with this many villages as well, you can just fight the horsemen.
If you like just peel a handful of archers around there, right? Like
these are feudal age horsemen.
Yeah, I think the logic here is if you now just send archers over to block gold, Garnaf has kind of revealed his issue. He's not got great gold access in the area. Yeah. The horsemen do trigger it. Shivs are out to defend. The question mark now is, does Lash send a contingent over to block?
Might not
No,
have the capacity
just kill
for it,
him.
but mass siege on Lash side. Double
Mango.
mangonel shots now.
Big Wallop, Keshix, commit to the front line. Springles were built for nothing. Garnaf says, what is Siege? A reminder of what it does. Mangoes get another hit in. Archer count is not looking good. And once again, these poor ponies have been sent to their death into the line of spears.
And the military count. 90
Surely
for
that's
Lash,
it.
including the siege, compared to just 40 for Garneth here.
I mean, that's crazy. Lash, realistically, building Springles when it doesn't matter here because there was no need to counter. Should have put him behind, but it doesn't at all. Garnaf may have an eco lead, but he is at a military disadvantage now. He's going to lose control of the Kurotai. He's even going to lose control of the relics. Good luck with that one, buddy. Maybe if you clear your throat before Wololo and Louder, but that is going to be Lash standing up proud. No way back, surely, for Garnaf.
Yeah. Garneth not moving the military further back. Kind of feels like he's probably surrendered at this point in time as well. Only 12 military in the field, and Lash, with the siege advantage, can now push it. And
I think there's going to be some posts about Keshik buffs, and I already know the one person that's going to be making them.
oh my god.
Oh, no.
Oh my
no!
god! That's not the anti-siege you want in that fight. The fight's already over.
At this point, I
God.
think he's just trying to guilt him into GGing. He's like, if you kill all my villagers, you'll feel bad.
How can you not GG out that one? Now forward keep, securing all of that food in the middle for the Abbasid.
Do you know what's tastier than berries? Blood. Look at all these villagers.
Oh no.
Oh, yes. Lancer sends him packing back. He's blocking the golds. Garnaf, he keeps saying Keshix will deliver me, but he can't afford him. Drops his
From
pocket
one
money.
mommy to the other, you run away from a knight just in order to run into a big military boss.
Now back to the knight. And for some reason, it's almost like the archers are getting closer. Oh,
Slowly but surely. Couple of horsemen trying to push on the other side, but
There's another
second layer of wall.
Look how many villagers are building that wall, by the way. That's absurdity. That's just like not a shot, mate. It's not even a stone wall.
Imagine you're an alien ship trying to reach flat Earth, only to find a glass stone blocking you.
Like, if you just go
That's
far
what's-
enough west, we'll find Atlantis. What do you mean? What is this? What is the Caribbean doing here? I guarantee 2 Spearmen are going to kill all those horsemen. Yeah.
Might. I mean, Raw Spearman coming in as well.
Well, Kurotai's back. That's really good. The villagers now have a 20% increase in damage, Crackety. Bangos!
Oh. Oh.
Okay, that was
hitting the
underwhelming.
neutral market.
Yep. I may have overreacted there. But
There we go.
Stormtrooper
Oh,
does
my-
that to you. Well, he has got the
And another
Rohirrim
one.
backstab. Congratulations. You've killed the anti-siege. You can now build mangoes
This-
yourself. Oh, no.
Still a Springle remaining.
Garnaf says, as long as I have food, I have cavalry. And horses are a way of life and death in this one, I'm afraid. We will be saying farewell to Garnaf and good luck to Lash. He secures himself a place in the round of 16.
GG's. Oh,
Oof.
man.
What a scrappy set.
It was. It really, really was. But that now means that we know who our top 16 are going to be.
Yeah. And, commiserations to Garnaf. I actually think that he was in a pretty dominant position in that game.
Yeah.
But it's like it's almost like the lesson you learn that you already know. And sometimes it's the equivalent of being, that advert on Sky where it's like the Simpsons, right? Homer throws the beers on the power line and he keeps reaching and touching and electrocuting himself. Don't know if you've seen this one. It's like an ad piece that plays before. Like, it's that experience where you know not to dive the enemy time and time again in Feudal and try and end the game, right? When it's kind of an even game. But you still keep doing it. I feel bad for him because I feel like if he just went for that tech up much earlier, I'm not sure Lash would have had an answer.
Yeah, I agree. There was that certain point after the first big engagement that they had where, sure, Garnaf lost his military, but he still had his reinforcements, and he had the resource to go up. If he just went up with the reinforcements, upgraded those, he would have been in a way better position than just reinvesting on a delay, giving Lash so much time for his own reinforcements to come out as well.
Made for a beautiful game, though, right? Because I think it led to that position off the mistake from Lash. You mentioned it yourself. He was kind of sending all the army into the enemy base very early. Well, all the army, most of the army. The problem was he didn't have it all there when the focus should have been the pond. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, right? I mentioned this is my favorite kind of game. I don't want clean, okay? You know, I save that for the shower. I want a mess, okay? You know, I'm that type of person. I'll take the chocolate cake and smush it in my face. And, well, this set definitely delivered that. So good luck to Lash further. Commiseration to Garnath is going to be sitting on the sideline watching. But we need to see who else is going to be firmly in their seat, gritting their teeth, saying, I would beat Marine Lord on LAN, but weren't good enough to beat someone before it. Because I think we have got our full schedule rounded out, or at least the results through to see who's going to be in the top 16.
Let's take a look. And there we go. Even with the mugshots and everything prepared. So starting us off at the top of the bracket, we got Beastie versus Corvinus. Liquid Demu versus Boltune following that up. And then Vortex versus CSO. Wham versus 3D Cat. That's a familiar one.
Yeah.
Happy Paw versus Slash. That's unfortunate. Those two were teamed up together in a team tournament.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the one there's an interesting development here, and I question whether it's going to happen. It is happening. We'll run down this and get to it. Louis MT up against Killjardy. I think that could be an insanely close set. Luciferon versus Voldemar. We'll see if Voldemar's aggression works. But then it is us pitting My Insanity's members against each other. Anatand versus Zertan. Something I think a lot of people want to see more of. We've enjoyed that from Age of Empires 2 with Game of Legion, but you don't really ever see it in AoE4. Finally, we're getting treated to it.
All right. And then this time, though, we got a losers bracket. So should any of these players lose their first set in the round of 16, they get a second chance.
Oh, yes. I love some of the potential arcing storylines here. Like Dumu versus Baltoon. He didn't get that rematch opportunity on LAN to see if he could learn from the mistakes. Now he can prove it here on the bigger prize pool event. Vortex versus CSO. If you remember earlier today, I said CSO is the Chinese Vortex. We're going to find out if that holds true here. And you were kind of alluding to it with the Wham Cat series as well. I think that's an intriguing one because Cat is a very aggressive player. And if you look at Wham's game average times, he prefers that mid and late phase of the game more than the early.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All that to come, though. So remember, folks, it is going to kick off same time tomorrow. So 2 hours earlier than we normally start the broadcast. I think it's 1 p.m. GMT. For me in the UK, it ends up being 2 p.m. start time. So be sure to tune in for that. But, you know, round out thoughts on day number 1 here, Krakody. Has there been any trends, any weird and wonderful things you've noticed so far from just 1 day of action?
Sometimes players are weird.
And we love them for that. We want them to get their freak on the AoE4. We want them to do the unexpected because when you are up against the best, sometimes just playing the meta does not work. You need to play a style of AoE4 that has Marine Lord on the side going, I don't know what he's doing. He's an ape. But the aping continues. We have got 5 more days of Red Bull Wololo action here to see who will make it through to that castle showdown with Marine Lord. Hopefully, we'll see you all tomorrow when the action commences once more. For now, it's time to get some rest. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night.
See you all then.